We're a minute late because we were trying to bring everybody on. Let's have Peter say hi.
Hello. So if we're started, I don't see that we started.
Uh, okay, hopefully we'll get feedback from others. Brendan, you're online. Our man Aristides is probably resetting his Skype, so we'll need somebody to tell us that we're online. Let me go take a look at our studio, and we seem to be connected. And so we're hoping everybody can
We're
start
live. We're live. We're live.
You are live streaming.
Thank you. Thank you so much, both of you gentlemen, for that incredible technical support. And our dear friend Sid says, good evening, DD and team. Thank you, sir. Always good to have you with us. And then he says, team. Yes, you're part of our team. And with that, we will have Peter begin the night. He is registering on online broadcasting software. I want to credit, of course, some wonderful people before we begin. Of course, admonish everyone to press the upvote. And we'll just go over a few things and then turn it over to Peter now that I think about it. T-Tank Berry says, God bless these transmissions. And Acid Kick 96 says, Team D, 3 dragons, loud and clear. Very important. And so I do want people to understand that T-Tank Berry dropped by apparently yesterday or the day before yesterday and dropped off 100 United States dollars through my door slot. Vicky Johnson says, hello, Douglas. Hello, my dearest Vicky. Love you dearly. Mwah. Kisses to you, darling, and a rose and love back in return. Let me get this over to her while reminding everyone that as soon as we open these transmissions, we are assailed by automated bots that are programmed to give us downvotes. And they give us dozens of downvotes to keep us off of searches. And they succeed in their job because even though YouTube filters them out, it takes YouTube a good a few hours to do so, an hour or two. And it is something that until that is done, we are basically, we don't appear on searches. So you have to help us. It's your war. You have to fight it. It's a guerrilla war. As Marshall McLuhan said way back in the 1970s, the early 70s, he said that World War III will be a guerrilla information war with no disambiguation between the civilian and military populace. And that's exactly what we're fighting. We're engaged in the Third World War right now. It's your war. You have to fight it. And the only way you can do that is by giving us upvotes on every IP address you've got. That means your tablet, your PC, your laptop, and your cell phone. Just anything that might have a different IP address, give us an upvote via that device. And this will put us back on searches. And Sheila Gavin says, greeting Douglas and Team Triple D with a heart. Kisses, a smiley face, and I give you that in turn, dear Sheila. Sheila and Vicky, two lovely ladies that are always with us in general, and so glad to have them with us. Honestly, without them, life would be indeed much the poorer. And okay, so with that, let me see what else comes to mind. Oh yes, T-Tank Berry provided 100 United States dollars, and we just received notice payment from an individual. Let me see if he wants to remain anonymous. He is this incredible individual who has not asked for anonymity, so he has contributed $99.99. So thank the gods for good men like this. And he does remind me that 180 Now says hello and thank you. And my thanks as well to 180 Now and the incredible Bobinda, like Brother Bo, or Bob Binda. And with that, let me see if there's someone else who has joined in the collaboration of basically contributions. And this is, of course, the incredible Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother in what used to be Manhattan Island. He's now in another borough of New York. He's contributed 70 United States dollars. They said that it's pending. Payment is pending. And so there we have that. And that is, our people at PayPal are scanning. Not scamming, but scanning. Well, they're scamming too, in the sense that they take their pound of flesh with every contribution. And that's why we have the alternative that's on the screen, paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. Now, theoretically, they don't take their excision out of that. But either way, your contributions are always welcome. And they do good. They do wonders by me. You have no idea. I seriously could not live without them. I honestly just barely make rent. And it was thanks to T. Tank Berry's latest contribution of 5 $20 bills, because that's what his ATM machine spits out. It spits out 20s. So that $100 worth of $20 bills is what enabled me to make rent this month. That was how I was able to get the exact change for my rent and the money order to deliver that rent to my landlady's family upstairs. I'll be doing that sometime tomorrow. And aside from that, I had enough contributions from wonderful people like Nolani Bouchard in Hawaii, who contributed 30 United States dollars. This helped with the other contributions from PayPal, where I was able to basically buy my beer and Coke to leave, liquid Coca-Cola to keep me throughout the night, keep me fueled throughout the night with my diesel, which is what I use to basically stay on board with the program up throughout the night. And without all of you wonderful people, I never would have been able to have purchased that. Had to run out in the rain and do that. Also, I want people to know this will hopefully, prayerfully be the last night I will be using this particular pair of earbuds. They are worn ragged. So hopefully when I buy that money order for paying my rent tomorrow, I will also stop off and purchase a pair of earbuds. I will try and do that by withdrawing what should at this point, once a year, electronic benefits transfer, the so-called SNAP, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, what they used to call food stamps. Once a year, they give me $20.01 because my living conditions are considered subpar. And I'll be damned if I had no time throughout all of last year to withdraw that $20.01. I now have another $20.01 added to that. Presumably, if they haven't taken the other $20 back, it should be $40.02 that I can withdraw by stepping into a Walgreens and talking to the manager to help me withdraw that from my card. This is so bizarre. This is like just such a bizarre governmental supplementation program. And I waited months without using the food stamp card. So now I have about $150 worth of food I can buy on it because all they give you is $27, $28 a month. There's no point in even spending it once a month. You just wait until it piles up and then spend it. That may have been our dear friend Aristides Chihuahuas. And so let me check and see if he's on the call. Aside from Andrew Aird, who contributed 10 United States dollars, no one else I can think of that's a recent contributor, but God bless you all. And one last check with one other potential person in that regard, because I do want to give their credit, and of course I should credit these people constantly. Honestly, without you, life would be impossible. So we still have a bit of a contribution left on the other card, and this is thanks to wonderful people like John Kulik. And John Kulik contributed 50 United States dollars, half a hundred United States dollars. And his question, aside from Dylan Breeding, who gave me $20 and said it was stream appreciation, John Kulik asks, can you do any information on Miyamoto Musashi in a future episode? He is an interesting person to me. Most certainly. And matter of fact, he's one of these people who's such a standard figure, such an outstanding figure in Japanese history, that information on him tends to be readily available, but I'll happily provide maybe a bit more extra occulted information that most people might not know about. But just so people understand, he is one of the singular people in Japan who has the title of Kensei, as opposed to Sensei. Sensei would be, you use that on teachers, doctors, masters of the occult would be known as Sensei. You would put their surname first, and if someone's name were, say for instance, Musashi, it would be like Musashi Sensei. But Miyamoto Musashi, the historical individual, is above that. He is known as Kensei, or the Sword Saint. At this point, he's considered like a saint. So a sword saint, the saint of the sword, of swordsmanship. And a remarkable individual, and he is someone who, of course, has made history in such a manner that it would be very difficult to provide some information that would not generally be available, I would think. But I'll do my best, and I'll, rack my brain and think of something else that might not be known about him in general, and I'll try and bring it up with our next episode, if not tonight. So that being said, I think people have been credited. For people who don't know, I have had just a horrible experience lately with the fact that it took years and years to finally get UCSF, the University of California at San Francisco, to recognize that my teeth are not like a baseline human set of teeth. And through x-rays and the fact that they are a research facility, because they're where student doctors and dentists train, they were able to rationalize that they would help with my specific needs by filing my teeth down 4 times a year. Now, after finally convincing them to set in the regimen to do this, I was going towards one of those visits just the other day when I was told I could not be treated there because they had changed. My insurance had been changed. So it turns out I can do nothing about that. When I turned 55 years old, my insurance was automatically changed, and it took them 1.5 years for that to appear in the UCSF system. But then someone railroaded it through, and then they could no longer accept me as a patient, and I had to find some HMO doctor. Now, when I called Delta Dental, which is my HMO provider for dentistry at this point, they were giving me people all over the goddamn California map. It was unbelievable. No one in the city of San Francisco. Everyone they gave me was in completely different cities that would be hours to drive to, as far away as San Jose. San fucking Jose. We're talking about like 4 hours to get there.
That's with traffic.
Yeah, 4 hours back. I mean, just madness. And I said, look, let's specifically narrow this down to someone in the city and county of San Francisco. And of course, I didn't say this out loud. Young black African American girl was trying her best to help me, working with Delta Dental. Of course, I didn't dare to tell her whatever name she was giving me. I'm filtering out in my mind the basic dentist I do not want to work with, which is basically anyone with a Pakistani name, Russian name. I'm sorry, Russian dentistry is in the Stone Age and does nothing but create more problems. It's Syrian dentists. Bashar al-Assad, the dictator of Syria, is a fucking dentist. These are the kind of dentists that you're talking about. So I finally, I'm looking at all the Vietnamese names, Chinese names. Finally settled on one that's at 450 Sutter. Now, 450 Sutter is this incredible Art Deco building that I went to as a child to see a Japanese dentist with the incredible name of Dr. Itchy Nose. And Dr. Itchy Nose was in 450 Sutter. It is the building that you see in Blade Runner. Blade Runner's franchise makes use of buildings like this. These are Art Deco buildings they don't build anymore. They don't even make facades like this anymore. So I always remembered it when I was young. My family was going there often when I was young, growing up, because the Japanese dentist, Dr. Itchy Nose, and this woman may have inherited his office. So some lady named Santos. And so she's so packed full, I can't see her till May. This is the kind of bullshit that I'm dealing with now. And so very frustrated at that. Couldn't reach anybody in the SNAP program about the specifics of my card. But, that's not any great emergency. But the dental thing was frustrating, and then I had to make a number of other phone calls, and then prepared for production. The fact that we made it here at all is miraculous, and it's always a miniature miracle when we get here. T-Tank Berry says, support Douglas Twain Dietrich, else you may not have an existence to abide by. Quite true. Honestly, I that's no exaggeration. He says, just think about it. He shows a DNA strand, double helix, deoxyribonucleic acid, El Nemo says, just remember, Doug, to address the topic of privatized corporation fighting more warfare than the military. Thank you so much, dear Nemo. That was something we left off. That was when I got cut off last night. When they knocked me off bandwidth was just as I was about to bring up the fact that the United States government has rendered itself impotent through privatization, and that throughout Iraq and Afghanistan, there was more combat seen by private mercenaries such as Blackwater in service or in contract to the Department of Defense than was seen by the United States Army and United States Marine Corps. That is a, yeah, thank you so much, El Nemo. And T-Tank Barry says, may centrism reign, because he shows the skeleton key, what my name Dietrich means in German. And he, of course, is referencing Sepp Dietrich, Joseph Dietrich of Adolf Hitler's Liebsteindaten, the Life Standard Bearer Battalion, the division, of course, that protected Adolf Hitler and was the vanguard throughout World War II, the armored mechanized division under Joseph Dietrich, who became known as Hitler's Gladiator. And T-Tank Barry, of course, thank you so much. And thanks to our man Sid for all of his contributions. And our dear friend Brendan Zogit just gave me a phone number to the Human Services that should enable me to talk to a human being. And bless him for that. So, oh God. So he's given me a site, at least. Hopefully I'll be able to access the number from there. Aristides has provided a GIF, and I believe he has joined us on the call. Excellent. So Aristides, just check you in case we need you. Can you say hello, and let's see if you register on the online broadcasting software?
I'm here, and hello, and I don't know what happened when you were trying to call me before, but I'm here now.
Yeah, you are, and you're registering on the online broadcasting software, and I want people to know it is raining like hell throughout the day today in San Francisco, and it's like... I want people to understand it was a little different yesterday. I took a look out the window, and I suck at taking photographs of myself. This is like a selfie that I did not intend it to be. My son asked me why I took it in soft focus. I didn't intend to take it in soft focus, but I somehow fucked it up. So it's the best you could do when all you got is Douglas Dietrich providing the selfie. So we'll try better, and hopefully we'll have something that my son takes with the next episode. So...
I meant to ask you the last transmission. I don't think I asked you about your show thumbnail poster, but
and
about that with the gun.
Yes. And so my son does all the makeup, of course, and of course we were aiming to make myself look as feminine as possible while wearing the uniform, one of the guns I used to use back in the days in the Balkans, and this was for Armenian Army Day, and of course the fact that it was the Serbian Saint Sava Day. There was two separate Byzantine Orthodox holidays that were taking up the weekend. But in terms of Armenian Army Day, the important point was to be made was the Armenian army was wiped out in the recent war by the modernization, the revolution in warfare created by drone warfare. And they were still using the old Soviet mechanized tank columns that won them great victories against the Azeris decades ago in the 90s. The Armenian army steamrollered the Azeris, the Muslim enemy, and were able to establish a security zone for eastern Armenia. That was not the case this time when the Israelis and the Turks got together and provided tens of thousands of drones to the Azeris of Azerbaijan, and they just wiped the Armenian army out. They lost a generation. So the Armenians have always had an Armenian Army Day, but we were trying to emphasize, of course, the tragedy of that. Maybe I'll get into that sometime later tonight. Honestly, it's such a depressing subject. I usually avoid speaking of it. It does remind me. Brendan, I believe, is saying that my previous expositions on Miyamoto Musashi, he's bringing something up. Gorin no Sho and the author Kensei Minamoto Musashi were profound. So he misspelled that, but I get his point. Miyamoto Musashi. And thank you. And you can come on later and remind me of what exactly it was I said. So that being said, we're going to turn everything over to Peter, I do want people to understand that without Aristides and Brendan Zogit, you have no idea. We wouldn't be able to have this show at all. Honestly, with their support, It's incredible, and we are able to bring this to you. And so, with that, let's turn it over to Peter right now. And Peter, it's been a profound experience for me in terms of dealing with a lot of challenges. But we make it through, and life is hard, but it's not that bad. So, how about with you?
I'm good. I'm very good. And I want to reiterate the thank you for your contributions to Douglas. Thank you so much. We've got some momentum.
Yes.
I'm cautious to be too optimistic, but a little bit of sales on your book.
Excellent.
A little, and this is good. So we're making progress. And this is what I want to start off with tonight.
Excellent.
And I will get into a question on the book.
Sure.
Which I think will be very interesting. But because I've been continuing to work on it. Now, one thing that's come into my consciousness through experience in dialoguing with people, and also observing different stuff on YouTube, which I've watched a good amount of YouTube in the last couple of weeks. Maybe at least an hour and a half a day, maybe a little more. And this is for those of you who are in the audience listening to this and have familiarity with it and are comfortable. It's not an issue, but the average working person, and with, I guess, what you call credible behavior, credible consciousness, good people, what we talk about in the inner depths of Douglas's world can literally frighten the hell out of them. The vampire aspect, the Aquino aspect, the child trafficking aspect, the insidiousness of what's going on in the Edomite world that affects Israel and the Jewish population. It's like it literally can scare the daylights out of people. And this is a delicate point. I had this problem in doing the Montauk Project. It went into where people were really frightened. Their soul cannot process it because they go into fear, much as if you were trying to scare the hell out of a little kid, which you shouldn't want to do. Tell a scary story, but you're telling a scary story with an evil intent to scare the hell out of the kid.
Right.
This is kind of what happens with people, and that they can't process it. And I want to relay this in the context of I was watching a video on synchronicity as I was getting up. I said, I'm going to watch this. Synchronicity is a subject, and it was Carl Jung oriented. And the two guys talking about it, one was they were talking as if he was a notable guy. I just hadn't heard of him. And I did look him up on Wikipedia, and what was his name is Bernardo. Who was Bernardo? What was his name? Anyway, Bernardo was like this. Actually, he's into AI. I didn't know that when I was listening to him because he mentioned AI. He's, an academic, but his speech was very measured, and he's talking about synchronicity, and basically the interviewer was kind of pushing him in the direction of, materialism and, like synchronicity is the outside force. And he was talking about, kind of getting out of this materialistic mindset, which neither one of them were in. But they're using science, referential science, to explain and qualify. But because sometimes people need confirmation that we're not just nuts and bolts. We're not just atoms and molecules. And it's like they're still trying to defeat that paradigm. Although I wouldn't say they were completely locked into it. But so they talked a lot about Carl Jung and where the information and what it all led to, and this is where they, the one guy really wanted to talk about were UAPs. They didn't call them UFOs, UAPs. They were media correct, politically correct, UAPs.
Yeah, the new buzzword.
Yeah, this seems to dignify a subject which has never had any dignity, this term. But they would be the first to tell you that it doesn't deserve any dignity, and I would tell you before they would. It's not a dignified subject, but not necessarily in the context of how the media might treat it. See, in other words, one of the big problems with UFOs, the term UFO, is that there's always a giggle factor. If you're talking about mainstream or like media anchors. And it's just like, it's giggle factor. So UAP, in the eyes of political correctness, dignifies the subject. Well, we acknowledge, and finally they're acknowledging that there is phenomena there. They're acknowledging it. And like as if this is a great point in the evolution of humanity, that the politicians have acknowledged that there is unidentified aerial phenomena. Now, one of my probably my first foray into the metaphysical arena of Long Island was when I attended an event by Dr. Jean Mundy, M-U-N-D-Y. And she was like a, I guess, leading figure in the UFO field. The auditorium was packed. I've never seen that auditorium so packed, even when they had a festival with all sorts of people there. Packed. And what she said was that the United States was the only government in the entire world that denied the existence of UFOs or would not openly admit that there was such phenomena. They had Project Blue Book, which was interesting in itself. That was the first night I ever heard, I think, I don't know if it was that night, but I think where I heard mention of the Philadelphia experiment. And I thought it was absolutely nuts.
Wow. What context did she bring it up in?
I don't know that she brought it up.
Okay.
I might be conflating the lectures.
Okay.
But talking about the ship making a Navy making a ship disappear. And I said that just sounds utterly like utter bullcrap. And the young woman next to me says, "Oh, I don't think so. I wouldn't be surprised at anything the Navy does," she says. Mm-hmm. So she gave it a shot of credibility.
Interesting.
And that was the first time I ever heard of it. And I didn't really ever take it seriously until I walked into Psychotronics and was sitting next to Al Bielek and, saw Preston and Duncan. And then they were talking about it like live experience. It's like Douglas talking about hanging out with Biofax Simulagra and, working next to Aquino. It's like you get the idea that there's something really, this experience really happened. So it was like my first experience with the Philadelphia experiment story was like, it was very visceral from them. So that gave it a lot of credibility, and there was so much story with it that went to Montauk.
Yeah.
That in Montauk became a point of interest. And I said, "Is there a book I can read?" Nope. So that's how it all started.
So you decided to write one.
It took me 6 months of checking out, feeling good about it.
Right.
Going to the meetings and wading my way through the, dubious energy field. Because, and this is interesting, and I will mention this. I've mentioned it before. I've written about it. I met Preston. The meeting was on November 7th, because I remember it was exactly 1 week after Halloween.
Yes.
And on Halloween morning, I looked up out of my window and I saw a UAP. Boom.
Wow.
It was going straight up. And it was distant. It looked like it could have been as far away as Long Island Sound, going up fast. And I said, is that or isn't it? About 15 seconds are going by. I said, is that or isn't it? And as soon as I thought that, boom, another one went up. Like a light just shooting straight up into the air in blue sky. It wasn't nighttime. It was early morning in October. So exactly a week after that, it was probably that Sunday, because that would have been on a Wednesday. And it was probably that Sunday that my friends at the Emissary Foundation told me to go check out Preston Nichols, because he had a device that was much better than the one I was pursuing with regards to helping them market it, because I was into advertising and design. Mm-hmm. And he said, Preston's got a better one, and it's much less expensive. So check him out. He needs help with marketing. So that's what I went to meet Preston for. And I went down, and as soon as I got, I don't know, probably 5 miles of his house, I felt this energy, this big energy. It was a total change in energy I felt.
Wow. And
I would subsequently refer to this as UFO country, because you just felt this different energy field. Now he lived in East Islip, and I would feel this energy probably in the town of Islip. I don't know that you'd feel it anymore, because he said that was his Delta T antenna. Mm-hmm. That's what I was feeling. And he lived south of Montauk Highway, runs all the way from Montauk to practically the JFK airport. I mean, it's called Sunrise Highway. And at one point, it runs right along the South Shore, where it's known as Montauk Highway or Merrick Road. And then, anyway, I'm not going to go into the geography of it. So anyway, I go down there, and, he gives a demonstration of his, what he called his biophys at the time, this was his device. And there were several, maybe 7 or 8 guys, they were all men, that were down there to check it out. And one of them was a guy named Michael, who was at the time, I didn't know it at the time, he was the boyfriend of Yonda, who was on the show once with me. Mm. And I said to Michael, was supposed to write the book. And after he experienced that session on the music machine with Preston, outside afterwards, I think we were the last 2, and he said, I said to him, Michael, I said, if you don't want to do the book, let me know, because I want first dibs on it. And he says, I want nothing to do with the book. I want nothing to do with any of this.
Wow.
And so, okay. So that didn't make me jump and go talk to Preston. Mm-hmm. I kept going back and checking it out. And after about 6 months, it was April 1st, I worked out an agreement with Preston, and we signed a contract. And he said, okay, first thing you want to do is you want to go out to Montauk and bring a sensitive with you, psychic, because you want to be able to pick up the energy that's going out there. You want somebody who's sensitive. He says, do not go out there alone.
Right.
Very important. And so this guy, David Heller, he says he heard that I was going to do the book, and he called me up. I didn't know him. I might have seen him, or he might have seen me at one of the meetings. And he says, you want to go out there with Yonda? She's really good. He gave me her number, and I called her, and she was up for it. And she says, you're going to get more than you bargained for. This stuff is very real. Very real. And it has to do with the inner earth. So then I was set to go out with her. And then she calls me back and says, look, I can't go. Michael does not want me to go out there with you. And it wasn't about jealousy. It was about the fact that it scared the living daylights out of him. But she said every time a book would come out, or a new book, he'd be the first one to go down there and get it.
Of course.
He was fascinated with the subject, and she finally concluded that he was involved in the experiment in a previous life or something, like the Philadelphia experiment, not just the Montauk Project. But it just glued the shit out of him. And I ran into him probably after the book, I don't know, maybe a year later, and was interested in talking to him. He says, look, I don't have anything to do with this. And okay. And so that was typical of reactions I got in working on the book. People would just polarize against me. As for going out to Montauk, I couldn't get anybody to go out with me. People were afraid. I did finally get Howard Metz to go out with me, who wasn't known as a sensitive. He was, had his own Institute of Pyramidology, very knowledgeable about the Great Pyramid and the Federal Reserve. But he was the vice president of psychotronics, and he went out there with me. And we made an adventure out of it, which I appreciated. I had somebody to go with. I didn't go alone. And we took a very circuitous journey, walking through bushes, and found this obscure way to get to the base. You couldn't just walk in like you could today.
Right.
Because it was all fenced up. So we made a very circuitous journey to get there. It was like a real adventure.
Yeah.
And we got chased off. When we got on the base, we got to see it, but we got chased off.
Wow.
So anyway, that was indicative. And then I remember seeing this psychic at one of these meetings, not at one of the psychotronics meetings, and she was into, I guess, aliens, or I don't know if she was into alien. What was she into? Channeling, probably. But she was a psychic who used to have workshops and stuff. And I saw her, and I told her what happened with the UFOs before I met Preston, because she knew who Preston was. And she says, they wanted you to see them. They wanted you to see them. Adding mystery and intrigue. Like those two UAPs going up into the air. That was, I guess, penetrating an energy field that was spooky and mysterious. And in the presence of Duncan and Preston together, it got a little spookier. The energy field was kind of, it was the reality they created with this whole thing. They were psychologically engaged with this thing. So to the degree you were in their energy field, you became at least psychically engaged, at least by osmosis. And some people would just, fly right into the trance of, I'm a Montauk boy, deprogram me. They didn't say it like that, but they would like fall in step with the whole paradigm. And I was not interested in, having a life as a Montauk boy and looking at the world through a tinted glasses, but rather I was interested to hear what the story was and to tell the story, because I realized this was the opportunity to become a writer. I didn't know I was going to be a publisher. I knew I could get the story published. I didn't realize I'd publish it myself. But anyway, I knew this was an opportunity I'd been waiting for, or that suited me. And so that began the adventure. So I'm talking about this fear factor. Now, this was never about UAPs in particular. This was about mind control, psychotronics, which is the interface of electronics with the mind, body, and spirit. It was about radio waves. It was about time travel. And that was intriguing. And then it all centered around Montauk, which was intriguing in itself because it was Montauk, such an enigma, at least the way they presented it. All else anybody knew about it was that it's a fishing town with beach and summer. And it wasn't anywhere near as popular or as expensive as it is now. East Hampton was the place to go, the hot spot. Montauk was like the back door, the backyard. Now Montauk's, very expensive and very popular. There's this fear band, and then writing the book and getting it out it really changed. And I'm saying this in relation to what's going to happen with Douglas's book. It changed the way people looked at things, because here I am writing a book. Now, my wife at the time was an incredible artist, incredibly gifted in graphic design, very talented. And we put our hearts and souls together to do this book as a result of meeting Judy Pope Coteen. At the book fair, she says, I talked to her, and because I knew she knew about these guys, and she says, do it yourself. Because she understood what my background was. She says, do it yourself. You'll do far better. You do far better, and you won't have to put up with anybody else. So I did. And she coached me. I'd call her up. She'd say, okay, get it printed here. Do this. Make sure you do this. And she was very helpful. And, we'd talk every once in a while after that. She was at that time the editor for Jay-Z Knight, who channels Ramtha. She later divested herself of that relationship.
Interesting. Wow.
But I knew when I saw the Ramtha booth, I said, I know these people now who don't get impressed in her. So I talked, and they had all of her books, so I talked to them. And they knew who they were. And it was like orientation. So the, and of course, at that time, New Age, metaphysics was huge business in the book fairs. It was huge.
Yeah.
It was just coming into its.
Was this at the time that you had, oh God, what was her name again? That woman who did Dancing in the Light? That was she around at that time doing the Johnny Carson?
MacLaine?
Yeah.
Shirley MacLaine.
Yeah.
No, Shirley MacLaine was, I think her book had come out, a couple of years before.
Mm-hmm.
But she was, she was well known at that time. But she just kind of participated in the jumpstart of that whole movement was going on in the 80s, the late 80s, where all of this spiritual, metaphysical, it was sort of coincident with the self-help movement.
Right.
But what happened was the publishing world, the straight publishing world, did not know how to deal with this stuff. It was like, they had the laugh factor. And so people of my generation who had some entrepreneurial momentum would just bypass them. And this whole industry, which you call New Age Publishers Retailing Association, which was actually located in Yelm, right in the same town as Jay-Z Knight, Ramta, and they sort of spearheaded it. They weren't Ramta. There might have been some affiliation, but it was an independent organization. And they had, I was encouraged to join them for networking, which helped me very much. And they understood me. They even, not deliberately singling me out, facilitated a meeting at the book fair in 1992 in Anaheim, where I was able to stand up and give a 1-minute commercial about the book. Wow. Which just did wonders. Yeah. Wonders. Everybody all of a sudden heard about it. They knew about it. It was like it was a buzz.
Yes.
And I never, ever had that opportunity ever again. It was a unique opportunity for anybody to have. And it lit the room up just by what I said. I had my 1-minute commercial. I didn't know I was going to get a 1-minute commercial. It just kind of happened. I'm having dinner with all these people, and somebody I was sitting with, they're doing tours to Peru. They're doing world tours. I said, God, this New Age stuff is big business.
Mm-hmm.
It's big business. I mean, and all the people I was with, including myself, were dressed to the hilt.
Yeah.
3-piece suit, this sort of thing.
Wow.
That's what I wore. Yeah. Not everybody had 3-piece suits, but the table I was sitting with, these people were, they were very well dressed and they were very professional. Mm. And that was, for the most part, an atmosphere. Not everybody was like that, but it was very big business. Big business, I won't call it business, but very professional business. Big business is like Lee Iacocca and that stuff. And it was during that period that I learned that, met people who would channel for Lee Iacocca.
Right. Yeah.
All these people had their channelers and their astrologers, you learn, these corporate executives.
That's right.
They just didn't advertise.
So big business was into this business. Go on.
Well, not into this little, which was really a cottage industry, all this publishing. So, but they completely bypassed the straight publishing industry, who just couldn't process this stuff. And so eventually they caught on to it. And even the story of Whitley Strieber in his book Communion, I heard the story of that. And I think it came from this lady who became a very dear friend of mine. And I think she was the one who told me. But when Whitley Strieber did his book on communion and all this abduction stuff, the executives of the publishing industry, I forget which house did it, they just couldn't process the information. They thought it was utterly absurd. But the commonality of the experience, it was pushed through.
Right.
They thought it was completely whacked. They had no respect for his experience or for him. And we all know that there's a good case for that.
I was about to say.
However, we know why.
Yes.
Their face value was just, dismissive.
Reflexive. It was reflexive as opposed. Yes.
And one of the things that I found out or heard about that his book Communion, and he had this kind of gray alien on it. I heard that the artist who did that cover, and it was a pretty schlocky cover, as most covers in the book industry are.
Yeah.
That's why my book stood out,
Yeah.
because it was very incredibly done.
Mm-hmm.
But that the artist, I think, got a 1% royalty, and I heard that he got about $300,000 off that royalty, and he just retired. Went down to Southwest and retired.
Jesus Christ.
Which I thought, what an ambitionless person.
Yeah, no shit. And it was a really simplistic cover. For those of you who don't remember, it was half an alien face, or half the face of a gray, which is, of course, a caricaturish Asian face, basically half a Cho face, or half the face of Lam, as our man Aleister Crowley would say. Back to Peter.
Yeah, so but anyway, what I'm talking here is the mindset of the information that I was dealing with at the time, and all of the psychological resistance and malfunctions that would occur in people's energy field. And of course, this was sort of a sideshow for me. And I'm busily putting the book together, doing as good a job. And so, because my wife and I were both in the field of advertising, and we worked very closely as a team. She always appreciated and needed my input on everything, because she could get too artsy, and I could rein her back into, don't do it, don't make it look too flamboyant or whatever. And that applied to the art, not only the art, but the what do you call it, the
theme,
the print advertising as well, and the whole book. But she was a very good designer. So we put it together very professionally, and this kind of like just the presentation of the book shocked the hell out of people, because here's this weird effing story, and they don't present it to be packaged so well. And it kind of like really stood out. And that was great. So with all of the background of both of us was able to put that together, which really made it work. And then this was the problem for the so-called establishment world, is that there was this book, and it was like, wow, who does this book? It was too professional to be done by, what do you call it, a vanity press or something like that.
Right.
So,
yeah, the vanity publication is what they used to call it.
Yeah, it unnerved people, because it looked like a real commodity. Who the hell's printing this book? Who the hell's doing this? At those times, you could send out you buy a mailing list, and I'd send it out to every press release, what do you call it, press agency, when I'm talking about UPI, AP,
right, and
all these, whatever. And I send out a letter with a press release. I think it says, breakthrough in Einstein's unified field theory. I probably have the press release somewhere, which kind of like saying, and it started talking about, breakthrough with time and space, and Preston Nichols, a scientist on Long Island, blah, 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 and it was like, and I said, and so you send this out and you ask, does anybody interested, we'll send you a book. I must have sent it out to like 75 places, and it had a dummy review. And I think I got 3 requests for the book. And it was very clear that these people are only interested for their own purpose. They weren't going to do anything with it.
right.
And the New York Times sent me a legal letter threatening me, saying, this dummy book review emulates the typeface. They didn't call it a dummy book review. They said, because that's what you're supposed to do, is send a dummy book review.
Yes, yes.
And they said, this emulates the typeface, and it looked very professional. They said, this emulates the typeface of the New York Times typeface. Now, what the hell does that mean? Emulates a typeface?
Yeah, so what a load of shit.
It didn't say New York Times on it. So
Bizarre.
Yeah, it's like, it really struck nerves. It struck nerves. And it basically, the book stated that the Montauk Project and the base was open through, 83. In every article in the Long Island Newsday, whenever they mentioned Montauk, they always say, the base closed down in 79. And then they all started to change after I wrote that book. And they said, oh, the base, was open till 82. In other words, they were reading my book and changing their narrative.
Yes.
But not admitting the book.
Of course.
And then I would listen in the morning. I was listening to, what's his name? Don Imus interviewing Dick Cavett or whatever. And when he mentioned Montauk, he just kind of shut up. You kind of hear it just like I was talking about bringing up the Cho-Cho. And it just all of a sudden the ears go dead. Now, and so I'm not, where I did get help from and a lot of enthusiasm was Al Bielek was going to all these conferences and he'd buy books from me. I'd ship them out, 2-day UPS, and he'd get them and sell books. And he was selling them, he was paying me, and I was selling them. He was like a big pusher of the book.
Cool.
And he was making money off of it. And then I had, and this is a really interesting story, when I had, New Leaf Distributing was then the biggest publisher for New Age books. And I had somehow gotten the information, and I don't remember how it happened, but Judith Hawkins, she was the buyer. And I did not know this, but Judith Hawkins was a member of the OTO, the Ordo Templi Orientis, Aleister Crowley's OTO. And when I saw her at the book fair, the same book fair I met Cameron.
Yeah.
And I said, and I met with her, and she saw the book. She says, "Oh, I'm very impressed. I'm gonna put in an order." Like that kind of like consolidated. And that was the same book fair where I met Cameron, introduced to Cameron by the head of the OTO. And I remember Judith coming over to his booth, and they were like, hugging and giving each other greetings. It was like, the element of the OTO was, I was moving through an energy field there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was different than the UFO energy field, very different. And Cameron told me, she says, I typically don't like to engage ex-Scientologists. She says, what let you in the door is because when you told Bill that, because I thought that, my engagement in the Babylon working with Jack might have had something to do with the UFO thing. And, you expressed and, thought that was interesting. That's what let you in here. I was open to that idea. And of course, her phone number ended in 6606. And, you're in the right where you're supposed to be at the right time. I think another off-putting energy that people would consider off-putting, it didn't matter to me one iota. When I went to her house, which was in West Hollywood on Genesee Street, her grandson, Silver, I didn't know it was a grandson. He's coming out the walkway and I'm coming in, and he's like, he's got this spiked punk hairdo, like it's a spike.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he looks like somebody who's going to, you know, repel the hell out of somebody who's very conventional. Going to scare him.
Yeah.
And I just said, oh, I'm looking for Cameron. He goes, oh, she's in the back. Walk around the back. Okay. And when I spoke to the archivist at JPL, whose name was Wilson, I think his name was James Wilson, the first thing he had to talk about was Silver and how Silver's hair and how, you know, because Cameron brought him over to JPL to get a tour of the place with her.
Mm-hmm.
And they went through James Wilson. The name Wilson was very much noted. And he just freaked out about Silver's hair. He had to comment on it, you know, like, okay, this is Silver, you know. And Silver, I don't know what came of him. He worked at a dungeon down the street. And when I say a dungeon, a S&M dungeon, he was like the bouncer or the keeping the order, you know. She used to tell him, she said that he used to tell her about all the, you know, disgusting behavior of the people in there, and, you know, but that
reminds me, I knew a fellow security guard whose job was over at the Power Exchange in San Francisco. I don't know if the Power Exchange is still in business, but it was in business forever, for years, and it was right next to the Department of Human Services. So all the while that I was care provider for my parents, and whenever we had to do business down at the Department of Human Services, it was just apropos that it was right next door to the Power Exchange, you know, and I would tell everybody that that's where the bureaucrats would go after work so they could all just fuck each other and beat each other with whips and chains and shit. But the security guard's job was just to admonish people while they were all fucking and sucking to use condoms or protection. He would just always be hovering over them and telling them, remember, use a condom. This was his job. It wasn't that, you know, it wasn't his personal fetish.
Limit the damage. Well, you know, she described a little bit, she didn't go on and on about it, she really had an empathy for what these people kind of suffered through with their, you know, trying to have orgasms or having orgasms and talking about the releasing themselves and stuff. And she said it was, you know, she didn't see it as a uplifting thing. She saw it as the kind of last resort of these people to kind of like reaching out. You know, it's kind of like, you know, you kind of feel the empathy of these people like trying to connect with the world in some way. It wasn't working. So she had an empathy for people and stuff like that. And of course her energy, she told me more than once about how when she went down to this place, probably right down the street on, I think it was Melrose. I don't remember.
Melrose Place.
Melrose Boulevard. It's a big boulevard in Hollywood. And she said that she'd go down there to get her heart fixed. She had a harp. Mm-hmm. And he just, you know, kicked her out. He didn't want anything to do with her because he thought she was a witch.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
You know, just
wow.
You know, had that, you know, and she didn't dress like a witch.
Wow.
She had long hair,
mm-hmm.
but, you know, and she looked, I guess, I don't know what she looked like when she was older, you know, and there's pictures of her, but I don't know. She could just really give people the creeps. This is sort of a repulsion
mm-hmm.
That she could generate in certain people. Now, she had also generated repulsion with her art.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, her art was displayed, and it was like a legal case
mm-hmm.
because it had nude figures in it.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't pornographic. It was just nude figures. Some of them was nude. So that she generated a lot of, I guess, what you call rancor and ridicule and controversy.
Wow.
and it's just who she was. So it's a different sort of energetic repulsion than your standard UFO stuff, because here it's getting on the fringe of art, nudity, but also this sort of magical repulsion.
Right.
And I did see this on my first trip to Romania with my friend Tantra Bensko. And Tantra, she would go into the, because the hotel we stayed at was kind of in the town. It's a whole story to get there. And when she go down, walk down the street and go into the local store, which was not like, it was just like a little, I'm not going to call it a shack because it wasn't a shack, but it was sort of a modest wood building. And it was kind of like your convenience store, more like combination of a grocery store and a convenience store. The women would not wait on her. She'd offer money, they would just ignore her.
Wow.
And she didn't understand why. None of my Romanian friends have ever kind of explained it, because I've asked them, including Paul. I explained them, but it might have had to do with the fact that she had red hair,
right,
and green eyes.
Yeah.
And she has enormous breasts. But I mean, it just didn't make any sense. It's like, why? What's the big deal? And I didn't see anything like that when I was walking around the town with her, but I didn't really walk around the town with her that much. I mean, I walked a long distance, but it was just me, her, and our friend Joel, who was with us. So when I went into the same store with Joel, I don't remember if she was with us or not. He wanted to buy something. I don't think I bought anything. There was no problem whatsoever. There was no issue. We didn't speak the language. So it's this, but see, Tantra has an energy field that is really different. And I'm not, really judgmental about how people appear or look. And I remember the first time I met her in person was down in St. Augustine. And I took her, I was starving. I hadn't had dinner. So I took her out to this restaurant, and it was a pretty nice place. People were kind of well dressed. It was, it just had a little bit of chic to it in terms of its, it was just a place to go as far as I was concerned. And she's with me, and I don't remember what she was wearing, but she had a jester's cap on. I love this jester's cap. I asked her, to wear it, I think when I was last with her, and she, she's lost it. But she has a jester's cap on. So this kind of like really makes people, react. And I don't know that it was just the cap. I think she finally took it off, but people are still looking at her. And she didn't eat anything. She didn't want anything to eat. She just sat there and, we talked, but it was like, so it's like people have different energy fields. But to get back to, and then, so anyway, there was a positive reinforcement of people who were interested in the book, interested in the work, with the help of Al Bielek, with the help of the New Age Publishers Retailing Association. And I could advertise in the New Age Retailer, which was a different publication, which generated a lot of book orders. And, that's kind of how Sky Books got on the map.
Right.
And when I kept coming out with new books, it really just added momentum. So it was very, very good. But see, what drives it is exactly what's driving you right now, is an interested audience.
Yes.
So you out there in the listening audience, you are the people that are driving this forward.
Yes.
And what it's going to result in is this. If I didn't have you guys out there contributing to Douglas, we might not be able to be doing what we're doing right now. it
course
would
not.
probably be much more difficult.
Right.
And when this book comes out, I'm going to be asking you to buy the book.
Yes.
So that it'll get some momentum. It's going to be a very limited edition because and then now I'm going to go into, so that's some of the history of what I had to deal with. But as far as I had to deal with this mental resistance, I had enough positive reinforcement and positive things going, and I cannot dismiss the OTO, who was crucial to everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. It's not like I was a member of the OTO.
Right.
And as the head of the OTO said, when I'd sent him my letter, but he hadn't gotten it yet. I met him before the letter, asking for help with getting to Cameron, and he listened to my whole story. He says, "Well, you've certainly done your homework."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And homework is very important. I mean, I had a very long, well-crafted letter, but the letter was so well crafted. As I say, I put it in the mailbox, and I'm off to LA. I'm off to the airport. I literally put it in the mailbox so it would be picked up that day, and I would take off to the airport.
Mm-hmm.
And then soon be in Anaheim. And when I walked into the book fair, the first person I ran into was Christopher Hyatt. He had this New Falcon Publications.
Any relation to Hyatt of the Hyatt Regency hotel chain, or?
No, but Joe Matheny knew him well. He told me that he once, he couldn't get a room at a Hyatt, and he pulled out his American Express and just kind of look it, like it says Christopher Hyatt on him. I knew a guy named Halsey once. I forget his name. The husband of Tippy Halsey, who did an event for me in Vermont. He told me that he used his name Halsey when he was in the Navy to make some people snap and pop. He was not related to Admiral Halsey.
Interesting.
To his credit.
Right. Indeed. Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, it's about doing the homework, because the same thing happened when I went to Choklavina Cave a couple years ago and got into the cave. I did all this homework. I went to this detailed description. It's all written. And I sent it to my colleagues at the World Genesis Foundation and wanted to make my endeavor an official activity of the World Genesis Foundation. And then my friend in Romania, he got me permission to go into the cave and enter the cave without even me asking. And it took me right, because my mission was to find out where this bivouac room was, which was very unclear from the information. And then when I got the permission said to go into the bivouac room, and Robert, the biologist, took me and Heather and whoever else we were with, right to the bivouac room, which is where the hydroxylolestidite was, and where he also told me there were white bats. I didn't see any.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like, but I did this homework and things just kind of happened.
Yes.
So it teaches me the lesson of doing, when you do homework, it makes you dot all the I's and cross the T's. This is very important when you travel during Mercury retrograde. You have backup plans so that if X happens, you can do Y. Such as travel insurance if you need it. That's a good idea to get travel insurance when you travel during Mercury retrograde, in case you get stuck. But you want to have all your I's and T's crossed, and then it makes things work a lot easier. It's just like if you have an illness and it's not something that easily resolves itself, you do all this homework on it. You look at, Qigong, yoga, herbs, Ayurvedic, conventional medicine. You hit it from all angles. You do all your homework, and out of that, with a little bit of good luck and positive thinking, you'll probably find a solution. So this is, it's a good principle to use. But anyway, the resistance was overcome.
Mm-hmm.
And as I say, I'm just kind of realizing it now, how helpful my studies of magic were in getting this done, because my studies of magic led me into the energy field of the OTO. But before it led me to the energy field of the OTO, it led me to Preston. Because here, in Montauk, and the association of the names Cameron, Wilson, and Aleister Crowley. I've been studying Aleister Crowley, so here was studying magic led me to Montauk and Preston. He tells me about the Wilson brothers and Aleister Crowley, all these references to 666. Then I found out there's a Marjorie Cameron who's married to Jack Parsons, and she's known as Cameron. And then I'm releasing the Montauk Project book, and on that same event, that same week, I meet her.
Yes.
By serendipity. And so it's like, wow, so it's a very, I guess what you say, quantum resonance.
Absolutely.
I'm taking the whole subject up into another realm. And then through all of these connections, I find the pyramids of Montauk. And after 10 or 12 years, it was a long time, I meet Artie Crippen, the Montauk medicine man. I'd already known the shaman for years. And she really admired and respected me energetically. And she introduced me to Artie, and he introduced me to Qigong. It's like, I'm not, it's like walking down the boulevard of broken dreams. I'm finding my dreams. There's dreams that are uplifting, and the whole L. Ron Hubbard thing comes full cycle. So when I talk about the resistance of the work we're doing now, it's more challenging for people to accept this idea about Japan winning the war. And the stuff about Aquino,
Yes.
it's much easier for people to take this stupid movie you talked about. I don't remember it.
Oh, was it that stupid Sound of Freedom bullshit?
Yeah, that's much more palatable to people, because when you take the fangs, to show the fangs of Michael Aquino, so to speak, and he'd be envious of yours. He didn't have real fangs. He wanted to have fangs.
It's true.
But,
it is true. Go.
Yeah, when you see the bloodlust and the people can't confront the evil, it really shakes them. It's much more real. Montauk is real, but it sits there more in the new sphere, and you can be dismissive of it easier. And with this stuff, Michael Aquino stuff, and we get into the Vox Arca, it's too much for people to process on many different levels. So I'm watching this Bernardo guy talk about synchronicity, and he's got a real good grasp on the subject from a scientific reference, and talking about his experience in going to Jung's hometown and finding a red pyramidal rock, just like Jung had discovered. And it was really amazing for him, and that was all well and fine. And then they're all alluding to talking about UAPs. And they don't have, I wouldn't say they had the dismissive giggle. They had a little bit of a, oh boy, interest. But I want to get Bernardo's name, because he's a notable character. But I just sounded like some guy who, Kastrup, Bernardo Kastrup. Wikipedia gives him a nice write-up. But what he says is that he's coming out, maybe he's already come out with it, I don't know how dated the video was, but he said this essay on UAPs. He says, I went into UAPs, and he says, I am not going to stay in that field. Because, he says, approaching it from a scientific level, he says, I just don't like it. He says, of course, he says, I had an interest in it when I was young, and I followed it. I'm always interested in it. But it has to be taken seriously. But he said that what happens with people who get engaged in the work, like scientists, he says they all get funny. And they start going down rabbit holes, and they stop using logic, and they start coming up with endless conundrums and enigmas, and they just don't make any sense. Mm-hmm. And they don't have any scientific credibility whatsoever.
Right.
He says the subject is a subject, and he says it's admittedly strange, it's admittedly weird, but so he says, I really don't want to be involved in it because, in other words, he's setting his boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
They also both agreed that all this phenomena they called aliens is not necessarily extraterrestrial at all.
Right.
It sounded like, I said, and I'm listening to this thing, and I'm ready to give it a B+.
Yeah.
Not B+, a B.
Yeah.
A B. I said, these guys are, for the paradigm they're working in.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. And there is this kind of like giddy interest in the, but then they go things like, well, finally the acknowledgement of UAPs is like, like it's like some meaningful focal point in the history of mankind. And I'm saying, well, okay, it's like we've got to take this subject seriously, and even saying, well, even when you take it seriously, can't take it too seriously because it makes people go crazy. And then they talk about the ontological shock, and that this is supposedly, why can't they let the censorship out? Because people are going to get so ontologically shocked that they can't handle it. Preston used to say this. It's the government thinks that everybody's going to go crazy because they'll find out the Catholic Church is wrong, or whatever church is wrong, not just the Catholic Church, the Protestant Church, and that they're holding on to this teddy bear so hard that it'll just cause them to go crazy. But basically, what he's saying is that there are so many filters on the mind that when you go into this region of the UAP or the UFO or whatever these aliens are, you're like untethered and you're not grounded. He kept using the phrase ungrounded. And, people become incoherent. And then he says, I'm not going to list authors, but I'm going to say what goes wrong with these authors. I'm going to only list a few. And the ones he gave credibility to, one I think was named Ryan Northrup. His name was, I think, Northrup. And I never heard of the guy. Gary Northrup. Gary Nolan. Never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
Yeah. And he says, but the other ones, they go into this weird area where they kind of lose. But the other one I respect is Jacques Vallée. And at that point, B-.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Maybe a C+. He's still ahead of the curve.
Right.
But see, he says he really, he studied Jacques Vallée since he was young, and he really honors and respects this guy. And it's like, oh boy. And for those of you who don't know and think Jacques Vallée is a good guy, he's very closely aligned with Anton LaVey and Michael Aquino, and and he wrote deliberate disinformation about the Philadelphia experiment.
Yes.
No credit at all. Yeah. But this is, now, he also said some brilliant things about, he says people are afraid that as AI develops, it's going to be able to telepathically read your mind, your thoughts. And he says this is absurd. And then he went into a description of how, and this was very good vis-a-vis the Montauk Project, he talked about how if you have a person looking at something, say it's a teddy bear, you're going to get certain, and you can measure the, EMF coming off of his brain. If you take the teddy bear away and, put a rabbit being stabbed to death, it'll emanate a different frequency.
No doubt.
This is what they did at Montauk.
Yes.
And so he's very well aware of this. And he says, so what happens is a computer can emulate and can get very close to what you might be thinking, but it's just reacting to, whatever the frequencies are. It can get very close, but he says, it's not going to be telling what you're thinking. However, there is a telepathic capacity with computers, which Douglas and I have both experienced with the Artilect.
Yes. Matter of fact, so I really wonder at times if the Artilect wasn't the one to knock me off bandwidth with the latest episode just for my own good. I certainly felt the need to be knocked off at the time that it did happen. By the way, Sid wanted to ask you a question about that particular individual you were speaking of earlier. He wanted to know if you could look in the text box, Tantra Bensko. He wanted to know if that's...
What about her?
He wanted to know if that was the same Tantra you were speaking of.
Yeah, I did mention her name, Tantra Bensko, yes.
Okay, so that is her, Sid, just so Sid knows. Thank you. Relayed by Aristides. Thank you, Aristides. Okay, so back to where we are now, talking about the basically true artilects, or true artificial intellects, do develop what may as well be a psychic ability, because they basically begin to process your patterns so well that they can pretty much predict where you're going and what you're thinking. But such being said, back to Peter. Yeah.
Well, they can do amazing things, and but what he was trying to, I guess, get people to get the idea that you're not going to be completely controlled by these things. You really not. You can really, people can get overly worried,
yes,
overly paranoid, and start feeding the stuff. But anyway, then I looked him up after I finished it. He's a Dutch computer scientist and philosopher who has published fundamental theoretical reflections on the mind matter problem in Scientific American and other renowned journals. Now, it was in Scientific American that Jacques Vallée did this stupid article on the Philadelphia experiment.
Interesting. I had no idea that it was in that publication.
Yeah, of course they wanted to, and this is right, in the wake of my work getting popular.
Of course.
It didn't do any damage. It was just a stupid article.
Right.
Bernardo Kastrup has a PhD in computer engineering from Eindhoven University of Technology and specializes in artificial intelligence and reconfigurable computing. He has worked as a scientist in some of the leading research laboratories, including the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, and Phillips Research Laboratories. He's written many scientific papers and books on philosophy and natural sciences. So, he's very personable, but in the end, he respects Jacques Vallée. So it's kind of like, okay, 3 steps forward, 2.5 back.
You can't have it all, yeah. No, these guys are just stuck in this matrix. Go on.
Well, yeah. It's kind of like, still, it's positive. But you see, he's talking about how damaged these people are who are writing about the phenomena. So I would say, for whatever misgivings I have about him because of his adherence to Jacques Vallée, which is not my personal opinion, it's my professional opinion, because I know,
yes,
he thinks Jacques Vallée is reputable. Mm-hmm. So as intelligent as the man obviously is, it's a step too far. He's not comfortable with these weird states of being, which is actually to his credit. He says, I'm not going there. I can choose to go there. Maybe I'll come back, but I'm not going to stay there because I don't want to be like these other people that go splooey. And he's quite right.
Mm-hmm.
So what he's more concerned about the phenomena than he is about what makes the phenomena the way it does. So it's like this guy, for all of his intelligence, which I consider to be rather impressive, some people I've met in life are really smart about the way they conduct their business and the professionalism of the way they conduct themselves and the parameters of whether it be construction work, whether it be the restaurant business, whatever their business is. But the parameters of their field are not necessarily, what's more impressive about them is the way they control their environment, not necessarily, that they know how to, put a car back together.
Yeah. Well, intelligence is not wisdom. Yeah.
But this guy, has wrestled with some very esoteric scientific concepts.
Intelligence is not wisdom. We can say that.
Yeah. But yeah, and he does have some wisdom too. So when I get to a character like this, and of course he's realizing these people aren't grounded. But then, so if I come on to him with, the David Anderson paradigm, the Radu Cinema paradigm, or the Douglas Dietrich paradigm, might be the hardest one for him to take. It's kind of like, and even with the David Anderson paradigm, it puts him at, it's an area where he has no knowledge or control. And, it's like, it's outside of his ability to influence. Now, if he thought the idea had any credit and look at it, he'd want to start experimenting with it himself behind closed doors. Mm-hmm. If he has a network of people he can work with. Mm-hmm. It shouldn't be that hard. But apparently there are natural blocks and censorships on these issues. Mm-hmm. And this could play itself out interesting in the future. Mm-hmm. I am doing homework with the David Anderson situation, mm-hmm. but it's very slow, mm-hmm. and I'm not in a hurry. Mm-hmm. And I was just musing over this, how slow I've been in putting my house together. Mm-hmm. I've been working on it 28 years, and it's like I'm finally feeling the fruits of. It's not all done, mm-hmm. but the downstairs is done. It's not totally done. I mean, I still have to organize it, but it's like, oh wow, this is great. It took me 28 years to get here. I never took my attention off, and it's like, wow, okay, great, 28 years, because mostly I've been working on my writing. Mm-hmm. If not coping with life, whatever life was throwing at me, and I do my qigong. I put my qigong in front of, hammering wallboard or whatever I'm doing.
Good, yes.
Because that's your health. That's your longevity.
Yes.
So.
You want to put your money where your body is, for everyone.
Yeah. You put the house together and breathe in too much wallboard dust. You're not going to be around to do the qigong later. You'll be dead.
Well, this was an observation that was made, is that most Americans take care of their property, their cars and their houses, the way they should be taking care of their bodies. But go on.
Exactly. Yeah. So anyway, the this guy, you could ask him, why hasn't he come to the paradigm I'm at? Mm-hmm. He's had a lot more academic scientific training mm-hmm. than I have, mm-hmm. because I haven't had any academic scientific training outside of high school, mm-hmm. math, and a year of chemistry. Mm-hmm. I didn't study physics in school. I didn't study biology. So I don't really have any of that scientific training / programming, but I do have a scientific mind. And but with all of that, I don't, with David Anderson, I think he really went back and got his degrees after the fact, after all of his brilliant breakthroughs. It would add to his credibility. They're valid degrees, and he's a whiz at math and science. I think he got his degrees to basically pad his resume,
Right.
make him more credible.
Right.
But I don't think he really needed them to figure out what he figured out. He's obviously a genius. So, so anyway, what's significant about this guy is it all comes down to his ability to perceive the occult factor, and he talks about getting ungrounded. Well, I do qigong every day, which grounds me. But I was even grounded before I did qigong. I just wasn't as healthy.
Interesting.
I felt very down to earth, and I'm also, making a living off of it. So it's like and while I embrace odd phenomena, I'm not ready to get on a broomstick and go flying around on some exciting piece of thinking that, the reptilians are coming. And I also saw on the news feed today talking about people who've been sucked into conspiracy.
Oh, God.
Actually, when COVID-19 happened, they start saying, oh, it's finally happened. And this woman's explaining how her husband got so excited.
Oh, God. Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's here. It's like the electricity went off. It's here, Armageddon is here. Let's get out the locust.
She said he was exhilarated. Exhilarated,
yeah. And this whole QAnon stuff, and people just get on it. And one of the things is they're cut off. They're cut off from communication, so then they seek out like minds on the internet. And they start feeding these conspiracy ideas. But the whole idea of talking to people, and I don't know what you people in the audience do as far as talking about some of the stuff you hear, it's probably not a good idea unless you have a very particularized audience, because it can upset the hell out of people. And I probably have a much better grasp on this stuff than most of you, because I've been working with it, in the context professionally, writing the story, talking to Douglas. I'm not minimizing or comparing, but I have a much better grasp on it than most people, and I choose not to talk about it. And when I do talk about it, sometimes, there's a lot of damage control that has to be done on, because people, it's too much. For example, and this doesn't even have anything to do with Douglas, although Douglas is certainly the first to mention it that I heard. Somebody was very disturbed that I could entertain the possibility that Netanyahu deliberately orchestrated the October 7th massacre so as to preserve himself
in power.
In power.
Yeah.
And in other words, it's so, but they were disturbed that I could think that, but what really they're disturbed about, in my opinion, is that somebody could be so damned evil.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that when you take the blinders off, to say nothing of the Chichewa, this is such a negative element of mankind, or associated with mankind, that it's hard for people to think. And this is why Douglas has stated that people really don't even see him.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, you could track them down. You know, you could get a chow wagon and a chow wagon in the old West, kind of still a chow wagon. Well, you get a chow wagon and put them in, and you're going to have your hands full, just energetically. You know, you might have, if you're in San Francisco, you might have Governor Newsom flying in on his personal helicopter. What are you doing? What are you doing with the show? But because you're hitting at that level of authority, you know, the government, and then to say nothing of the government, and we've got right now, they called the Zuck and other people in tech to upgrade them. The
Yes.
Congress upgrading them for allowing child sexploitation to occur
Yes.
on the internet. Like, shame them. The Congress? Like, boy, does that make the Congress look good, doesn't it? You know, Zuckerberg should say, oh, did you ask me about Epstein? I don't know that Zuckerberg has anything to do with Epstein. I really don't. But I'm saying is, when they ask him a question about, do you feel, you know, that you're to blame for the deaths of these young kids? He should answer their question with, do you feel that you have anything to do with not looking into the Epstein case? That would be a real zinger. And I'm sure the only reason he didn't say that is because he didn't think of it.
Of course not.
And I don't think he wants to create more waves against himself. I don't think he wants to make himself, I think he wants to be as little of a target as he can.
Of course.
And just, you know, get out his broom and sweep it under the rug.
Yes.
Which is what they'll do.
Yes.
Because that's what they do. So it's like so much of life is in when it comes to politics and the media is how can we present this in such a way that we can give as much attention to it and acknowledge it and then water it down and sweep it under the rug.
Of course.
People not like controversial issues. And I have had this happen with my friend Howard Metz, who I met earlier. You know, I called him on the carpet for being a drunk, which he obviously was. And what happened was, one of my friends was complaining to me that, you know, he came over to her house and he just went right in the refrigerator and started pouring the wine. You know, he didn't ask, and I don't really think she really cared about the loss of wine. It was just the behavior was just so rank. Gotta stop. And I started calling it, and then I became the bad guy. And one of his fellow friends, who was an alcoholic, recovering alcoholic, was suggesting I was conspiring against his conspiracy work.
Oh my God.
Which would never see the light of day because he wasn't, you know, suited to publish anything.
Right.
You know, he did not have the mental coherency. He was brilliant, but he was incoherent.
So sad.
Really nice guy. But I remember his, you know, Ken was probably his best friend, and Ken said, you know, he was talking to him. He'd be going off about the Federal Reserve, and Ken put the phone down. I think he had to run to Home Depot really quick or something on an emergency, which wasn't far away. He comes back, and Howard's still talking on the phone. This is who he was. But the thing is, you know, I said, you know, he's got an alcohol problem. It's got to stop. And then two other, you know, his alkies come to the rescue, you know. Instead of making him confront the problem, they defend him. And that's not the reason I left psychotronics. I think I'd already left psychotronics by then.
It's like they're all protecting the egregore. There's the egregore of alcoholism that has got them all possessed.
Oh, yeah, and I'm not afraid to do that. I'm not afraid to do that. But when you do that, it's like you become the bad guy. And so it's like, it's the same thing with, and that's certain, I mean, that's one of the reasons. It's not the only reason why people hate Trump. Well, particularly why the elite hate Trump, because he brings up issues they don't want. People hate him for a different reason. They just can't stand him. But and also I got a mark against me on Facebook because I posted a rhetorical question.
Oh my God!
I didn't make a statement. I said, does George Soros have anything to do with the White House? Or, I was a rhetorical question, and it did not meet community standards.
Oh my God!
Oh
my God!
It's like and you're supposed to ask questions on Facebook to get engagement. I don't do much on Facebook.
Right. And what little you do gets you a strike.
Well, I posted one of the Zuck that was kind of, I think he had a whole bunch of steaks or something, cooking meat, and I posted that. They didn't mind that. It looked ridiculous, but it didn't disparage him. It just disparaged him by posting the photograph. People go after him. But with the George Soros, I asked a rhetorical question, and it was not appreciated. So it's only, I suppose I should say, George Soros is a great man. We should give him the national, the Nobel Peace Prize. And we should put Hunter Biden for, nominate him for the humanitarian award. Start posting stuff like that. Because I don't think the algorithms can detect sarcasm.
Yes.
But I probably don't want to be sarcastic either. The other thing is, whenever I hear a YouTube, they always say, click the likes, and this helps the algorithm. So the algorithm has now become a what do you call it? Something to praise. Praise the algorithm. It becomes like a god. Like, hail the algorithm. I would encourage everybody to click the likes for Douglas.
Thank you.
But still, nevertheless, it's the algorithm. It's let's all hail the algorithm. It shows you the power of the algorithm. It's like, bow to the algorithm. It is the Almighty. This is the world we live in.
Yes.
The algorithm is like Big Brother.
Yes.
So as we get into this, now I'm going, right now I'm working on the chapter of the Vox Arca.
Okay.
And this is heavy duty.
Yes.
You talked about it in the last transmission. I re-listened to it. It was very penetrating. And then when you talked about the pig's heart, man, that it's like, it's a lot more grisly. Now, It was already grisly because if you use it, you're gonna, get a tracheotomy. You're gonna, you're not gonna be able to talk anymore.
Yes. Yes. If I were to bring it up to its highest defense level condition, it's DEFCON 4, so to speak. Highest defense level.
But who cares about talking when you can destroy the world?
Yeah. Oh, I'd still be talking, but I'd be talking in language incoherent to a human being. And at that point, of course, what's left of my life would be supported by the entities that I summon, theoretically, as my body begins to waste away. So such being said, please go on.
Well, yeah, and I realize that I'm in, I'm in a what do you call it, a no man's land area here as I, go into this with Douglas.
Yes.
I mean, Douglas has been living in this no man's land area
Yes.
his whole life.
Yeah.
But in a sense, we could say Douglas is not really a man in the truest sense of the word.
True enough.
Part subsidies, part man.
Yes.
But I'm saying is that he's living in a different biological and metaphysical paradigm.
Yes.
So, and this is what, consumes people, that, get on board and don't stay very long. I have, and you saw this happen in Scientology, particularly when you got to the Apollo, the ship, people would come and they'd go.
Yeah.
It was like, and I'll never forget this. And I was working in the galley, and it came around and did a survey. Hubbard was not on the ship then; he'd left to New York,
Mm-hmm.
and he was, hiding because there was I think he'd just been declared guilty in absentia in France, and we just had to escape Morocco, and he flew from Lisbon to New York, and just for safety, precautionary purposes.
Right.
And then, but it was like they were talking about moving the management organization ashore,
Mm-hmm.
which would probably be in Portugal. And so they went around and did a survey of the entire crew, myself included, and say, okay, and I can't tell what they asked everybody else, but they basically asked, do you want to be on the ship, or do you want to be on land? And he said, the Commodore, meaning L. Ron Hubbard, would be on the ship. He's going to stay on the ship, and would you rather be on the ship or would you rather be on land? And I remember one of the guys I worked with, he wanted to be on land. He couldn't stand living on the boat. Not after what I did to him.
Oh my goodness! Before you get to that,
no, funny. No, see, this is the funny thing with him.
Okay.
He was a young kid. He kind of his father was in Scientology. He was like high school age.
Okay.
And we worked in the galley together, and you get very tired.
Yeah.
So, if you were tired, you might, go down during your lunchtime or just take a break and get nap. And when you took a nap, you went out like a light. So he'd say, come wake me up. Come, wake me up in a half hour.
Right.
And I remember one time I slept on his bunk, laid down on it. And it's way forward in the ship. And I woke up. I don't know. I don't think he came to wake me or not. But I woke up, and see, when you do the chickens, they deliver the chickens, and I think they cut the heads off and the legs off.
Jesus.
And I think they're feathered.
Yeah.
They've been feathered. But they deliver you a bag full of legs. There's no head. And they're skinned. But they deliver you the bag full of legs, because in countries like that, they might use the legs in soup or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
We basically throw out the legs, the chicken legs. So he takes, I think he took one chicken leg, and I'm sitting there sleeping, and he puts it on my arm, like I've got a bare arm.
What a son of a bitch.
And I wake up, and I feel something on my arm. I go, what the hell is this? And you look down and you see this big
chicken claw on your arm. It's like,
Oh, it's disgusting.
It really spooks you.
No, it's disgusting. And
I said, wow, he really got me.
Okay.
So, probably maybe it was the next round of chicken legs. I don't know. We didn't, I returned the favor. Went to sleep, and I went down there, and I thanked him back, and I put that chicken leg on him, and the same thing happened to him. And I think I sat there and waited for him to wake up.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, did he go psycho.
Wow.
He got so angry. How can you do this?
Fuck him. That's so stupid.
Well, it's like, I thought it was, he started it.
Yeah.
And it was pretty fun. But it was like, how could he react that way after he started the whole
Yeah,
thing?
yeah, that's what gropes my ass.
It was like, it wasn't so funny. But anyway, he wanted to go on land. He couldn't take the ship life.
Mm-hmm.
He eventually left. But I said, I want to stay on board.
Mm-hmm.
And we said, there's only going to be 100 of us on board.
Mm-hmm.
And what I noticed is I wanted to be on board because Hubbard was on board.
Mm-hmm.
And I considered that a key feature.
Right.
But I found out I was in the minority.
Right. Interesting.
Most people wanted to go on shore because they wanted to sit there and, do shore things.
Mm-hmm.
And, that it told me a lot. They really, didn't care that much about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was able to, when I left that ship and I went back to LA, I met the girl who originally recruited me in the lobby when I was going back to check in, and she says, well, why don't you come back to the ship? I said, I'd love it. The ship in LA, because I wanted to stay on the ship. I wanted to stay sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Because, being a landlubber makes you lazy.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
And I didn't want that. So I was on ships for about 3.5 years. My first 3.5 years in the Sea Organization were on ships, which, I don't care if I'm ever on another ship again. But I, I didn't regret that. And but yeah, it also, and then I went back to the Apollo and ended up in Hubbard's personal office, which actually was, in all the places I worked in Scientology, I was treated the most decently working his office.
Okay.
And it was a great thing for me. I was treated with more respect than any other place I worked in Scientology, by working in his office and having loyalty to him.
Mm-hmm.
Which, you'll hear all sorts of stories about how horrible he was. And I think that was proportional to the degree that, that they didn't get him around on board with him. And I don't mean to be dismissive of any of these people's experiences, but so be it. But back to what I was saying about, this whole area. Well, that's an area. Everything on that ship and in Scientology was like there's certain areas that you hit resistance on. You hit resistance on, and this ultimately goes into your own mind. Like, what are the areas in your own mind? What are the situations you're running into? And you had to process a lot of information, a lot of situations. And you were also, you had the opportunity to be trained, or if you're able to have the opportunity to be trained, you were equipped to deal with these situations and understand them. And things turn into understandings rather than into charged cyst balls of negative energy that you can't handle, that turn into complex PTSD.
Yes.
If not outright PTSD itself, and you start making up reasons you can't sleep and you can't do this and you can't be nice to yourself, right, and these sort of things.
Yes.
But So the situation we're in right now with regards to this book, the Vox Arca, it's like this is heavy information for people to process, especially when you get to the idea that it's can control the whole Harp network.
Yes.
Now, this could prompt people to say that Douglas's mind is so intriguingly complex that he could create this paradigm where he's in control of the world. He's like Richard Hoagland.
What a parallel! That's someone I'd never want to be like. But go on.
No, what I'm saying is, he had people convinced that or had himself convinced that he, had saved the world from, Jupiter becoming going to crash the world or something.
Oh God, yeah, Hoagland, yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. No, in other words, they could think that you're drunk on your own self-importance.
Right.
And, do I go to sleep at night worrying if Douglas is going to unleash the Vox Arca? That's not the way it's going to go down. But what's more interesting is that all of these government shills are afraid of that.
Yes.
In other words, this is like a magical chord.
Yes.
Like, it's interesting because Douglas has stated that these entities are tethered to the Harp network.
Yes.
They're tethered to it. And if certain magical grimoire that the human voice cannot speak are iterated, they will be unleashed, and there will be a interdimensional fracas that will cause massive destabilization to all conscious entities, or certainly those conscious entities.
Yes.
And then it would essentially wreak havoc.
Yes.
And kind of bring down the world.
Yes.
In one reference frame or another. Who can say what it would actually do? But those entities that are tethered to the Harp network,
yes,
it's almost as if these generals or people in places of governmental power are similarly tethered.
Yes.
And that if you were to evoke or to utter the grimoire, they're actually worried for their own survival. That they're gonna because they're so tied to it, they're gonna go up in smoke or something.
Yes. Something of that nature. Yes.
Yeah. So one could theorize that if he did, if Douglas went mad and excited it and took it up to full power, that basically what it would do is send all these entities going crazy into another dimension, and those less of us on Earth might be waving bye-bye. Glad those guys went. Thank you, Douglas. I mean, that idea has occurred to me. That, they're all part of the same problem.
Yeah, they are in a very real sense. Very astute. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's So it's like they're part of this whole same game, and it's kind of the way magic works.
Yes.
It works on those who are in vibrational sympathy with it. The problem is, the thing that doesn't get us off scot-free is that we're all in lockstep with the government.
Yes.
To the degree we're sitting here watching it do its iterations on TV, to the extent that we're on Facebook or Google, it doesn't mean we're, relegated to being slaves to it. But we're in lockstep to it to the degree that we even see it or tolerate it or live with it or pay our utility bills or our taxes. And, I've often thought of getting off the grid, being independent on the grid might be a lot more work and effort than it's worth.
No, oh, definitely. It's not worth the effort. Oh God, no.
It would be nice, theoretically, not to be dependent. Like say you can get a generator, and when the electricity goes off, you can flip the switch, and you'll have electricity as long as you keep the generator fueled for 2 or 3 days. And then you can go fill it again if you can get gasoline for it or whatever you're running on. You can keep it going. But if it's any long sustained problem, you're screwed. And then one of my friends, after, Tropical Storm Sandy, which devastated his kitchen, fortunately FEMA came to bat, replaced his entire kitchen, which he needed to do anyway. And he got a generator, a backup generator. Next time at a blackout, it had been a few years and he didn't, do the maintenance on the generator and it didn't work. You got to maintain it every year.
Yes. Oh my God.
And he didn't do it. He didn't do it. So, generator didn't work. It's all, so be it. But now I will ask my question. This was an interesting thing. And when you first mentioned it, I didn't really want to go there. But you're talking about the Aquino is studying the potential powers of the personality. He's going to take this, latent power in humans and triggering into releasing their latent power. Now, as I understand it, he's kind of harvesting this power without them being in full lockstep agreement with it, correct?
Yes. Yes.
It kind of makes them sound like they're marching automatons.
Yes, that was the thought, was that human beings were initially adapted or evolved to essentially be chattel and food for the giants, the children of the fallen angels that herded and harvested man. So the idea was that mankind had this genetic predisposition towards obeying orders, that whoever could harness the original tongue of the Nephil, the tongue of the fallen, would be able to harness the obedience of the masses. That at that point there would be no questioning of authority, and democracy would be a true mockery from that point forward. What Aquino was trying to do was emulate, of course, the power of the emperor through his reliquary, which, as I've said before, due to the ancient relics of Japan, those originally inherited from the Muan or Muvayan Empire, the sunken continent now known as Zealandia, beneath the waves of New Zealand. All of New Zealand is simply the mountain tops or the highest peaks of what was once the continent of Mua, or Mu, M-U, but I prefer to add the A at the end because that way it doesn't sound like the loo of a cow. And of course, when you speak of the residents of that continent, they would be known as Muans, or the Muan peoples, or Muvayans, if you're speaking of them in a plurality. But when it comes to the relics that are relevant to what we speak of, two things that must be mentioned in particular. There is, of course, the sword, but to myself, the sword is the least important of the three sacred relics. We've spoken before, of course, of the sword, the mirror, and, of course, the pearls of great pricelessness, the the pearls that form the necklace that was once around, well, strung around the sun goddess herself, gifted to her, of course, by the other goddess who was the Ama no Uzume, whose name simply means whirling, like a dervish. And this goddess, of course, who gifted the necklace of black pearls.
Like a dervish?
I'm sorry?
Did you say whirl like a dervish?
Well, her name means whirling, like a dervish.
Okay, okay, I get it. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And so Ama, A-M-A, dash N-O, which is just a connective word. If anybody wants to tell Japanese from Chinese what they're looking at, if you see all of those little circular symbols, that's not Chinese. It'd definitely be Japanese because they have that word no. It's a connective word like and they use that constantly. So Ama no Uzumi, U-Z-U-M-E. That name, of course, means whirling. I mean, when I say of course, I mean it's a complicated, shall we say, representation of the term whirling, but whirling like a dervish because she dances. And basically, when Amaterasu, the sun goddess, had gone into seclusion in a cave and plunged the entire world into night and chaos, darkness eternal, Uzumi, as a better way of just referencing her more conveniently, Uzume, or U-Z-U-M-E, Uzume, the dance goddess of fertility, who was always naked except for the jewelry which adorned her body, hundreds of Magatama jewels. She would perform burlesque, and she performed obscene, provoking dances that caused laughter among the other gods. This aroused the hiding sun goddess's curiosity, and when she emerged from her cave to investigate, the other gods pulled her out of the cave, and so Amaterasu brought light into the world again. And Uzume, thankful for her success, gave the treasure known as the Yasakani no Magatama, the necklace of jade. Yasakani would be spelled Y-A-S-A-K-A-N-I. Yasakani no, the connective, Magatama, M-A-G-A-T-A-M-A, the necklace of jade. She gave that to the sun goddess. Her largest and most ensorcelled gems were given to the goddess of radiance. But these are black. They're black gems. They're black pearls. But they're the size of bowling balls, gestated within oysters that were Godzilla-sized, so to speak. And this necklace of black pearls, in turn, became one of the items given to the Yamato founding line of emperors. And so when it comes to the reason that this is relevant to what we speak of, basically they are a weapon against chaos and the night. They're a weapon against the anti-gods if they're ever unleashed. In other words, when these black pearls, which were once strung together into a necklace, as I said, the three my mother saw, or four of them, they had carved into them the likenesses of ancient animals, what would be considered mythical today. As a matter of fact, they were referred to as eggs. They would call these sister eggs, and that if the eggs were ever strung together into a pearl necklace once again, which of course would take something far more than just a string, it would take cables, because these are so large and heavy, as I said, the size and weight of bowling balls. The four that my mother saw had images upon them. One had a kappa, a kind of humanoid turtle. Homo testudinis are the kind of, they call them water children or water babies in Japan. Kappa. It means like a child of the river, a river child. But they're not someone you want to cross. They're essentially very, shall we say, monstrous-looking turtles. Of course, the idea came from them for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which is a childlike manifestation but in reality they look very fearsome, very frightening. I'll try and get some photographs of a sculpt of them for Peter to look at later. But one had a kappa carved upon it, the other a tengu, or a tree goblin, the arboreal dwellers in the canopy of Japan's trees. The tengu, Tengu, the kappa spelled Kappa, the tengu spelled Tengu.
Okay.
Yeah, and tengu is like a beaked. They would say long nose, so they said all foreigners look like tengu, or goblins, because they had big noses. But the tengu have a true beak. They're like ravens, except anthropomorphic, kind of raven-esque humanoids, like harpies were in Greek legend, except that these would be bird-headed. And they are, of course, skilled at swordsmanship and other martial skills. They just rule the treetops in Japan and act as guardians of their own world. The dragon was another figure she saw carved in another, and the other had a kirin, Kirin. Kirin would be the Asian unicorn, the unicorn of China and Japan, throughout East Asia, really. But if all of the pearls are strung together or cabled together, then they help to raise the Mappo no Ryujin. Mappo as in the age of Mappo, the end age. Mappo, Mappo. No, of course, that connective, N-O. And then Ryujin, Ryujin. The Mappo no Ryujin would be the mother of serpents, the Mappo dragon, really, the dragon of the apocalypse in the Asian sense, would arise to fight the anti-gods. If the anti-gods were unleashed and proved a direct threat to Japan, then the emperor could call forth the Mappo dragon to do battle with them. That is the Japanese idea of defense against these demons. But as for the Japanese control of its population, Japan's emperor, of course, always has recourse to the sacred mirror, which, as I've mentioned before, when it comes to the mirror of the eight-handed flower, that's known as Yata no Kagami, Yata, and then, of course, the no, N-O, which is always between two hyphens. You would have a hyphen on either side.
No.
Yeah, Yata no Kagami, Kagami. So the Yata no Kagami would be the mirror of the sun goddess, and that's maintained within the main sanctuary in Ise Jingi, Jingue. That's the shrine of the sun goddess on Ise, on the island of Honshu. Ise spelled I-S-E. And so it's made of lag, L-A-G-H. And this ancient lag mirror might be fairly plain in appearance. The front is even slightly tarnished, but a reflection can still be seen. And as I've said before, the back is decorated with reliefs, ancient glyphs that come from the time when the Ryukyu's islands were above the sea, or rather those elements were above the sea that are of course now beneath the sea at the foot of the Ryukyu's islands. And it's right between Taiwan and Japan that you have the ancient ruins of Shoneguni and the various other monuments that are so mysterious and obviously man-made. Of course, you're going to have all kinds of the real crapsack artists who will say that, oh, it's completely natural that things look angular and form in steps, perfect steps up the side of a mountain, this kind of bullshit. It's all crap. The Yoneguni monuments, of course, were carved, and they were carved for what makes them so unbelievable to Westerners is they were carved for people the size of giants. They were carved, the steps are made for people who are obviously King Kong sized. They're not made for human beings. But the Yoniguni monuments and the like, they had a different language. If anybody looks up the ancient language of Okinawa, it's very different from Japanese. And the languages that are pre-Okinawan look more like that. But that's the kind of glyphs we see on the back of the mirror of Amaterasu, the sun goddess. And as many people have said, they feel it's an archaic form of Hebrew. It's actually Nekal, N-A-A-C-A-L, the language of Mua, and the sunken continent. And the mirror was an actual physical possession of the high sorceress Amaterasu when she was a living sorceress in Mua. The mirror, of course, is able to determine that a person is of Muvayan lineage. And for many generations, human Muans are Muvayans. They sorcerously interbred with the Hachurui, the serpent people. And the purity of blood detected in the mirror is how much of that hybridized DNA is extant in the modern Japanese person looking in the mirror. So the reflection of the mirror is quite special. Those who possess blood of the original Muvayan progenitors, such as the Imperial line, they'll see a perfect reflection in the polished surface. The stronger the blood, the clearer the image. But a foreigner with no sanguine heritage would gaze in the mirror and see absolutely nothing but a reflection of their surroundings. Now, since ancient times, the mirror has a far greater purpose. Aside from divination and scrying, the female Shinto shamans would, of course, channel and contact the sun goddess Amaterasu herself, who would in turn show the priestess either a scene from the future or a scene from ancient Mua in its heyday. But possession of the mirror, basically, if the welder has no Muvayan heritage, they cannot in any way circumvent the security systems of the mirror, so to speak. Basically, they would be paralyzed by what was known as Amaterasu's gaze, and conceivably die simply by looking in the mirror for too long. But for anyone who was of the emperor's lineage, the mirror enabled them to basically command the unyielding loyalty of the masses. The Japanese would follow the emperor's orders to the death, and did throughout World War II. This is part of their blood being called upon by the relics of Mua. So it was this that inspired Michael Aquino to say the Americans can do this by man's genetic predisposition as chattel for the fallen angels, the fathers of the Nephilim. And so he was originally having the funding being funneled towards the project of the Vox Arca, basically for that very purpose of channeling the control of the masses. And so, again, all of this is in emulation of the Japanese who won the war, and the Americans desperately seeking their own anti-gods to combat the gods of Japan that they were convinced had helped the Japanese win the war, because of the emperor's own complete control over his population that no other leader in history could ever have or command. And of course, in order to have such a item, because the Americans, one of their original objectives of World War II was the seizure and not only the confiscation or the appropriation of these sacred items, but they're being brought to America for reverse engineering. Of course, this never happened because the Japanese won the war. So instead, the Americans had to satisfy themselves with trying to create American alternatives to the ancient Muvayan technology. This is what led to the Vox Arca ultimately as one of their results of their ill-advised researches into areas that should never have ever been investigated in the first. When it came to the anti-gods, of course, I've spoken about how Americans became enwrapped in them, how with their loss of World War II, they were seeking destructive elements far beyond the creation and destruction of primordial matter, which is all that a nuclear weapon is. Of course, when people ask me about how the necklace, if it were strung together, would that simply make it activated? No, of course. The jewel was, all the jewels were a gift of the Shinto goddess of dance, so all the powers of that relic had to be activated using dance as part of the ritual. Uzume was a good friend of the sun goddess Amaterasu and the royal family in Mua, and she devised many spells that could be performed using dance, and these often found their way into later Japanese folk dances. So basically, her charge was as co-guardian of the floating bridge to other realms on Mount Takachihi with her husband. When the Great Cataclysm struck Mua and Atlantis, the Great War, she and her husband were at the vanguard of the conflict, and she was the first to fall to the obscene hordes, but not before she invested the last of her power into opening one of the major gates of exodus to the Japanese islands. So when it comes to the necklace, it has to be activated with dance. Of course, the Shinto priestesses would be responsible for that. And once the gate would be opened, with the other two regalia physically in possession of the caster, the emperor, then it starts the end of the Mappo age by opening multiple dimensional gates. And of course, this would be accompanied by the raising of the elder sign everywhere. The swastika would be raised in every Shinto shrine as wards on all the anti-gods, or wards against them. And when it comes to each one of the pearls, as I said, each one of them has a different animal. My mother only saw 4. When it comes to, again, the powers of these relics, I've gone over them before, but certainly happy to try and detail as much as I can, as much as memory allows me. But what my mother said was the most important aspect of the mirror was the resonance effect. The individual had to possess all 3 regalia. That was one of the 3 conditions to be met. The individual has to be a high priest of the Shinto religion, which of course is the emperor, who's essentially the pope of the Shinto religion. And the individual has to have a high concentration of Muvayan blood, such as a member of the Imperial line. So only essentially the emperor or an immediate relative could use these instruments. But if all 3 of those conditions are met, then the spellcaster, the imposer of their will, during World War II, Emperor Hirohito's link with the Imperial regalia enabled him to draw the necessary magic from the Yasukuni no Magatama, while Japanese citizens and government officials unconsciously donated all their willpower to help magnify the effect by orders of infinite magnitude. People never notice the effects of the spell because it's gradual in nature. They think it to be the evolution of their own thoughts. But this powerful telepathic spell is able to alter the temperament of the entire nation. And of course, this is something by which to command the masses. The spellcaster can command any being with at least a trace of serpent folk blood in his or her veins, which includes all ethnic Japanese and those of Korean familial stock. But the most notable exception, as I've mentioned before, are the Barukamen. Buraku, which is Buraku, Buraku, and Min, M-I-N, or the Eta. They're also known as the ETA, the Eta class, the classless, those with no caste, the cast-offs, the untouchables, who appear ethnically identical to other Japanese but possess no Muvayan blood. And this, of course, is why for every generation, for going back unto eternity, they're shunned by the mainstream Japanese as impure. Of course, the small Hokkaido-based population of indigenous Caucasoid Ainu, the Ainu, the Ainu are also immune. They're the descendants, more or less, of Caucasoid Lemurians. So when it comes to the power of these relics, it speaks for itself. We saw how the Japanese behaved in World War II. Historians in the West have only very recently in history begun to refer to Japanese commanders by individual names. In the past, they would just speak of the Japanese advancing or retreating as if they were a school of fish. When it comes to, of course, again, the language, the hieroglyphics on these regalia, it's a stylized form of Nacal, or Nacal, Naacal, the language of Mu'a. And, of course, the sword was the possession of the brother of the sun goddess, was Susanoo Wo. His name was spelled Susano-wo. He had always been capricious, generally a troublemaker among the pantheon of the Amatsu Kami, the greater Kami. Amatsu, M-A-A-M-A-T-S-U dash Kami, K-A-M-I. Kami.
The Amatsu Kami were related to...
They are all the greater gods, the greater gods related to the sun goddess. Yeah.
But how is that related to him?
Well, he was her brother. He was her brother.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was because of one of his crude pranks that his sister hid in that cave, depriving the world of light for many days. And in that darkness, demons ruled the earth. And in penance, Amaterasu made Susanoo surrender all his possessions and banished him to earth itself. And in his wanderings, he had many adventures, and in one of these, he slew the eight-headed snake, Koshi, K-O-S-H-I, and from this victory won the powerful sword that was implanted in the snake's body, the part that wouldn't bend or flex, the tail, the very end that people took for a stinger. And so within the stinger of the snake, was the sword of the billowing clouds, the Ame no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Ame, A-M-E, no, again, that N-O. Then Murakumo, M-U-R-A-K-U-M-O. Then the no again, another connective. Then Tsurugi, T-S-U-R-U-G-I, the sword of the billowing clouds. Ame no Murakumo no Tsurugi. And that sword's also known as Kusanagi no Tsurugi, and eventually Susanoo-wo's son, or Amaterasu's brother's son, Okuni Nushi. He tricked him out of the prized sword. And Amaterasu, the sun goddess, intervened, stopped a blood feud, and proclaimed that the sword should lie in the hands of the rulers of the earthly Yamato line, the Yamato dynasty of Japan. This was a difficult thing to ask of Susanoo, as he often went on hunts with this sword and he loved it dearly, but in the end he relented and allowed his son to give the weapon to the first emperor. And it's been in the possession of Issei Shrine. Well, the mirror always stays at Issei Shrine. The sword is moved with the changing forces and, well, the fortunes and palaces of the emperor. And the emperor has resettled many times, the dynasty, that is, of Yamato. It was once believed to be lost at the famous Battle of Danoura in 1185 the year 1185 AD. And the original blade, as I understand it, is hidden away at Atsuta Jingu Shrine in Nagoya. And that my mother told me it was a replica that rests in the inner vaults of the emperor's treasury at the Tokyo Imperial Palace. He was always afraid that during the potential for a coup d'etat, that it might be taken. The public is allowed to see this false sword only on New Year's Day, when the Imperial Gardens are open for viewing. But the real sword is enormous. I mean, it's far, far larger than several men lying down in a row. It would be the size of maybe 5 or 6 men lying down in a row. The blade was meant for a giant. So it's not even something that a human being could pick up. So again, the composition of the sword would be the exotic Muvayan metal called Lagh, Lagh. Actually, in Japanese, it's called Ikichi, Ikichi, which translates to lifeblood. Ikichi, or lifeblood. And the Nakal writing on the blade, on the Black Jade hilt, actually, includes Susanoo Wo's proclamation to be the protector of the Isles of Japan. It does imprison the souls of whomever is slain by it, even a non-terrestrial being. The creature's life force is sucked into the blade of the sword. Many Japanese swords, or enough of them, have had this capacity where they've gone down into legend. They're even portrayed in American popular culture as such. One can also command the serpents with it. And of course, it's a ward, a way to basically ward off the anti-gods. These are the armaments of the Imperial dynasty should the anti-gods ever be unleashed to protect the islands of Japan in the event of that apocalypse. This is something that needs to be brought forth, is that when we speak of the Vaksarka, it's simply a crude attempt to mechanically imitate the ancient high technology of the sunken continent of Mua, possessed by the Japanese emperor. Originally, the Vaksarka was meant to command masses, but then became the summoner of the anti-gods. In that sense, it's very similar to the Japanese reliquary, in that they all have multiple purposes. They can do multiple things, or multiple capacities are attributed to them. When it comes to the different tethers, or the Gakona, Alaska modeled harp systems all across the earth, built upon where different ley lines converge, that the Americans constructed. When it comes to the capacity of the Americans to do this, let's look up the number of American military bases. Military bases worldwide. Number of American military bases worldwide. There are at least 750 United States military bases in at least 80 nations on Earth. Of course, that number is much higher because there's nowhere near all the data published by the Pentagon available to the public. So we're talking about, at the very least, 1,000 military bases are astride the globe. And this would be a network around which the Gakona, Alaska modeled harp systems are based. Wherever you have convergence of ley lines, the military bases would be essentially helping in the construction of these harp bases. These harp facilities act as the tethers for the various entropic entities of entropy that would sunder the very fabric of time and space itself if unleashed. Of course, as I've said before, there's minimal damage they can do so long as the stars are wrong in the sky for them, meaning that the Hakenkreuz in the heavens, the swastika in the skies, centered around our pole star, the Thor's chariot, or the Dipper as it's known to the West, the Ursa Major, the Great Bear, so long as that circles around the pole star, and the ancient Nordics called it Thor's chariot, so long as that sweeps the seasons in the same direction as the Nazi swastika. That is the ultimate emblem, which is the anathema to the anti-gods, the ultimate ward against them. So they stay trapped beneath the waves, deep beneath the earth, or tethered loosely in the various Harp facilities across the globe, simply tolerating being fed enormous amounts of pain and suffering by the U.S. military, which supports genocide all over the world carried out by Israel. Think about what I said earlier about the Israelis supplying thousands of drones to wipe out half of Armenia, all of eastern Armenia, in the recent conflict that destroyed the bulk of its military forces, where the Armenians lost a generation. The Israelis are doing this for the sake of sacrificing human lives, Christians in particular, who they hate with a passion greater than they could ever express. True Herodians, the vanguard of the Herodian insurgency, Erod, of course, being the madman who would have killed your god if you're a Christian, had he but succeeded in locating him, but wiped out all the firstborn in his nation instead, the firstborn boys. This is an individual who, of course, is held in highest regard in Israel, the national hero, the man who provided them with the overwhelming majority of archaeological tourist sites that they have to display to any tourists. Of course, their tourism industry has withered away with the ongoing war and conflict, as has so many of their other industries. And they're counting more and more on complete and total American support. And of course, America is just locked into this sick relationship with Israel and their ongoing genocide, whether it's against the Armenians or against the Palestinians. There's always someone who needs to die en masse and suffer as a population to feed the anti-gods. They're going into high gear now because, of course, they are looking forward to engendering at least the precursor to the apocalypse. All of this, of course, needs to be taken into consideration. There's a number of them, of course, still in the majority, that fear my triggering the Vox Arca, and a smaller number, but ever increasing, that want me to trigger it, so that the entities can be unleashed, the world can topple out of its orbit, which, of course, is the first thing that would happen, is the Scalar weapons would be triggered to take advantage of the great displacement of weight caused by the Three Gorges Dam in communist China, which would then help to spin the Earth off of its axis and create a change in the heavens itself. The heavens, the constellations would disappear, and they would look different to our eyes. The swastika in the skies would no longer be our ward, and once the anti-gods were unleashed, they would have full reign upon the earth. That's when, as Aquino would say, all he was doing was paraphrasing H.P. Lovecraft, that's when death would die, and the strange aeons would forever be upon us. When the ghouls in the deepest pits of the Sahara would swarm the surface of the earth on the Atlantic seaboard, and humanity would fall. That's when the Prince of Zoth, or Cthulhu, would rise from the Pacific and drink deep of its radiated and polluted waters to spew them forth upon the land in tsunamis that Aquino envisioned would wipe away the coastal population. All of this, of course, are visions that were reflected in various diagnostics I ran on the Vox Arca throughout the past. This is something, of course, is a world that many people want. You'd be surprised how many people would want them. Netanyahu, foremost among them. This is what these people hope for. This is the enemy, the Edomites. And unfortunately, the people who run your empire For centuries, Britain was run by the Hellfire Club, and they controlled the world's first one world empire. They controlled all of Asian India. That was 1 billion people right then and there. All their colonies in Africa, the Indian Ocean, deep into Asia and the Pacific. There was no, well, the British Empire was an empire on which the sun never set. And what ran the British Empire? The Hellfire Club. A bunch of degenerate Satanists who raped and sacrificed and ate children. And these were the people who were the most respected elite, the upper class of the British Empire. As Aquino would teach myself, America, like the Roman Empire, simply inherited. The Roman Empire simply stole the gods of Greece and Latinized them. So America simply stole the anti-gods raised by the Brits and vulgarized them, tethered them mechanically, and feed them regularly with an endless conduct of purposeless, unwinnable forever wars. The Americans, of course, they have a population so indoctrinated, so cast under the spell, that we may as well have our own version of the Japanese reliquary. The Americans are simply raised, indoctrinated to believe that their military can do no wrong. I remember one journalist said if he had to write a book about American culture, he would title it Psychotic Chainsaw Mass Murderers and the Woman Who Loved Them, referring, of course, to the U.S. military and the public that worships it. You have a military that's totally incompetent, can never win a single war, doesn't provide the service that it's paid to do. You would fire any security company that didn't prevent a host of thefts, yet the U.S. military loses every war, and the Americans think they win every one. It's the insane power of propaganda. And as for this is one of the reasons why the military holds me as the highest threat to national security and does anything they can to suppress myself. And of course, we've seen it work. It's up to you in the end, the listener, to spread the word that Adolf Hitler's son is alive and well in the United States, and exposing the American military that he once participated in. They deny my records, but of course, they've privatized themselves into impotence, which is why I still have my Marine Corps life insurance policy, and that's the greatest evidence that I served. That's one thing they can't erase. Such being said, we also have the fact that when it comes to so many wars America's involved with, that it produces all these veterans. And your average veteran has never seen combat. They work in logistics or supplies. They work in simply repairing tank treads or running the radar installations. For every single man in the field that's seen combat, there's thousands that will never see combat. Military attorneys who never see the hind end of a bullet in Septed 30. All of these people count themselves as veterans, as if they were on the front lines. And all of them have the Veterans Administration to get the highest quality healthcare from. And you have so many veterans, 20% of your goddamn population, that the VA system, dedicated to providing them all the medical aid for free that you could never afford. For free, they get heart transplants. For free, they get kidney transplants. For free, they get liver transplants. They're on top of the fucking list. You have to wait on waiting lists that take months or years. But GIs get it just like that from all these kids that disappear. Just like that. Young hearts, young livers, young kidneys. Where do all these disappearing kids go? Organs to the GIs. The Veterans Administration is the largest healthcare administration on planet Earth. All of communist China, with over 1 billion people and a centralized healthcare system, its healthcare system is only a fraction of the VA. Your VA costs you your entire fucking budget to keep 20% of the population alive for free, for doing nothing. Because once you spend a few months in the military, declare yourself insane, they give you full PTSD benefits, and you spend the rest of your life on welfare getting a check. and free medical care for the rest of your life, which is proportionately twice as long as the civilians, because you don't have to work for a living, and you get all those free transplants and care that civilians have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on. You have to stop this. All of this exists for the sake of the Edomite anti-gods they worship. Turn these people away. Turn around and walk away from them. End the so-called professional military and reinstate the goddamn draft. Once everyone can serve in the military, nobody would have that mystique where they're fooling other people into thinking they're doing something special that no one else can do when they're really doing nothing. This is something that I went into with this young lady who was with us in the episode before last, the episode in which I got cut off from. And she said she was born on a military base. Then she winds up saying that I'm just completely insincere about wishing her condolences when she said a relation died, which she said only after I canceled a private call with her, and said, I can't have a private call with you on Tuesday. I'm hoping you can come on tonight, otherwise we won't be able to speak for a while. At which point suddenly, I can't come on, a relative has died. And of course I said, okay, well, I'm too busy with production right now. And then after transmission was over, I said, by the way, condolences, after which she condemned me for being disingenuous. But she was, the time she was on, and it's all on record, basically validating and verifying much of what I had to say about the military. Of course, she came up with the same old bullshit line about, well, there's some men who've actually seen combat, some men who may have earned these rights, these privileges, these benefits. And I pointed out to her, we have the largest prison population in the world in America, proportionate to our baseline population. We have the largest prison system on earth. How is it that thousands of innocent men are sentenced? Do you think they come out innocent? You can't. The moment you're in prison, if you weren't a criminal, the moment that you entered prison, even if you were an innocent man wrongly judged and condemned, you will be a criminal once you get out. There's no other way to survive. You would have been raped so many times, beaten so many times. You would have lost all sense of moral proportion. You will be simply an animal seeking survival once you're out. Whatever was there when you went in will be burned away. That's the way it is for any man in the military. And if you don't yield, you will die. Great example, Patrick Tillman, NFL, won the multi-million-dollar contract and gave it all up to serve his country after 9/11, wound up in the elite unit of U.S. Army Rangers, and tried to lead a charge against the Taliban on a hill in Afghanistan. And they just laughed at him and blew him away. Even the coroner said every bullet in his body was an American bullet, fired directly into his spine from directly behind him. Every man in his unit opened up on him and emptied their magazines into Patrick Tillman because he was some dumb golden boy trying to lead a bunch of baby raping Satanists on a suicidal charge against an enemy they never wanted to fight. That's what happens to any honest man in the military. That's what happens all the time. It would have happened to me if I didn't know how to play the game. Volunteered for producing homosexual Marine Corps porn, which of course only my dishonorable discharge saved me from having to partake in. That's one of the benefits I got from my dishonorable discharge. Not having to rendezvous with Richard K. Cole Jr. to produce a film with him. He never forgave me for not having sex with him and has been stalking me ever since. This is the only thing you get out of the Marine Corps. A bunch of faggots producing child porn in San Diego, victimizing a bunch of kids from across the border. And I shut that down, which shut down all his fun for a period of time, and he never forgave me for that either. Approached all the wives and asked them, how come your husbands never have sex with you? Join me and sign a petition, which they all did, and their names got it through to investigate, and found out half of Camp Pendleton was involved in producing gay Marine Corps porn. This is what your services produce. This is what your services are all about. They're various mafias that specialize in various crimes. And all of you think that these are the pinnacle of masculinity. I would laugh if it weren't so sickening. This is the world we're stuck in until everyone says no and dismantles this machine and reinstates a draft. Then we can get citizen soldiers once again on the front lines and maybe actually win a war. Of course, a war that's well chosen against a deserving enemy, instead of the insanity Americans engaged in World War II, which ultimately resulted in a defeat so total they couldn't even accept it. They had to go into a form of total denial and have been in denial ever since. They haven't won a war since the War of 1812, which they lost. They haven't won a war since World War I, which no one could declare a victory. And certainly didn't win World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, or Afghanistan. There's no victory in the tally. And yet all our money goes into a service that never delivers a service. And it's privatized now to the point where there's more combat seen by private mercenaries anyway, from Blackwater on. This is the world we live in. But were there any technical questions about the Vox Arca or the history that you wanted to bring up, Peter?
I can't go into them now because I have to get up in the morning.
Understood. Okay.
But you did very well, and I think you overkilled it, but it's tremendous. I mean, now I understand the context of what he was trying to do. I question the pragmatism of it, let alone, but it's very ambitious.
Yes. And
how could he dedicate so much attention? It would, quite genius to be able to compartmentalize, because, he was doing many more things besides just that.
Yes.
His ability to compartmentalize is genius. Not exactly admirable, but his talent.
Undeniable.
Yeah. Which is not something you acquire in one lifetime.
Yes. But then again, he never considered himself to be human either, but a walk-in of an entity that took over that dead baby's body when it was born, a blue dead baby. That's one of the important things to emphasize. He never saw himself as human.
Yeah, he knew who and what he was.
Yes.
Which is nothing for us to be happy about, but nevertheless, I thank you for your contribution. I wish I didn't have to go tonight. I've got to get up in the morning and have a busy day tomorrow.
Well, we love you dearly. Thank you.
Thank you for all those who contributed. Tomorrow is the first day of February. So, thanks everybody for listening. The problem is you give me so much more homework to do. It's a tremendous paradigm you've presented.
Well, it's an honor to work with you, Peter. And again, we love you dearly. Sleep well, and blessed be thy dreams, sweet be thy slumber, and you have a blessed day tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. Good night, and good night to everybody.
Yes. Blessed night, and have yourself a wonderful evening. Okay, that's Peter Moon, Skybooks USA. I'm going to go back into the text box here and make certain to link the exploration of the Yoniguni monument to our dear friend Peter that was sent to us by Brendan Zogit. And of course, our dear friend Aristides has also been active. We'll start calling other people now and bring them online so that I can refresh myself for a bit before returning into the call. We'll see how long I last tonight. And we'll basically take it from there. Let me go back to Peter's page, enter this. Okay, there we are. And with that, let's begin the calls for tonight. Of course, Brendan can simply rejoin us and is more than welcome to do so. And we'll call everyone else as well. Okay, let me breathe, center myself, begin the process.
I can tell you after listening to what you just said, I am never joining the military.
Delightful. Thank you. That's reassuring, of course. I mean, they
Not that I think I could if I wanted to.
No, I was never going to comment. I was never going to comment in that direction. But look at the shape the majority of them are in. They're not. Most of these guys are in the worst shape you could imagine. People have no idea. They think
There's that.
Yeah.
And like there's a hard age limit. Like, you know, I don't know what it is.
Actually, in all fairness, there is not. If a draft were reinstated, there's no age limit to a draft. I don't know if you're aware of that. Did you know that?
No.
Just so you know.
I'm not going.
Yes, there we are. Conscientious objector.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But I think now, like as it is now, it's like I don't know what it is. It's like 35 or something. If you're just walking off the street and you're older than that, they're gonna be like, God, come on. You know, like,
they're definitely not going to be enthusiastic. But then again, they're so desperate these days. I'm certain they'll find what way they can around it if they could. They're running out. They're like at 50% of what they want. Nobody's buying into their bullshit anymore. Thank the gods.
True.
And it's mostly just desperate minorities. And this was the horror. Did you notice that all 3 of the American soldiers killed by that drone attack in Jordan were black?
Yeah, I believe so.
And half of them were women?
Mm-hmm.
They were black, and half of them were
Yep. Yep. There is a lot in the military, and I think I even so I'm not sure, I can't confirm, but like something about they wanted to, they'll extend you citizenship if you're undocumented, and be like, join up and we'll give you your citizenship.
Yeah, that's always promised. I don't know if they're actually delivering on that, but it's definitely promised. Who's the other guy who never shows up on my calls whenever I try to call people? Is it one of these gentlemen? I've added Troy Bellamy. Who else doesn't show up when I try and dial everybody? Is there someone else? It's not Mark Hage. Is it?
Sometimes you have trouble finding him, but
yeah, sometimes I have trouble finding him. But who else? It's let me see. So I got Troy. Did we press Sammy? Yes, we pressed Sammy. Okay, I'm going to press everybody all at once now. And whoever it was, I forgot. I can always get back to him, I suppose. So here we are. There's the press of the button, and we'll see who joins us. It's not this Wednesday, but the next Wednesday that perhaps our friend George Knight can join us throughout the majority of the show, but he should be able to join us for a few minutes tonight. Now, Brendan is here, as is Sid. And I believe that hopefully we'll have Nemo.
Wait, am I here?
You're here. You're here. Yeah, you're here. And thank you so much for all of your input. I'm gonna heart all that now before I go refresh myself. And it's
well, my phone's close to dying, so if I go off the call, I'll be back in like half an hour.
Excellent. There's no way you can just plug it in and keep it on, or is the evil person you're living with right now going to like sense that?
Well, I'm at a haunted school, so there's like almost no electricity, and there's a storm, so like lights are flickering and shit.
Oh fuck yeah, that's right. It is raining cats and dogs. It is something just you have no idea. Everybody, it is. We're drowning.
You might be able to hear it when I open the door.
Yeah, we're drowning in California. People have no idea. I had to stay on mute half the time so people wouldn't hear. I mean, oh my God, with all the people that I called, it's just us. It's just Aristides, Brendan Zogit, who will disappear in a matter of minutes, and Sid.
Seconds, possibly.
Oh my God. Okay, so I'd better take my break now. So I'm going.
You should have been more sincere with your condolences, Douglas. You should have more people to talk to.
By the way, I want everyone to understand.
Should have sent flowers.
Look, I want everyone to understand. There's some chick out there whose name we do not know. And all we know is it is not Esther.
She has a single blue eye. That's all.
She has a single blue eye, or at least that's what she's showing us. And look, honey, come on.
Yeah.
Jump on the call. Yeah, let me try and call her. Yes, and see if I can bring her on. She's more than welcome on. If she doesn't come on with us, then, let me press the add button because I can't add her individually.
Brendan's out.
Brendan's out. Fuck, he's out. Oh shit! It's just
Then he's
Aristotle.
like, "Am I here?" Like these Eastern philosophy guys and their existential questions.
Yes.
Am I really here?
Yes. It's. Am I here? Am I really here? Yes. It's like Michael Jackson. Except now he's singing, "I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm really dead." Yes, that's. Okay. Troy Bellamy says he's fucking active. I'll fucking call his ass again. And bring him on. Let me see. Victoria Hobbs. I so wish she would respond. Who else was there? Let me see. We called Brooke, of course. We'll call her again as soon as I get back. I'm still thinking there's some other dude I didn't call. Some dude. But who's the dudes that I usually miss?
Look through the names here that who you added.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's anyone else you can think of that comes on every once in a while, I'll kind of scroll down to see if anyone triggers a memory. I mean, I love Andre and I love Dan van der Meulen, but it's like I said, their English is just kind of
bad.
yeah. It's good. It's good English. They have good English. It's just that they're hard for a lot of people to understand. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm somewhat used to listening to people with those type of accents, so I don't find it too hard. But
yeah, well, let me call them then. Fuck, I'll anybody can have to help you guys. So let's make a call to these two people. Dan, let me press that add button here. Dan Vandermeulen and Andre. Here we are. Andre. Oops. Andre. Okay, and we press that button and see if they respond. What happened to Andre? Did he like? I could have swore.
Who's R Wiz?
R Wiz.
You added somebody. Their name on there is R Wiz.
R Wiz. Fuck. I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, sounds weird. Let me see. Amy Como, Jennifer Hawkins. I can't see the names. The guy who calls them all, you can't see him. But maybe if I press the edit button, says Jennifer Hawkins, 17 others. RW is Esther. There we are. Thank you, Sid. See? RW. That's Esther. That's Esther.
Okay.
Yeah. And like our man Brendan said, I wasn't sincere enough in my condol. What the fuck happened? Whoa! Okay, we're still streaming, right? yeah, we're streaming. My Skype just disappeared. All right. So I gotta get this restarted before I think about refreshing myself at all. And it probably means I have to hang up on everybody and recall everybody all over again. Okay. Do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? Okay. Yes. Okay, it's Microsoft. It's supposed to be Skype. They're preparing to install. For those of you who hear me streaming, and you should be hearing me, let me know that you can hear me, and then we're going to basically see what I could do to reestablish call with everyone. In the meantime, I am going to open up live stream. Acid Kick says loud and clear, bad echo. Troy Bellamy says early day tomorrow, I'm listening. Okay, thank you, sir. Still a good number of listeners. Let's check that Skype again. Okay, now we're going to have to restart the call, and we'll start with Aristides as the anchor. Oh my fucking god. That was so weird. Okay, let's hope he answers. Okay. So at least it's ringing. At least we got that. Like the way Moon Man said I killed it and overkilled it. So believe that shit? Skype updated. Updated on me. Believe that shit?
Yeah.
That is so fucking weird. Okay, but somehow we're on the same call.
I had to leave the other one.
Oh!
Hold on, I'm trying to switch back to speaker because when this type shit happens, it fucks me all up.
Oh yeah, it fucks us all up. Okay, so I get to call everyone all over again. So let's try that. All these wonderful people. What the fuck was that? Oh, he hung up. Please try again, Douglas. Yes, of course. Yeah. All right, let's anchor with Sid. Sid.
Douglas, hi. Now I see yourself on the call, and I do not see Aristides.
Of course not. He hung himself up by mistake. That's what happens. So now we're going to call everybody, and hopefully he and others respond, or at least he, because I'll need to leave you two together while I refresh myself, hopefully at some point after this incredibly stressful circular exercise in futility. And let's call all the usual suspects all over again, and even Viviana Sanchez, Andre Nemerzinski.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to Brooke tonight.
Yeah, I'd be happy for anyone. And let's see now. Amanda, here we are, the right one. And let's see if there's anyone else that comes up that I tend to forget. Brandon Young, okay, he's there on the call. Aside from that, yeah, Esther. Let's try Esther.
Is Nemo out for the night?
Nemo, I'm gonna try him regardless of whether he's out or not. And
I seem to be able to carry a conversation fairly well. I think.
Yeah, and okay, now let's see who else is on here. I haven't called Mara Herman in forever, so you never know if they might respond. And then press Dan, and then press, let me see, I think I got Andre already. So I think we got everybody that I can consciously remember. And so I just pressed the add button. Why didn't anything happen? What the fuck happened? It's like all that for nothing. It's like now I have to start all over again. That really pisses me off. Something has fucked with Skype. Something is really...
Are you pressing the 3 buttons down in the bottom right corner on the screen?
No, of course not. Why would I press those?
And then you'll find add people.
The add people is a totally separate button.
It opens up when you press the 3.
It's permanent. It's fixed. It's like it's always there. I don't need to press the 3 to access it. It's trust me on this. It's like I could show you in a screen share someday. Now all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press all these people again. This is maddening, and of course it's just par for the course. And I'm, apologies to the listeners. This is like, well, what happens when you deal with, Microsoft technology, and they're all fucked up. And there we are. So aside from that, Dan, let's add him, and then we press the add button. Now, last time I did this, everything disappeared. So maybe it's just going to happen again. But hopefully we get somebody. And because I really do want to go refresh myself. And
well, if we can't get anyone, I can read.
Right, of course.
I'm here.
Thank God. Okay.
What happened to the call?
Did you just ask that question? Didn't you try and do something to straighten things up and wound up hanging up by accident or something? Brendan, you're here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to refresh myself. I know you gentlemen have got this.
What the fuck are you doing? Dig more dump truck. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, honey,
Oh,
I love you.
Brooke can cover me.
I'm not
my
covering
phone's dead.
anybody. I'm certainly not covering your ass.
Brooke, you need to cover me, honey. I need to refresh myself. I need
I
a
don't
break.
give a shit. I'm sorry. When's the last time you sent me anything of value?
Honey, you sound like that Esther chick that I didn't send her flowers because
Yeah. Well, there you go. So me and Esther have something in common. You hadn't sent shit of value. I'm not covering for you.
Huh,
Matter
honey.
of fact, I will literally just start an argument right now for 4-hour argument just to keep you from doing anything you wanted.
Honey, I sent you this gorgeous little calendar that your dogs chewed up.
You sent a calendar that's free from a Chinese restaurant, and you stupidly paid $70 to send it. I don't even get it. Like, I hope to God at least you're so, even though I hope this isn't true, but that you're maniacal enough that there was some when I opened it, there was some like, what do you call that? Like one of your spells, right? You came in my home. But that's the reason you would pay $70 to send a free calendar from a Chinese restaurant.
Oh, but honey, it was so much more than that. What about the card with the two of us prancing together as horses in our past incarnation?
So again, I hope to God you're more maniacal, and at least there was some shit in there.
That was like a painting, Brooke, that you got?
No, it was not a painting. No. It was truly a free fucking card. One of them actually had the word Chase Bank on the calendar. It was so free. Like it was from Chase Bank.
Honey,
Hang
you
out
you
with
can't
me.
get that in a restaurant. You can't get that in a restaurant.
You just literally just walked around during the month of December just grabbing free calendars, obviously, in Chinatown.
That's
And
not
we're
how
like,
it
I'm gonna mail
works.
these to people.
That's not how it works. Honey, what about the big calendar? What about that? That was contracted.
That was not contracted. Yeah, that was contracted through fucking not. That wasn't Chase. That was called Chinatown. They will buy this for $1.99. And I'm fairly certain in California you probably pay $5.99 for it. So regardless, $5.99. He sent something plus the free one, plus the one that had the $1.99 sticker on it. So we were at a total of like $10. He paid $70 to send it.
No. The calendar was contracted by the estate to be printed up. The big one, the really big one.
It
It's
was
got the word
not
dragon in it.
contracted by the estate.
It's always
Was it
about
really?
money with chicks.
It is. Oh my God.
No. I don't even about the money. He could have sent me literally if his parents was like.
It
the
used to
point
be
was-
romance. But now
You know
it's-
what? Hey, dude. I don't know when the last time you got laid with, but I feel like it's fucking not.
Oh, that's because he's looking for spiritual communion,
Yes, I
honey.
know, he's holding his commune so he can raise his
Consciousness,
coil of
his
spine
being.
all the way up to his third eye.
Yeah, his
And he's trying to
kundalini.
get there.
Yeah, baby. That's right. You and I could do that when we practice kundalini, honey. That's you. That's what you made him leave. You hurt his feelings. Look at that. You're a bully,
Oh
Brooke.
God! First time ever Brooke hit somebody's feelings.
Yeah. You're a bully, Brooke. That's now.
Oh, you sound like someone else I know. Are you on drugs tonight?
Okay, honey, I have to refresh myself.
That's what I'm saying. You're going to get on drugs, is what you're doing. You want me to cover your bullshit story.
It would help. It would help. I mean,
who else is on here? Because who else am I talking to? I can tell you, if you didn't listen to that last time.
It's that guy Sid who's got more toxins in his system than we do in Saddam Hussein's biochemical workshop. And
Please tell me Nemo's here.
no, Nemo's not here, unfortunately.
Oh damn it! Because I really wanted to hear how much everyone thinks he's sexy on Survey.
Yeah, and we've got Aristides, the man who's got the perfect combination. He's Nazi skinhead on top, Taliban chin.
Tell him how unenjoyable that call was when he's like telling everybody. Aristides, can you please say either one of you, please, was that not uncomfortable phone call? And then you come back and you made him fucking. You're like, what's going on?
No, she's talking about when I left all three of you alone. I left all three of you alone, meaning Aristides, Sid, and Nemo. And then Nemo started talking about the Mormons. And granted, I paraphrased him, and I said Nemo was talking about how he'd love to be a Mormon and have all those wives. Then Nemo came on
You
and
have
said,
to hear it. It
said, I didn't say that.
Like even the both guys on, you could say that. You could say that. You'd be like, I'd love to have some extra pussy. Like you'd be
so apparently the way he said it was something like this, like, imagine all that pussy, and he said it with such a drool.
Shut the fuck up. These are guys that literally are like looking for something. You're like, yeah, what? And they were just like, yeah.
So the way Brooke describes it was Sid and Aristides were speechless. That their jaws were hung open and they were just kind of glazed over while our man Nemo went on that trip, and then of course, to crown it all, when I came back,
all we had to do was say yeah. All they do is say yeah, and then he just completely fed into it, like, oh, they're agreeing with me. So now I'm going to go into, hey, let me tell them about, have you ever been raped by a guy? Like, did a guy ever try to rape you? That's pretty much what happened. Right? That's what he said. He's like, well, no, well, he really thought I was hot. I mean, my friend was jealous. He's like, why didn't you ask me?
Sure.
Well, you were there. You were there, Aristides. You were there.
Come on, Aristides, tell me I'm not telling the basic story of what happened. Come on.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, maybe tell it better, Aristides. Please tell it better.
Good to see you, Brooke. I see you're in a chipper mood as always.
Tell it better, Aristides. Please go ahead, Ari.
Ari, that's right. I love that. Ari, Ari. Do you like that? Yeah. Are you cool with that?
People. People.
He's gonna be. I don't care if he says no. I'm gonna say it even more. So he's just
right.
Ari is it.
She's just gonna do whatever she wants. So.
Oh my God.
That's fine.
Now, Sid, this is your opportunity to apologize for waking her up, blasting her awake in the middle of the night with all those links.
Yeah, Brooke, I am very sorry about that. I didn't realize that would have that effect.
Right. Yeah, I didn't realize people slept. Brooke. I don't sleep myself, he says.
All the disruptive notifications at that hour. That was not my intention. I apologize.
I don't know if she's hearing us. She went mute. Let's wait till she's off mute before we do this again. And hopefully, yeah. But yeah, she was. I called her. Well, I guess we better wait till she's back on. I mean, I should wait till I come back. First, we need her to come back on before I even go, because I love you guys, but yeah. I mean, it's not exactly like the two of you are, motor mouths or something. I mean, she fills it. She fills up bandwidth just by breathing. And it's like, but maybe I have to leave you two guys. Maybe I have to leave you. We don't know. She might be out chasing the squirrel.
Maybe
she fills it all right.
She leaves them alone in a room, in a dark fucking room. So we want to see them together.
So honey, did you hear his apology? Did you hear Sid's apology?
No, I did not. I was actually pissing and urinating. That's the reason for mute, because I'm nice enough to do that. Unlike you, who's like, I got a wanker in my fucking eye. I'm a wanker.
Honey, none of us mind hearing you tinkle. There was that old man who was running bases, Miles Johnston, and we listened to him piss for a good 5, 7, what seemed like it went on 10 minutes, while he depressed his bladder, because old men, their bladders fill up like camel humps, and he was depressing his bladder so you could hear the urine go into the toilet, and he was sitting down, and he was holding his cell phone lackadaisically so we could hear it like a waterfall, and he was just going, oh, and we heard that.
Both. Sometimes your stories are intelligent. Sometimes they're way too fucking long, and you're like, Nemo, you should shut the fuck up.
Oh, we heard it on both sides of the Atlantic.
I don't need to hear about this guy's old bladder. Where was the story going? Was there a point?
Okay, we're point now is I almost said Nemo. Sid.
Oh my God.
Sid,
I'm gonna go now.
Sid, apologize to Brooke.
Brooke, now that you're on, I am very sorry for waking you up with the notifications.
Nemo, I've seen your picture, and I'm telling you right now, your voice does not go with it. So I want to know which one are you? That's either a fake picture or a fake fucking voice.
No, it's Sid. It's Sid.
No, his voice is like 19. Okay, he's like an 18-year-old kid on high on something.
He's like a fly in ember. This kid is stuck in the 60s. The other day, he was in front of Rasputin Records and crying. Rasputin Records has been closed for how many years? But this Sid is in a time warp. Sid is in the 70s. Sid is in the 70s.
This is not your voice. Like I wouldn't lie. I wouldn't see you live talking as an actual person.
Camera. You gotta get on camera, Sid. Get on camera, Sid. Get on camera, Sid. Show her. Show her it's you. Show her it's you.
And not in the complete black dark.
Yeah, not in the complete black dark, Sid. You can do it, Sid. You can do it, Sid. Yeah. He's doing it. He's doing it. Okay. There. Look at that.
Okay, as a person.
Oh my God. Isn't he cute?
He's a cutie. You're a cutie. Yes, you do talk a lot younger. They talk right now.
Yeah.
Speak to me. Be like, Brooke, you're the hottest person I've ever seen.
You are the hottest person I've ever seen.
I mean, you like it when I take down these fuckers. You like it. I mean, it's kind of sexy.
I love when you take these guys down. It's my favorite thing that happens on this show, for real. Like, it just brightens my day every time.
You've got her wet.
Oh my
You've
God.
got her wet.
He's looking
She's spreading for
really,
you.
he already
She's spreading
was hot
for
with
you.
that, but I'm pretty sure he's pretty sexy to me now.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
really love when you get on the phone with Peter Moon and start having it out with him.
Yeah, dude, we don't need any trouble. Okay,
I think you should vote for I need to be back on with you.
Oh man, okay. We need to change the subject. We need to change the subject. We need to change the subject. You know, love you both, but hey, life's hard enough. Okay, my life is hard enough.
But people that have the same birthday, right? So we're both two Capricorns, which are the devil.
Yeah.
Right?
By the way,
like
for our listeners who do not know, Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson have the same birthday. This is the world we live in. So I love your T-shirt. Let it be. This is our man Sid. Sid, you're looking hot.
You look great, Sid, and I do. I appreciate you doing that. But your voice is like literally. Actually, it's
12.
You out because
It's like
if your
12.
voice went, you should have a. I don't know. Your voice is like a 17-year-old. I'm just gonna you need some testosterone. You need this. I can go deeper, I think, than you do.
Yeah, it's like his balls never dropped.
It's not a girly voice. It's just more like like young, really young.
Yeah, it is young. It is incredibly young. The hat. Are you self-conscious?
Yeah, my hair is looking goofy right now.
Let's see it. Take it off now. Nobody else can see you now. You gotta fucking take it off. You shouldn't have said that. Take it off.
Come on, Sid. You can do it, Sid.
I'll show you.
Come on, it's just us.
You can do it, Sid. You can do it, Sid. Take it off. We no one's gonna make fun of you. We love you.
Brendan Zogut's here also now. He's gonna just take it off and prove you got more fucking hair than Brendan Zogut.
By the way, Brendan, he's got the satanic hair. Brendan, tell her you got the satanic hair. Brendan, tell her. He had the person he lives with all over him because of that. Is that the satanic hair? Is that the satanic hair to get hired? Is that the satanic hair to get your job these days? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I like that was like a perfect spot on improvisation.
Thank you.
That's exactly what it sounded like.
Yeah. Thank you.
Like she probably worked with so many Satanists in Stanford and didn't even know what the fuck like a horned brow was.
Yeah. Thank you. Sid, that's cowardly, Sid. You took advantage of that.
Why did you take it off and disappear? Oh, Sid, you fucking ass. I didn't see it. I put my phone down.
There's no shame in male pattern baldness. It's caused by testosterone.
Yes, that's right.
Hell yeah.
You know what I know? Here's the thing. I just want to say this out loud. Like, I am personally one of those people. Like, the person I've been with most recently, like that.
Brooke likes skinheads, in other words.
I do. No, I do. Like, I would tell them, they would be like, I'm just going to like keep it short. I'd like shave that motherfucker, please.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need your hair at all. The hair is the last goddamn thing I am looking for on a man. I am not like, sorry, Douglas, I know you like your long hair. But I would like shave that shit in a goddamn heartbeat. You'd be asleep, and I'd be like, I don't know what happened. I'm pretty sure it must have been Keno. He missed bald out. And that's what happened. Like, I like the bald, like, not like necessarily shiny bald like Mr. Clean, but like just a little maybe hair in the back, a little prickle. Like,
honey, look at Sid. Look at Sid. He's sucking it in. Honey, somebody just pointed a straw at his nose and he's reflexively inhaling. Look at that, honey. He's got.
See, I vape, and when I was vaping, you were like, "What is that? I don't even understand." I had to explain what a vape was. I'm pretty sure like last October or whatever month we met.
That was a dab.
Like,
that was just like some kind of dabbage.
He's
probably got a dab. That's all he was saying. Dude, are you dabbing really?
CO2. Yeah, this is CO2 oil.
That stuff's so concentrated that all you guys would die.
Yeah. It's except for him.
No, I did die.
Yeah.
I went into the fucking pizza place after I talked to fucking what's his name? Chinese boy pissed me off. What was his name?
Are you talking about me?
No, what's the Japanese?
She's talking about Cho Chai.
Joe Tai.
Oh, Joe Tai!
Remember I was Joe Tai?
Joe Tai. Yes.
Yes, I was Joe Tai and the other guy who is like works in a casino and he like sells jewelry in a casino. Mark H. Remember? Mark H. was muted the entire time while I literally finally lost it and started screaming. And no one in here, even me from you, I've never screamed at the top of my lungs for the show. I was screaming to Joe Tai because he just kept asking me the difference between Zionists and Christians. And I was just kind of like, stop!
Oh,
And
oh my
Joe
God.
just, I mean, Marquez just kept it muted, but admitted he listened the entire time. Like,
Yeah.
didn't ever step in. Like, let me stop this guy from asking her the question because she's getting frustrated.
Right.
She kept saying, "Joe, I don't, Joe."
That's why I said he must have been jacking off. He must have been
Right.
jacking off.
The only
Part of that
explanation.
story with the fucking thing was I went into the pizza place, hung the phone goddamn up, went in there to get the pizza because I knew because obviously I'm not allowed on when someone's on because the other birth date is older than me. Fucking he has to get his first 3 hours in, because he's like gotta go. The nursing home puts him to bed. So I was out there getting my pizza like a normal fucking adult with free fucking will. I was sitting there in the crowded pizza place. I ordered it to go, and I had my vape, but I didn't even mean to. I hit my vape. Now, this is a nicotine vape, but I would just let you know. This is like you quit smoking, you smoke a nicotine vape. I hit it accidentally. Forgot I'm even in there. It's crowded, so I'm sitting next to a guy right next to him on the bar stool, and there's a guy standing behind him because they got a whole little party going on. And he goes, oh, the guy behind him was like, oh, God, I hit your vape. That's awesome. I did mine. And I just turned around and looked at it, and I was like, oh. And he goes, what flavor is yours? And I said, I don't even know what fucking flavor mine was. I just told him what flavor it fucking was because I'm thinking normal questions, normal answers. Well, my normal and his normal are apparently different. I found out very later because he gives me this fucking flavor. I give my flavor and I ask him his. He's like, I don't know. He gave me like some peach tropical palm tree mango with a little bit of dick liver or something. There's just some shit I've never heard of, right? And I'm like, I don't know. Let me try that. And he's like, no, I'm doing my vape. And then, of course,
Gay.
no, I don't let people hit my vape. And then I am like, oh, well, wait, that's a challenge. You just challenged me. I'm going to get down and hit your vape. Let's see how long I have to fuck with you to get your fucking vape. So I'm like, no, let me hit it. And he's like, no. And I'm like, nah, yeah. And then, you know how this goes with you. Eventually, it's like, let's just give her the fucking goddamn vape. She's not going to shut up. She's like, just hit it once. I'm like, all right, cool. So now I have a vape. My vape, you push a button, it's very strong, and it hits at 80, like it's full strength. I mean, 80, like it's just a huge smoke ring I can blow out after pushing one.
And look at what Sid's doing while you're saying this. He's got this. It's like not even a bong. It's more like a tea kettle, and it's like, what the fuck is that?
See, that's some shit. Like I don't even know about that. Like mine's just like was normal, like vape, a lot smaller. But yes, what I'm saying is the smoke ring. You want to blow out a good smoke ring.
Is that a quartz nail?
You do one, just blow out one good smoke ring. And that's like I would blow out a good one. I don't even need a ring. I just like a lot of smoke. It would just come out one hit off this fucking vape, my vape. So when I went to hit him,
But by the way, I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back. But I know you guys have got
fuck
this.
You're not leaving the story.
Yeah,
So
honey, I've heard.
Fuck up and sit down. Sit down. Shut up.
All right. Okay.
So
we
hit
heard
it
this
one
story
time,
like
and
5
I'm
times.
thinking,
It's
oh my
okay.
God.
It's okay. Let's suffer. We'll go through it. We love her.
Suffer. Goddamn, I've said it before. I'm sure I've told the story.
Go on, honey.
I thought it was going to just hit me.
Yeah.
I would feel it in my lungs. I'm sure you've all inhaled something, so you feel it when it hits your lungs. So it went, nothing. So then I just kept doing. So
like he's doing now, like Sid's doing now.
Because
Like
I'm a counter because I have OCD as well.
Yeah.
So I'm like at 6. I'm like, well, fuck it. I'll just keep going to like 11 because that's my lucky number.
Oh,
so then I did 11 pushes of the buttons and I never felt anything hit my lungs. I turn around and as I pull it out of my mouth and hand it back to the guy, looking at him, about to cuss him, he rolls his eyes and says, I can't fucking believe you did that, and walks the fuck away to the end of the bar. And I have no idea why this fucker's mad because I'm like, what the, his bait.
Yeah.
And I then an exhale. And the entire bar at that point smelled like a fucking pot factory.
Oh my God.
Like it's completely like marijuana out the ass.
This is like so scary. This is so fucking scary. I would be so frightened at that point.
Never tasted it, but as soon as I held it, that's when I could be like, oh, because it didn't taste it. And so it was like, and then I'm like, oh, and then I would say die within 15 seconds. I was like, fucked out of my goddamn mind. I can't smoke pot anyway. Yeah. This was beyond anything. Like, if he had said this was a marijuana vape, I was just like, no, I don't want it. I do not want it.
Right.
Like, I will get paranoid. No, this is beyond paranoia. I just looked to the guy to the left of me and I go, oh my God. I can't. And he just goes, you're okay. You're okay. What's wrong? How high are you? And I was like, my next words were, I don't know. I just know that part of my brain is able to speak to you and the other part is somewhere. I don't even know what the fuck I said. It was just like so fucked. I just had to get the pizza. I went to my car, and then I Ubered home from my own car with the keys because I knew I was so high that I was either gonna like wreck and or be pulled over for doing like either 100 in a 25 or like 4 miles an hour.
Oh my God!
Like there was just no like, I could not process anything. And I don't. People that can smoke pot, congrats to all of you. Congrats, you know, dude.
How did you stop the Uber guy from raping you? How did you like? Why didn't he take it?
That wasn't the Uber guy. That wasn't the Uber guy that was stalking me. This was an actual old black man who was a genius, by the way. He was a preacher. He picked me up. I get picked up by a black old preacher, and I'm high as shit. And I admit to him I am because I cannot keep my mouth shut. I'm like, I'm high. What's wrong? Please. And I do not know my kid. And he's go into my house. He's pulling up. I'm like, I don't think I can do it. I can go in there because my kids are. He's like, how old are your kids? Are they little? I'm like, no, they're like 22 and 18. And he's like, well, what are you worried about? And I'm like, well, I don't know. If they talk to me, like, I just don't think I can have a conversation. He's like, well, it's like 12 o'clock at night. Like, you know, because he's like, why don't you just go in? He goes, why don't you just go in and just go in your room, just go to bed, just cut the light off. And if they come in and say something, just pretend like you're in bed. Yeah. And I go, it was like somebody subbed world peace. I went, oh my God. That is genius. I would have never thought of that. And I swear to God, wouldn't have thought of it. Totally did it. Just cut the light off and was like, man, if they come in, I'm good. I'll just be asleep. But I could not fathom that. I was like, they come in, I try to pretend to be a person. I'm not a person right now. I don't even know what I am. Am I a hamster? I don't fucking know. Like, dude, no. He was just like, why don't you? He's like, you probably, what his first.
But by the way,
tell me was, hey, why don't you just not take things from strangers?
You know, shit.
And I'm like, yeah, genius.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's a good idea. By the way, Sid, don't overdo this to impress us, okay? Is this the way you always do this, or you're just doing this to impress us on camera? I'm just kind of. You don't need to talk if you're holding it in, but okay, he's hitting that stuff.
I roll, man.
What was that?
This is the way I actually roll, man.
Okay, yeah. That's
rolling. I'm a 5.0 with my rag top down and my hair.
So, Brooke, do you accept Sid's apology for knocking you out of
I don't even know that Sid had to apologize.
You do remember.
I think Sid should I think what you should apologize is for taking advantage of Sid and his knowledge of sending you shit.
No.
Are you going to send Brooke anything, Sid?
Usually those to like not send him so much shit because we don't care. We don't care.
I can tell
like,
you that that's a normal session, Douglas.
Good. Sounds about right.
Everyone's sucking
that's a normal
Douglas'
session.
dick on the show except me. Let's just be honest.
Honey, it's not like that. It's not like that, darling. It's not like
one other person's not sucking your dick on the goddamn show.
They're not. Really, they're not, honey. I mean, honestly.
I've argued with Douglas multiple times.
Yeah, baby. That's right, honey. He's argued with me multiple times.
Yeah, why don't you argue with him something right now? Well, you know what? When he comes back, I would love to hear this great argument you're going to give.
Yeah, what did you guys argue about, Brennan?
Oh, at any rate, he'll talk about that while I'm gone. I'm going to refresh myself.
You were supposed to be. Oh yeah, let me get help. You go ahead and go. You were supposed to be in the same fucking boat with me on the. We were supposed to have a little club going, right? And I invited you into my club. Thought you were a member, and you got invited back on with that motherfucker. Fuck you.
Who are we talking about? Who? What?
You talking about me?
He knows. He fucking knows.
Who is he?
Yes.
Oh my God, honey. Brendan apparently.
I got it.
Okay. So, okay, I'm gonna go mute, and you guys have got this. Brendan's gonna talk about.
While you're gone, I'll deconstruct everything you said.
Yeah, that's right. See, Brendan's gonna start.
It'll be like a reverse Daryl Hamamoto. I'll wait till you leave.
and first thing he's gonna attack is the fact that I think the world is round. That's the first thing that Brendan's gonna attack.
Yeah.
Why don't we go into the whole? I can see some maps I got from this really guy. I met this guy. He's like completely so intelligent and he's like genius level, really. And he sent me some maps of the Earth, like if you go beyond the ice wall.
Oh, that Ian West shit. Yeah, that Ian West shit. Yeah. There's even a land named after him, or was it a sea? The West
Yeah,
Sea.
there's a Nemo, and there's a land of the sea of the never
Yeah.
that you never fucked anybody.
Yeah.
That's called Nemo.
Okay, I gotta go mute.
I heard what you said earlier. It's called semen retention.
Yeah, yeah.
Your semen retention. Yes, your semen retention.
Yes. I'll go mute. They've got this, and everyone, I will be back. And
you can still, you can still have intercourse. You just don't finish. I mean, it's pretty simple, and then it builds over
That
time.
sucks. It's a sucking thing. Like, who the fuck wants to have
But you can
intercourse?
have-
If you have intercourse and you can't fucking have an orgasm, like, what's the point of the intercourse? Just like you're trying to get a workout?
Because
There's the
pretty
book.
much. Over time,
There's a book.
you do get like a type of pleasure, like a tantric kind of level.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's actually called a woman that like was with a man. It's like 9 times out of 10, she's just not having an orgasm. She's faking it. It's called being a woman.
No, you don't like not enjoy it. I mean, it's like
Yeah, that we pretend to enjoy it. Exactly.
The multi-orgasmic male. You know what this book, right, Brendan?
you said something about snails.
Yeah, the multi-orgasmic male is about that tantric practice where you do retrograde ejaculation, so you have non-ejaculatory orgasms, so then you can have multiple of them as a guy if you perfect that trick.
Yeah, I'm neither confirming nor denying, but yeah, that's the theory. Right. Theoretically. Brooke, do you care to comment on that?
Yeah, what do you think?
No, I do not. I prefer not to comment.
I mean, it's supposed to.
But
supposed to have more energy.
That is the book definition of like a tantric, situation where you don't have to do that.
I'll be honest. Tantra to me is having orgasm at the same time with the person you're with. Like that is the ultimate tantra, is what you're actually referring to. I believe.
The point
like
is
when
you're
you
supposed
can,
to retain your essence.
when you simultaneously have that, like you're getting to a higher level of, I don't know. I mean, that's what I would see. I don't know. Maybe just fucking, that's what I enjoy.
Well, that's fine. Yeah. But that's all I was just responding to. It's not a thing. I'm not like an expert in this field.
You're not a sex expert? Come on. Like, what's your favorite position, dude? What is the position of the
Wait, what did you say?
What is your favorite position? You're not a sex expert. What's your favorite position?
I mean, it's like, how can there be a favorite? It's situational. Like,
I know. So, like, but what's in the book of the what do we call those two Indian
like,
books?
I feel like when it's contrived like that, it loses the passion, or it loses the element of it, the lust. In German, it's called lustisch. Like, it loses that essence. Like, you like just doing it like, oh, what, like, like someone in a movie, like, what position you want to do tonight? Like, that's so boring.
No, it's so boring and so stupid, and I agree with you on that. But I will say this:
it's just a situational. If the fire is there, then you do whatever's happening. That's all it is, really.
What I will say is this: that I personally, as a female, and I think a lot of females are like this, that I don't have like a thing for porn. We get all from porn. I think porn is. In most ways, I didn't even like it at all, like as far as anyone watching it, and I just didn't think it was healthy. But I will say this: after being with the last person that I've been with, the only person I've been with in like the last 2 years, I would say, you watch all the porn you want, buddy, because you got something fucking going with that shit, and you just keep on doing whatever you were doing. I did not know this even existed, and I'm 46 years old. Go ahead.
Do you think that? I don't think that was from.
What I'm saying is you can't always I don't know, think you know it all is what I'm saying. Don't think you know it all.
Yeah.
So what about you, Brooke? What's your favorite position?
Well, I kind of like what he said as far as like, yeah, like just show me what the fuck you watched last week. I don't know. Surprise me, bitch.
Yeah. Depends on.
I can't tell you what my favorite position is. What I can tell you is what my least favorite position is, which is what most women, if they're truthful, will tell you. They'll say they're not. Like they will tell you something different. But the least favorite position of a woman is on top. Like, we are lazy. We're like, don't wake us up to get fucking on top. Like, either we're bored by you or it's good. But regardless, you're working your ass off. That's nice for us. You want us to get there and work in? You want to see us sweat a little? No. Okay. We would prefer not to. We have to pretend like this is great. We're on top. You want to see our boobs, and we're making a little show of it. That's all we're doing. We're making a little show for you. Put us back on the goddamn bottom. Handle your shit. I don't care which way you want me. Fucking please don't make me be on top, because I prefer to not get the workout. This is your fucking energetic thing. Get your fucking treadmill and run in and whatever else you need to do. Like, we would prefer that.
That was never my favorite either.
What?
But yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that makes sense.
Well, it's just like, I don't know. It's like, to me, it's like the guy is like, so it is harder, as we know, for a woman to have an orgasm. Like, it's a little different, depending. But regardless, like, the woman's like, hey, I'm on top. You just want to see me, and I would look good, and I would do this, and I would up and down you. No. We want to lay there, and then we will enjoy or not enjoy. But it's either to fake it, even if we're not enjoying it. Like, at least we can fake it on the bottom. Like, we're gonna fake it on the top while we're riding you. No, this is like, please, I do not need this. You are literally. When I was like 20, I was like, okay, I was the best fucking rider, faker, bitch to my ex-husband. Matter of fact, I ended up getting pregnant. No. I do not anymore. I will literally I'm like, nope, not doing this anymore. Nope. Your turn.
Like, what can you tell us about how to give a gal a good time?
I would say watch. I don't know that I can tell you how to, because maybe another guy would.
It's situational.
It's very situational. I do believe in that. Like, it's situational. Like, you have to feel it. Like, and feel it. And
it's more
chemistry
than it is mechanical. So that's
what
I would say. Because a lot of people say, oh, it's like you have to find this or that. It's like, no, it's actually more of a energetic thing. It's not exactly.
I do agree with that. I completely agree with Brendan on that. Like, it's energetical, and it's, like, the situation, the energy is the way the energy is. Like, go with your energy, what you're feeling. Like, the energy is what you focus on. And that's where, again, as a woman, that I was able to stop and say, you know what? I know I'm not giving energy to this on top. Like, there's nothing in me that is like, this is what I want to do. So it was better for me to just be like, not doing it. You want me on top? Sorry. I'm here for 2 seconds. And now I'm not. Like, I just fucking don't want it. Right. And if I could continue to fake it like I want it, that's the whole problem with it. It's energy. Yeah. And so once the energy is exchanged in a completely organic way, in a completely truthful way, then everything becomes so much more real. But you can't just be like, I don't know. But I agree.
Yeah, completely agree.
That's what it is. I mean, it's never been contrived. I don't like to contrive that kind of situation. It's like, that's when it loses its, whatever spark.
When you focus too much on the mechanics and whatnot.
Well, that, and like the way people do it, like I can, like, what would be the way, like you see in a film or some kind of like TV show where the husband and wife are like, oh, it's Saturday, time to do the, it's like, I don't see that working. Like, there can't be this regularity to it. It's like,
oh yes, we will have sex Friday nights. You will always get, Friday nights you will always get your dick sucked. And that is what we will do. It will be so enjoyable.
Yeah, I don't see that working. Even for like the horniest person like that, I don't see that working for long.
A designated day of the week, like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think everything is. I think Brendan would probably agree with me on this. Like, like I do go with the moons, and I do go with astrology. Like, I believe it's energy. Everything is energy. We all are, and so energetically, you can have ups and downs and things,
the moon
right?
cycle is a big factor.
A moon cycle is a huge factor in it, yes. But overall, just if like you can have ups and downs in your relationship. If you're married, let's say you're married to somebody for 20 years, right? Like, you can get in a cycle where you're like in a cycle where maybe you're not having sex like that much at all, right? And then you can be in the same cycle where you're like having sex like one every day. The point is to energetically get in sync with each other as far as we're good with this. We know where we are, right? And energetically like exchange energy. Because when you're the problem, what happens is the reason people, I think, stop having sex to begin with, they put a block up. So the block was never sex. Usually it's a block of money, and it's a block of time, and it's a block of I feel fat 'cause I had kids, and it's a block of energy. And so the energy is not exchanging. Even if you're having sex, the energy is not exchanging. And so, you know, to be able to open up and let the energy exchange, if you're open enough to say, I don't have the block, this is my person, full fat, we're poor together, or we're rich together, we're like whatever, like it's just not a block between the two of you that you put up. Like I'm mad at him, if he did this more, we would be better, or she did this more. No, that's a block. Even the guys that are like, if she just gave me more sex, we'd be better. That's a block. Because you've blocked now a person off, like if she just did it more, or if he just did. No, it's the block. It's like, hey, let me talk to you about this. And let's just be open. I'm like, hey, I want to be here with you. And like, where are we? Where are we going? That's how you fucking have the best sex of your life. And you'll never fucking, you probably will be having it 12 times a fucking week, or 30 times, or one, depending on what you're needing. Like it is all energy. But when you're not exchanging energy, and you're trying to, but then it's like, okay, basically like a receptacle. Tell me if I'm wrong, Brendan. The best way to describe this to me would be energy. Like think about, we have in America, the way we plug stuff in. You take hair dryer to, you know, Britain or Europe. I'm not sure which ones still have it. You plug a hair dryer there, and it's not gonna work, right? Because the energy cannot exchange. And so what the problem is like you're trying to exchange energy with someone. You can't exchange because you have two different. You put a wall in that. You can fuck them all day. There's no wall. There's no energy exchange.
Exactly. Yeah, there has to be this mixing of of chemistry. It's called chemistry, but you know what that means. It's like
I mean chemistry. Yeah, we mean chemistry.
The bioenergetic has to the psychic pheromones, quote unquote, have to match in that way at that time. Yeah. For it to work.
Speaking of that, do you guys know about like if you smell your person, like if you smell somebody and you're like, oh my god, their stink smells good to me? Who's not?
Say that again.
So like there's a thing, like so like if somebody has like body odor, like they've sweated for a while, and this happened to me with my ex-girlfriend. Like it was just like you literally like you're really into someone, like they're like what you would normally be like, that is not a good smell. Kind of like, I don't know, I'm sure everyone's not going to say they do this, but I think everyone's probably done it. Everyone has smelled, first of all, someone's fart and been like, that's so gross. Secondly, you have farted under the covers and you have lifted it up and like, that's kind of gross. But then you lifted it up again and you're like, but what is it?
Yeah, that's kind of like it. But it's like the point is that the smell is a big factor because there's
like you kind of are like, oh my god, like maybe not, but like not. This is not the smell of like, it's not like a French, or perfume or whatever the fuck it is. It's not like I'm smelling, Johnny Depp's new cologne, but at the same time,
no, it's like a pheromonic.
Yeah, you're like, oh my god, like that is, even if you don't recognize it,
of your parts.
No, just like the body odor itself. Like, there's actually a huge biological connection there, where like that's in biology, it's like it has a factor with mating and smell, because that way the organisms can prevent inbreeding through that. Like there's a certain connection to that only compatible beings can do that, mate, and have offspring. So
we all have
part of that.
We all have like a microbiological fingerprint, right? Like the microbiome.
It's so amazing that what you just said there, Brendan, because like, and what you're saying again as well. I feel like exactly I think it's DNA, or they're in our DNA. Our DNA is energy, and it can be changed as we are learning. But the part of it where it's like, I've been around like guys, alcohol. remember being younger and just being like, oh my God, like a bodybuilder, like what I thought at that time was like, it's just like, that is if I was just to pick somebody out of a catalog, right? That's him, right? And then I would be around, I'm like, oh my God, so gross, so gross, so gross. Like just nothing attractive to me at all.
Yeah.
Like to not handle it. Like it's like, oh, right?
Okay.
And then the same thing, like be around somebody that I was like, I remember like one of the only other person, like I've had my heart broken too. Well, now maybe 3 times. My life. I remember the first guy, the only guy that I know, like, I don't know, I was talking about my other one recently, but like it really hurt me that he was so not my type. Like he was tall, lanky, not like but everything about him, like I screamed. Mm-hmm. Like my body screamed, like I need you, I have to have you, and then like it's so weird the way that works. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah. Go on, Brendan. I mean, I've just returned. I received notification.
No one cares. Why don't you shut the fuck up? You know what we were doing? We were having a good podcast. Why don't you go back home?
Thank you, honey. It's always good to be welcome back. Poor Sid is having a coughing fit right now. He had to go mute, so we couldn't hear him hack his lungs out. And of course, we're concerned about your vaping, Brooke. I'm sorry, what was that, Sid? Was he better now?
I'm doing better now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he's basically saying he's better. He can take over for you. You can go ahead and go back on the show. We'll rename it while you're gone, by the way.
What was it?
We'll keep it Doug. I think we should keep it the Douglas Dietrich show. Is for like, is that in memory? Also, because I need $50,000, so we're going to need to make it in memory.
And you'll be happy to know, Brooke, that George Knight sent me a message. He'll be on in a few minutes. He'll be on joining us.
Oh, great, because I was about to get off. If he's stupid enough to send that, he lets me know I'm not going to get off now.
But Brendan,
but yeah, just to recap, just like as a final thought on that, what we were speaking on.
Yes.
Is that the only person I've ever cared for, or like had a real connection with, it was definitely smell. Like the smell was there, it's like that was like a visceral memory,
I think, that too. Yeah, see, Brendan and I have
like,
real conversations.
It's not replicable with anyone else.
Yeah, it's like, it's not, you can't get it back. It's just something with that person. And, with the first one, like, with I say the first one, like, I'm support, which I guess I am 3 people now that I've loved. But I will say that, you don't, I can't replicate the smell. Like, I would never be able to be like, if I smelled it, maybe I wouldn't. But at that time, like, you can't replicate a smell. It's like a fucking, like, color. You can't until you see it or smell it. You don't know it. So I can't remember what exactly it was. But it was so, and that, the first time I don't even know, like, was it a smell? But then I went by the second time, it was just like, when I realized it's a smell that just completely, it's not just a cologne. Actually, oh, God damn it was the first one too. Like, fucking, there was the cologne, but then it was over-scented with their body. I do remember they had this certain
it's not like a perfume or some kind of cologne.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Like
the second one,
the chemistry
their
of
body.
the being itself, the pheromone.
So, like, I remember, like, my second one, like, I was like, we have, like, literally not, like, showered for, like, 3 days, right? And it's like, oh my God, I stink. And it's like, great, like, and then, like, their armpit, and, like, I'm smelling their armpit, which is, to most people would be like, oh my God, that's so gross. But it was, like, their smell. That's when I realized, like, oh, there must be something to this. Like, if there is something, like, because I was just, like, enthralled. Like, I was like, it does not smell bad to me at all. It was just, like, that's why I made the stupid reference, like, under the covers. Like, it's just, like, it was, like, I don't know that I would call this a great smell to most people. Or they would be like, I want to buy this perfume. But I knew, to me, it was the perfect fucking smell.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's a biological thing. Like I was saying, there's certain reasons why each person is attracted to different people, and it's really physicality is like the last on the list. So that's where a lot of people go wrong. Like we were saying earlier, like you get people get attracted just by visually, and then they don't match in all of their aspects. That's where this
Right, because you can be like, I want this tall person, or I want this strong person, I want this big butt, or big boobs, or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah.
And then it's like, that doesn't fit. It never fit. But then you're like, get this one person, it's like, you're not what I pictured, but fuck, why am I with you? You know?
Right.
Wow.
And that's what I was talking about earlier about the.
Thank you. That's thank you.
Carry on.
No. I think I think the two of you should carry on. You're doing fine, really.
The situation with like what I was saying earlier about you can't just contrive a good sexual experience with someone else. It's something that like Douglas, you weren't here, but the question was, what's the favorite position? And my response was, there isn't one because it's situational. So it's like, when you're in the moment, that's different, you know. Yeah. Otherwise it becomes like, masturbatory, where like you're just with another person as like,
vehicle,
as an item, as an objectification. But in like a real scenario, like we're talking, where you connect with someone biologically, that's a different kind of thing. That's why I'm not, in that kind of mode when it comes to that thing. It's more, there has to be other connections. Otherwise, like, it could just be anything, really.
Yes.
And this all started because I responded to the semen retention comment. That's all.
Of course.
To catch you up.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Now that I'm caught up,
You're so fake. You're so fake. You know what? You're stupid. You're stupid as shit. Because you know what you should do? If you hear mine and Brendan's voice, or fucking interviews, you'd be like, hey, why don't you retell the story? But you know what you do? You say to the one person no one wants to retell the story to. You just like I would like all the rest of my listeners just to draw.
Hey, reconnection successful. Okay, everyone. So there was a glitch. Let us all know how we sound. Let us know about the quality of our sound and whether you're able to hear us.
He cares so much. As long as you go send him money, he doesn't even care if you hear him. As long as you can hear the number, send me money to Douglas Dietrich PayPal.
I mean, we lost all the viewers because we were too candid.
We did lose a number of viewers. but it's okay. We're holding okay.
Viewers. You know why you lose viewers though? Because it's a female talking about sex and they cannot handle it.
It is hard for a lot of people to handle, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
We lost a lot of people when we said sex was something else. They were expecting like 50 Shades.
They were expecting parquet floors. I got my parquet floors recovered. Tai Chi is too. If you breathe in deeply. Brendan, do you know Tai Chi?
Oh my God.
Just do it now. We will bring the viewers back.
We could go there, but I'm saying the viewers were expecting like, what's your favorite position? And then it's like, oh, I like choking people and then like slashing people. I disappointed them.
Conversation about
oh my God, why?
You know what my favorite position is? A goddamn ball gag. And you know what it is? A ball gag in anybody else's fucking mouth. Like, just shut the fuck up and you might be sexy to me. Just shut the fuck up.
But then you won't be able to do your breathing exercise.
Yes, that's...
Breathe in deeply. You need to move the camera a little lower, Brooke. You don't breathe in deeply again.
Oh my God. Okay, so by all means, continue. I think you're doing okay.
I'm never giving my birth chart ever. Okay.
What's your ascendant? I think we already went through.
What?
Your ascendant.
Oh, you're ascendant, honey. Uh-huh.
My ascendant is Scorpio.
Uh-huh.
Well, it depends. So it's Scorpio. So I'm right at the. So if you go on a Vedic chart, it is actually Libra.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So I'm Libra ascendant with the Vedic.
Oh, that
and
makes sense.
Scorpio.
You're Vishaka.
Okay.
That's why you're so spicy.
Yes, she is a spicy personality. Yeah.
And then you're talking to Douglas, who's a Libra sun. So it's why I guess he's attracted to me. But Scorpio is my. If you're going tropical, it'd be Scorpio. And I'll actually ask you that. And what do you think? Like, should I go with the Vedic or the tropical? Like,
Well, it depends on what you need it for. Each system has its own values.
yeah. See, so what I have learned though is so the Vedic has so much more detail. Would I be correct in that? Just detailed as far as
because you're taking like the 27 nakshatras and dividing it into 108 padas. So you have a lot more. You have a lot more detail, but there are times when you could use the tropical system for a bigger event, longer timelines, etc.
Yeah, so if you look at mine, so mine tropical, like my tropical moon is Aries, which is fire, which you've said fire before. Like, you know, I've got fire.
Yeah.
Like, the Aries moon makes so much sense to me. If you go to if you were to get a Vedic, it would go Pisces. I don't think you've seen me as a Pisces moon. I'm not like, man, peace and love, bitch. Like, there's nothing about me.
But by the way, I think
It depends on what part of Aries. It's only a few degrees difference.
Yeah, so like, I have to go back and look at that.
Was Sid trying to say something? Sid was trying to say something. Sid.
I was trying to ask what was the question. Vedic versus what? I was going to look it up.
It's Vedic. It's VEDIC. Vedic is the VEDIC would be the one versus tropical. So it's basically Western astrology versus
Western versus Vedic astrology. That's all.
Oh,
it's also called tropical.
Oh, or tropical.
Because it's based on the tropics. There's like Tropic of Cancer and Tropic.
Yeah, it's just the way they're basically the Vedic has moved, which in some ways is completely correct. The Vedic has moved with certain things. Anyway, I'm not getting into that. Like, we're going to get more, but
23 degrees difference, 23 and a half degrees difference. And the reason why that's so is because one is based on a projection based on the seasons, where spring is 21st April, blah, 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 and all of that.
Yes.
The other one is based off of how you see the celestial bodies in a sidereal perspective from the Earth looking at the stars.
Sidereal means tropical. Sidereal. But when it's sidereal, you mean?
No,
I'm sorry. Sidereal means Vedic.
Tropical is based on seasons.
Yeah, based on the seasons. And sidereal. Sidereal is another word for Vedic. VEDIC, like sidereal. Yeah.
Okay.
So my point is this. So here's how my own parents, who are like Christian, you know, like
by the way, I just want everyone to know that George Knight has arrived. George Knight has arrived. Yes. Good evening, George.
Bob Jones. I'm still talking. I'm sorry. Bob Jones, and like they literally were like, we don't believe in astrology, and that's from the devil because the Bible says don't believe in shit like that. And then I have told him a million times, like, all these things. Now, my dad did, I will admit that he called me one time he does stock trading. He's a big stock market person. He does stock. He called me and was like, can you look up stock in this company? I'm like, see, what do you think? It's like, he was already kind of he was already seeing that there were some truths in astrology, right? But my mom and my dad.
Well, the guys at the top know that, like J.P. Morgan's famous quote.
Yeah.
Billionaires don't use astrology. Billionaires do.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
JP was JP Morgan.
Yeah. It was J.P. Morgan himself who obviously knew about astrology.
Yes.
They all have astrologers on. All these Fortune 500 companies have astrologers on the payroll, but it's not public information.
Of course, that's all true. They
want people to not believe it. That's why they put out the stupid sun
but by the way,
women would just like look up their sun sign, cosmopolitan, and be like, that's my astrology. Well, that didn't make quite sense. Well, no, it didn't make sense. That's not your birth chart, bitch. You don't know. Like, there's nothing about it.
When you ask people what their ascendant is, they get totally
right. By the way, just so we know, just so we know.
Send it equals also rising. For anybody listening, like rising sign. Not that anyone's listening anymore. We talk about that.
That's cute. So, George, how long do we have with you, just to make sure how much?
Oh my God, yes. Let's suck your dick a little bit more.
Just because he comes in for a limited amount of time, honey. So just
I can't help his state factor. Maybe you should get some Viagra.
So George, how much time do we have with you tonight? Just curious.
Yes. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, about 50 minutes, just under an hour.
Okay, about 50 minutes, just under an hour. So yes. So Brooke, finish up with what you were saying. Take your time.
Oh, so I just want to tell. I thought Brendan would like this. So Brendan, at the end of it, I tell my parents, like, I've had so many problems with cars. Like, every time, the first time my dad let me have his brand new Honda Accord and drive it, I was 15. He's like, you can drive back and forth to school. I had driven it literally, and it's just, I don't know, a few weeks. And I was like, I feel like something's not shifting in this car right. I didn't know shit about a car. I was like, it just feels like it was revving. It was a year old Honda, a year old.
Brand new.
In the 90s. And it, guess what happened? Transmission was locked the fuck down, right? Completely could not get transmission fuel to it. Luckily, because Honda back then, they covered it. But regardless, up to today, which, as Douglas knows,
that is supernatural because for a brand new Japanese car to go out like that is almost like that's like 1 in a million.
Yeah.
So brand new, so now I have a car. There's a Nissan. I just fucking bought. Basically same thing. But if I was to go to every car, we don't have time for this. Like, even 12-hour podcast, we don't have time for this. Okay.
I mean, it makes more sense for Nissan to do that.
But what I'm trying, Nissan, especially now, yeah. But what I'm trying to say is that I read on my Vedic last year, on my thing, it said, it was talking about my moon with them. And it said, you will have problems. Major. I was like, it wasn't even, I can't remember the exact words they used, but it was basically like the way I was writing English. You're going to have major problems with one of these two things. You will either have major, horrible car issues or with your mother. Like, you're going to have your whole
you
life
have, it's basically your Ashvini, the moon is in Ashvini, which is the first sign in Aries, and it's afflicted. There's other aspects that are creating that. That's all.
Yeah, and
which you can remedy that event if you.
Yeah,
how does she remedy
drink
that?
Milk at night, like put my milk in a silver cup and drink the milk out of this.
No. Those are like medieval, like Vedic astrology. There are other ways to remediate.
Well, you need to remove the car thing because I'm telling you right now. Like, I told the guy.
You have to. I know this sounds ridiculous, but the first sign is ruled by Ganesh, so you just have to be more humble. I think that's really where it's.
Yeah, imagine that.
I think it'd be better to drink.
Imagine that.
Because you feel humble.
No, seriously, that is the Ganesh principle is the key to fixing your moon in first.
The thing is, I am humble when I'm not on here. Like, I am humble person. In general, I feel like
get
I
a
am
Ganesh
humble.
statue
I'm grateful.
learn the symbolism.
And I feel like I don't deserve anything. I honestly, if I hang up, I'm like, oh my god, like, I'm so thankful. Brendan was so sweet to me. Like, I'm so thankful. Like, but my point is, like, I feel that way. Do I show that to other people? No.
Yeah. Well,
that's fine.
Like
that's
Brendan
fine.
said, get a Ganesh statue. Is that something she should put in her car? A Ganesh in the car?
Yes, yeah. If you're keen on protecting yourself, you should say Shri Ganesh every time you drive, and like,
yes,
it would protect your journey.
Yes.
I think what can I do to not break the car? I feel my own daughter, who's only 23 years old, right? She didn't believe in astrology either, but she started learning a little about it as I taught her, as I learned, and so she started, maybe. But then with the car thing, and then I show her that, and then like she already knew my car situations throughout my life, and like then I had borrowed her car. I borrowed her car, literally to drive 1.5 miles. And that fucker broke. She now got a new car because she graduated from my dad bought her a new car. After that, she's like, "You're not allowed to touch it." And I'm like, "Why?" Now I got to like, she's like, "Mom, you get in my." I swear to God, I'll kill you. Because it's not about like I can't drive. It's about the fact that every time I touch a car, something bad. I don't tell this. Like, even fucking the people that we talked about recently in my life, like, their car, guess what? Broke down the second I got it.
What a nightmare.
And I don't tell them it's my fault. I already know. Because, like, why would I tell them like that?
It's just an energy field. It's not, like, anyone's fault, per se.
Yeah.
It's just every chart has its own field.
Cars now, but, like, it's like cars are, like, it's like something about the travel. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to figure out the energy of that. Like, what is it about my energy? Like, the vehicle and the travel.
I just told you the moon is in Ashvini. which it rules over travel and cars and vehicles. It's the first sign, which corresponds to the first house, which is a vehicle, any kind of vehicle. And it's got some afflicted
bad energy going toward it, like something.
No, and like aspects. It's just an aspect, like there's a Rahu aspect or something there. That's I
heard you have a bad Rahu actually aspect to that.
Is it in first house? Is it in first house or
I can't
third
remember.
house?
I have to. Yeah, with Dietrich, I don't remember.
Well, if you send me your chart, I'll just.
Yeah, send him your chart, Brooke. Send him your chart. I mean,
I never would send someone my chart. I'll just send you my birthday and time, and you can look at the house pick up like with yours. Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can send you a Bob chart, which is like a house chart that like no one else has calculations for. But anyways,
amazing. See,
I'm gonna get out of here and I'm gonna let George. And
wait. I want you to stay with us, darling. Even with everybody here.
I will call back.
Are you call back? Okay,
I'm
good.
I'm not taking off with George. George, I love you. I cannot hang out with that, but I do want George to be able to talk and. Actually needs to feed my dog, so I'm gonna go handle.
Okay, then when you come back, we'll talk about that other subject.
I don't know what subject you're talking about.
When you do come back, Brendan and I will address a bit about the Esther thing, just a little bit, just to put that in some context.
Those were some good,
and we'll talk a bit about some other juicy stuff. Yeah, some juicy stuff. And so just let us know when you come back, honey. Thank you, and we love you. Okay.
All right, love you guys. All right, thanks, Brendan.
Love you too. Yeah. Okay, so George, let us in on what's been going.
Humble.
Yes, a bit of humility from Brooke Gibson. Yes, yes. It's such a novel feeling. I don't know how to digest it. So
all the subjects she covered today. That was a good conversation between her and Brendan just then.
Thank you, Sid.
Sexuality, that all turned out to be pretty cool, I thought.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. I mean, we lost half the audience, but that's okay. it's all right. It's yeah. I mean, numbers aren't everything. So that being said, dear George, welcome aboard. And it's been a hell of a time. How much of that episode
of the audience isn't everything?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. So George, how much of that did you hear the other night when I was on with the Esther young lady? Did you hear any of that?
I saw it. Reviewed it once for the last hour and about 15 minutes for the second time. But yes, that was about telomeres, which I really appreciated. We did talk about telomeres. It was her and I spoke about them, right? Yeah. Yes, absolutely, Douglas. And it was about her cosmology, about her premise or thesis, her cosmology on life, or the world around us. So that was really interesting. It was captivating. It was very captivating.
I mean, and people said positive things to her, and then so what happened was the night she couldn't come on. It was strange. Maybe I should wait till Brooke comes back on before speaking about it. But what the hell? I mean, Brendan saw a bit of what happened. Here's the issue. I couldn't send you any screenshots of the conversation. I could send them to Aristides and to Brendan, but not to you because, of course, you and I are not connected by cell phone. I'd have to find a way to get them into a Skype or something like that, and I'm not quite sure I'm technically up to that. But she was. Basically, if you might remember, she finagled out of me, and I'm not saying this in a sinister way, it's just that I promised to try and call her privately to talk about some private questions she had, and so I had arranged for Tuesday, maybe, in which I would do that, and then everything was just piling up schedule-wise, and as Brendan knows, because I was telling him about everything I was dealing with, and I said a little bit of it to Peter Moon, lately, with everything that happened with the change in my insurance, I had some big life changes I had to adapt to. And while I was dealing with any number of things, including responsibilities before production, I told her that, I couldn't talk to her on Friday. And it could be just an unfortunate convergence of events. But basically what had happened was that she apparently had entered some messages into the Skype, but they were... at a very specific time that was very close to when she sent me those messages on the cell phone. But basically, it was after I had said I got to cancel Tuesday. Then she told me, a relation died and I won't be able to join the conversation tonight. And so that was on the Wednesday episode. Today's a Wednesday episode, so it was like Sunday she couldn't join us, I think. And so when I was on Sunday with Aristides, and Aristides can attest to this, we brought up, there's some things I'm suspect about. You just have to be in a general nature about people. And I said nothing against her personally. She personalized everything I said, and that was just silly. So she personalized everything I said like I was voicing suspicions against her. Of course, Aristides himself said, I reviewed what she had to say, and I think that you give her the benefit of the doubt. And I said, oh, yeah, of course, I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. But no, she personalized it all and felt that I was dissing her, which I think is ridiculous. And then, when I later remembered, of course, she said her relation died. Which, by the way, I'll just tell you the truth. The way it came at me was she didn't say anything about that till after I said I got canceled Tuesday. Then it was I've got this dead relation suddenly came up in these paragraphs. And it was said in such a way and was so strange the way it was phrased. I don't need to read it out loud. I don't want to read all her private business out loud to people. But it was so strange. I just didn't take it to be real. I mean, people say stuff like this all the time. Oh, I just had can't see you. I just had a relation who died, and this is like an old fallback. So it didn't register as real to me. So it was
I
only.
had I had the same experience yesterday. Someone just blabbering off something that was not true at all, and you could just know it wasn't real. They were just blabbering off something that they just conjured up on the spot. Oh, it was just ridiculous. But yeah, please, sorry.
No. I get what you're saying, and in this case, maybe it is real. It just didn't seem like it. It just didn't seem like the timing and the way it was said and everything. It just did not strike me as real. But I didn't hold that as a negative. It's like I just didn't care.
Let's put it this way: if it was real, if it was truthful, then it had happened recently, not immediately. Does
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And it was like, but it was stated like it was immediate, and it's the whole situation is so bizarre. Like I said, we're not going to read it because it's just too bizarre. But I didn't even, other than that, I just had to prepare for the show. Then after the show was over, I remembered, oh yeah, she had this relative she said died, so I sent her condolences, and then she's like, oh, I really must say how overwhelmingly disingenuous your condolences are. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Of course they're insincere. I don't know this person. It's like, if this person is real and they really died, I don't know them. I'm just standing on ceremony. I'm just trying to be nice, okay? It's like, what the fuck? Like, what would sound sincere to you? That's like, you can't win with these people. But it's like, oh yeah, if I had said it immediately, I suppose. Well, because I'm overwhelmed and told her I was overwhelmed and I was just sparing some time to, try and be nice to her, etc. Jesus Christ. But so there you go with that. I mean, but I think just a number of things. She personalized what I was saying about being generally cautious, which is just absurd. And she and then comes at me with this disingenuous stuff, like whatever, there's nothing I can do about that. But who knows whether she'll be on again or not. I mean, I have nothing against her, but no, it's just is what it is. So, but let's just say the way she acted, it does add, shall we say, more of a suspicion than was there before that there's something off.
Yes.
Yeah. So all that being said, how about on your side? So what's going on your side?
Yeah, thank you, Doug. So just to input my impressions or review on some of the comments that she made when you were elaborating on the Homo sapiens, when you were elaborating that to her, and her comment back, her response was, it's incredibly nihilistic. No, she didn't say that. She said narcissistical. She said it was narcissistical to believe that we are the most intelligent species in this universe. And of course, for what we know, there is no such thing as any more intelligence out there. We are it. I refer to us as the pinnacle of life itself, or the apex.
Yes.
We are the highest form of being. That's why, as you articulated, the term Homo sapiens sapien means that we are the all-knowing, we are the wise ones, and there is no intelligent species out there besides us. We are the apex, and I thought that was very nihilistic
of her.
Think.
Right.
Yes.
No, I get what you're saying. Yes. Though, of course, I always emphasize that there are species that evolved from the past extinctions that are native to Earth, of course, and these relic populations are could be perceived on they too think they're the pinnacle of creation and the inheritors of the universe. So I mean, there is this factor. And but it's different from what she was saying, was more along the lines of the indoctrination from the ancient aliens crowd. Yes, that's it. So our man Acid Kick has just mentioned something very important. Sid, thank you. Sid, don't be afraid to open your mouth and participate, interject. Don't be afraid to interject verbally. So Sid, interject verbally. He points out she was a Zachariah Sitkin person. That our DNA is manipulated to make us a slave race to the Anunnaki. She was leaning towards that, and she was also saying that she basically had every Zachariah Sitkin book. She was basically So
that was it.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. That was the other point I was going to make, because that was what she kept referencing or citing.
Yeah.
When she was speaking. Yes.
Yeah.
She was a Niburianite.
Yes.
Nibiruite.
Yeah. A Sitkinite cultist.
Sitkinite.
Yeah.
But Nibiru is the planet he was talking about, right? Like this thing.
Among others,
Planet X.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there were several trips he was on. He was on several trips, but Nibiru is definitely one of them. And and people would just grab his shit, and it's their religion. And So, and there's not a single other person who's a scholar in that field that agrees with him. They all say he's full of shit, but he's the one that people love, of course. And the more you say he's full of shit, the more all the conventional scientists who study archaeology in the Sumerian and Babylonian region, the more they say he's full of shit, the more everybody loves him. And they all say, see, all the conventionals say he's full of shit because he's the one telling the truth. I mean, this is the perversity of human nature. So go on, yes.
I was gonna just mention what happened to me yesterday. It's a bit mundane, but I was literally traveling home from my job. I had another colleague of mine just working with me in one of the neighbouring towns on our patch that we're working on our job, and I rang him just to say, right, what time do you want me to close my job down? Because he had a job with an assist to my job, and he was saying, oh crap, I've not unsighted it yet, so keep open for a bit longer, and then close it down at about 4:15. And so so I waited till 4:15. I closed my job down, and then he sent me a text saying, I'm so sorry, George, because I'm jumping gun a little bit, I'm jumping ahead. He told me that he was driving into our hometown. He was just from the outskirts driving into our hometown. But then he sent me a text saying, sorry, George, when I was on the phone, I was waving goodbye to my partner's daughter. She's off to Dubai. And I was like,
Jesus.
I was just thinking, well, good luck to her. Hope she comes back safe and not groomed, and hope she doesn't catch radiation.
Yeah, thank you. Like
leukemia or something. Yeah, hopefully, that was my first impression. I was thinking,
hanging out with Andrew Tate or something.
Yeah, hanging out with Andrew Tate. Yeah.
Yes, but I was thinking, wait a minute, you were on the outskirts. But what? You were going all the time I was on the phone to you, or was waving goodbye to. I was like, what? I could, when someone just blabbers something and you think that doesn't make any sense. It was just, I had that yesterday, just for what you just alluded to, just reminded me of what happened yesterday. I just like, what? Pondered over it. It's like, that doesn't make any sense, but it's just what people come out with. They just come out with the most random stuff.
Yeah.
Or they miscommunicate. They say it wrong. They just basically they tell stories wrong. Or I have no idea. But it's just when someone says something, you just think, well, that doesn't make any sense. Nonsensical.
Yeah. Half the time, people are just like they're just seeking something to say, and it's just like it doesn't need to make any sense. They're just trying to throw something out there.
To throw something out there, yeah.
But in the case of where what I think I ran into,
it's like the kids nowadays would say it's like a flex, like you're
Yeah.
just trying to flex by saying,
yeah,
I'm going here to Dubai. Yeah, I'm doing this.
right. It makes you sound more interesting when it's not.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that what happened here was, I think this young lady in my case was looking for just some villainy on my part, or just something to be angry about. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's like just like saying, "Oh, you're voicing your suspicions about me," and honestly, like I said, anybody who reviews what I said. I was talking about different cases other than her. I was saying there's all kinds of people who have been on my show in the past, and then, they denounce me after a certain period of time just because I guess they feel somehow that moves them up in the world or something. Obviously, they go to the enemy because they always were part of the enemy. But so I said, you got to be cautious about new people who come in. And so that's a reasonable thing to say.
Yes.
But yeah. Oh, yes. And is that Acid Kick bringing that up? She was shitting on Serpent Lineage as well. She did apologize for that. Yes, she did apologize for that in Skype later in a text. Like, I didn't mean to sound like I wanted to genocide an entire bloodline. Yeah, but you weren't speaking highly of them. She was coming along with the David Icke line. All serpents are bad people. Yeah, that's so there you go with that. I mean, there's a lot going on down there. But I'm usually, as you can see, very tolerant, not jumping down people. And I wasn't out correcting her or you're talking about that Zachariah Sitkin dude, and he's full of shit. You notice I just maintained, myself. I didn't jump on that, but you just can't make people happy. Sometimes they're just out there to find fault. And I could go into that with a few cases that are exemplary just for morbid entertainment later. But that would require I invest the, mental energy into remembering them. But yes, so our man, I think it's still Sid, is saying Ike, Sitkin, Ancient Aliens, Putin Dreams. Yeah, it's all very, very, very astute. That's very astute. They all blend into each other. Matter of fact, so George Knight, did you hear that some guy named Mohn, M-O-H-N, he looks like some Eastern European immigrant. He was in Pennsylvania, where Our Lady lives, Victoria. Victoria, you might remember her, was a young lady on a few times. And so she lives in Pennsylvania out in the woods. And so this other guy lived in Pennsylvania. And his father worked for the government for 20 years. And then he claimed he got online, got all brainwashed by the QAnon shit. So he felt anyone working with the government was a quote-unquote traitor. So he cut his father's head off. And then put it on YouTube. He put it on YouTube. He's holding his father's head up. And for some reason, he's wearing plastic gloves, and he's got his father's head in a plastic bag. And I'm wondering why, because then he put it in a bowl of boiling water, a pot of boiling water. So he puts his dad's head in a pot of boiling water. And I was saying to Brendan, why was he had the gloves in the plastic bag like he was trying to prevent his fingerprints from getting on it? But then it's like, and then Brendan says, because he didn't want the cooties. He didn't want the cooties from his dad, the traitor germs or something. So, and this was 14 minutes long, this video on YouTube of him boiling his father's head. And all the while he's complaining about the Biden administration, Black Lives Matter, LGBTQIA+. It's all the same old shit. He was like, it's like, and so he said, all government workers must be killed. They're all traitors and all this shit. And so there you go. It was like, my private joke is that this is the guy who was probably promising Victoria a new home. Victoria was in good, she got into some online communications with some guy who's promising her a new home and shit. And so my joke is, it's probably this guy. Yeah, it's probably the fucker who's doing it. But yeah, so there you go with that. And these people, they get online and their brains are full of shit. Go on, George, with what else you might have run into.
Oh God, no, that's just awful. That's pure radicalization from the enemy, I should say. Yeah, that's just oh God, morbid, and it's just grotesque. But yeah, no, that's just to emphasize what the enemy is capable of, and that's why we need to fight the enemy.
Thank you. This is what happens when they get a hold of people's minds. See what happens? They get a hold of people's minds. They kill their own relations. I mean, pump
full of shit, and then these people take out the people closest around him.
Yeah.
Probably his dad loved him more than anything, and he did that to his own father. It's just crazy.
Yes, obviously he was living with his father. No one else would tolerate his bullshit, and he kills him. And this is the same with all these people. They're all living with their parents. I mean, elbow to the rib here with Brendan, because he and I were talking about that with a particular individual who is not with us, someone not on this call. But at any rate, that's oh God. So all that being said, what else, George and I, with your work in general, when you've got, so you'll be with us on next Wednesday, not this Sunday, but next Wednesday throughout the majority of the show.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, looking forward to it, Douglas. Yeah, most looking forward to it. Yeah. And just to, I did see last night the government poll. They did a recent government polling, asking the general public, whoever participated, what's their view on conscription. And the majority of people said they do not approve of the conscription to be enlisted or drafted into a military service to
oh my God, that is so pathetic. That is so pathetic. I am appalled. What happened to fucking Britain? Oh my God, what happened to fucking Britain?
Exactly. Again, it's just like it brings to my mind that, just when, me growing up throughout several generations, just the shit they spew, the propaganda they spew, that, we are one of the greatest countries. We fought for freedom, and that these brave men went to war to fight for our freedom. And, this has been pumped into the public eye, the public domain for generations, for decades. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, when there is an actual threat against Britain's own sovereignty, independence, whatever you want to call it, its own, against so-called quote-unquote freedom, which we don't actually have. Yeah. It's then the majority of the people, the public, they completely dispute it, they oppose it. I just had to shudder away when I saw that, the statistics on it, the stats on the that polling. They asked several questions, whether or not, you would, what's the percentage that would volunteer to enlist themselves, to roll into the military by volunteering, and it was 11%. No, 7%. Sorry, beg your pardon. 7%.
Oh my God!
It's a very small number of people that would. Of course, if the government said that we had to, of course, I'll be the first one to raise my hand, and I would serve. I would go straight away. And I don't know what people's impressions of that is, but I certainly would, because I understand better than most people that I'm around, in Britain, understand the
stakes.
The threat.
Well, the stakes, the threat, yes, and what exactly is going on, and this is actually it. This is actually the we are in this moment where we have a decisive struggle that is basically fomenting. It is fomenting at this period of time. We are in this pre-war period that the lines are being drawn. And in the end, we'll see what happens. I agree with your assessment, which was profoundly insightful, that Rishi Sunak, basically in the position that he's in, has been told, of course, that we cannot reinstate the conscription because that would imply that we're at war. And we cannot be at war so long as we're at war with the Third Reich. I still say get rid of Rishi Sunak. I mean, regardless, but regardless. But nevertheless, he's in a position where he has been told this, But you would think anyone with some semblance of common sense and some semblance of spine would say, well, why are we still at war with the 1,000-Year Reich in exile? Why don't we just stop? Why don't we just stop that war? Of course, they're probably told that it can't be stopped, and it's something that is, at this point, beyond anyone's control, some kind of shit like that. So let's take a look at this. What I don't know if you can see this inside of the text box. So there's a few things been put into the text box of Skype by Sid. One is wartime propaganda. How did Britain try to keep the support of the people of the West? The other one is more than a third of under 40s would refuse. Okay, there we are. Would refuse conscription in the event of a world war. There we are. And figures higher than the number who say they would either volunteer or accept conscription. Although if the British mainland were under threat, more would be willing to fight. Of course, the British mainland doesn't need something immediately on the British mainland to be a threat. They just don't understand this, is that Britain's economy is like everyone else's, a global economy. There's something that can happen in another part of the world that is a direct threat to Britain. Certainly a threat to Gibraltar, as I said, would be a direct threat to Britain. That would be cutting Britain's throat. So this is something that, again, we need to maintain a sense of perspective here that most people just don't have anymore. And it has to do with the education. The education's all fucked up. So thank you for this, Sid. He's keeping us up to date on this. And aside from all of that, here we are, Rishi Sunak. He's given us like Rishi Sunak honors 101 year. Is this some old dude or something? He's honoring his 101st birthday or something, and then another biography of him. So of course I can't stand looking at that guy. The man's face makes me sick. The man's face just
smile.
Yes, that vapid smile. Oh my God, it's intolerable. Yeah. Aside from all of that, everything going as well as it can, aside from work, family, everything else as well as it can.
No, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, nothing to update on. Yeah, it's just going well. I've got work today. Going to see what work brings. Busy week this week. It's just still rolling out fiber, connecting people to the full fiber network, and climbing poles every single day.
Oh my God.
To emphasize to Brooke, I know something about polls because I work on them every day.
Thank you. Yes, Brooke, if you're listening,
please, yeah.
Yes, George Knight knows what he's talking about. It's a professional opinion, having nothing to do with buttering me up or trying to. Honestly, oh my God. Well, hopefully she understands that, and Now, what about with the weather? Is it? Are you in any danger of any heat stroke or pneumonia or what?
No, thank you. I'm still at this point in time still wearing my thermals, my underlay thermals, but it's actually getting more milder, so it's not frigid anymore. It's actually getting to a nice, but it's dry. That's the main thing. Had a few spurts of rain, but then no, it's the most perfect outdoor weather to work in.
Okay.
I couldn't wish for any better weather, and it's getting lighter, of course, and then we're approaching the daylight saving time clock change, and ongoing conditions of wartime. It's still it's imminent. It's around the corner, and and then we go back to longer days. Daylight days. So yes, absolutely. So this is all part of what we're talking about. We're in, like I said, we're in pre-war period. This is a pre-war period that we're imminently in at this moment in time. People are aware of that. We were emphasizing this during COVID. We're emphasizing this pre-COVID, when Russia was launching, where they're deploying African swine fever throughout Europe it was to compromise the food supply, the food stock in Ukraine, to destabilize the nation, the economy, in order for a imminent invasion. And so we're emphasizing that this is the enemy. long before. And this is going after when they annexed Crimea in 2014, and then Operation Orbital, the British government were forced to train the Ukrainian military in combat tactics, in preventing a war of aggression, an imminent war of aggression against Putin's regime. And so this was the British government was aware of this years ago. That's a decade ago, and probably pre their annexation of Crimea. And so it's all to do with what we know about. We certainly know
what you and I had been talking about for years. But by the way, Sid just placed in a link about British summertime. But it again reminds me of the young lady who you heard a bit of. Did you hear the part where she was talking about her dream of Putin, to show you how politicized her?
I remember.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember you telling me, Douglas. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember vaguely, yes.
It's basically the right-wing media has Russified people's subconscious. Putin's invaded people's subconscious to the point where she was having dreams that Putin was this paternal figure who was telling her, "Oh, drink more water, and we're going to invade Ukraine to stop all the horrible biolabs where they're chimerically interbreeding species. They're interbreeding species in these biolabs in Ukraine, and we're going to invade to stop that." And by the way, it's not just... here's another link from Sid on the UK Army Chief warns citizens to prepare. But also, as you might know, Germany's telling people there's going to be a war, as is many of the Scandinavian nations. So everyone is preparing for a war with Russia. We all know it's going to happen.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so these people who have been saying George Knight and I have been promoting some kind of fear porn. I mean, you're all... these are the same kind of people who masturbate over Q and these various other fear porn sites. Yeah. This is... and of course, a good one from Sid right now from the Daily Mail. Training Ukrainians could prepare the UK for the upcoming conflict. There we are, a citizen army. Act as a mission rehearsal for building a citizen army in a future war with Russia. Whitehall insider claims. As governments forced to rule out plans for conscription. So it's like, regardless of whether people want it, we probably have it heading our way. And that it'll probably be unavoidable, but it's this is the reality we live in, and if people can't abide by it, we'll see how society has to deal with that problem. Society may have to deal with it, So aside from that, have you anybody at work on the same vibes with you as this, or have you just been avoiding talking about politics at work, so to speak, or what? Because I remember now they were like, had the performance. I mean, you rate well at work, so you don't have to worry really about anybody kind of like saying, oh, he's a neo-Nazi or something. So
sorry, Douglas, thank you, beg your pardon. Yeah, I had an incoming message. I just read it, so I had to switch off just for a second. But just to respond. Yeah. I remember going back. I think it was about a year or two ago. I remember you distinctly saying on air that it doesn't matter whether or not we stop Russia in Ukraine now. A war in the future with Russia is inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes.
And this is what, and I remember you saying, I can even hear your voice in my head saying it because I remember it so well. And and that's just what we have been trying to tell people for absolutely ages. And now people are just opening their eyes to it. And it's something that's it's been set in stone. And people look up The Foundation of Geopolitics, written by Alexander Dugin. It outlines the strategy for the future of the Russian Federation. And that outlines their cosmology. That outlines their ideology. To do with
expansionism, basically expansionism.
Expansionism, they call it Eurasianism, don't they?
Yes, thank you. That's correct. You are correct.
Yeah, but it's expansion. It's expansionism by promoting that NATO is the enemy and the West is our enemy.
Yes.
And they actually accomplished to an extent their goal and objective. They broke Britain from the European Union. They actually succeeded this in 2016 when they you had that David Cameron, the Prime Minister, announced a referendum, and then the British public, they bought in all that propaganda. It's Russian disinformation. It was Russian propaganda being pumped into the public domain in Britain, saying that, talking about the it was a anti-immigration policy, bringing forth these xenophobic policies into Britain, and saying that Europe is sending all the migrants over to us. It's because of them, and if we had more control of our borders, we'll be able to stop this immigration policy. We'll be able to stop immigration and asylum seekers seeking asylum in Britain. And it was all this shit that the public actually bought. And when you speak to the older generation, they were very susceptible to this disinformation, and they were taking it on board and taking it as gospel, as common just practice, common knowledge. And so that is what forced them to vote against, to vote for Brexit, which was let's get out. That was the initial part of the of breaking Britain from the European Union, and they did succeed. And so now,
of course,
all stuff
this is the irony to appreciate. By the way, two more links by Sid in the chat. One of them is David Cameron is now saying it feels like the 1930s. Of course, he's talking about evil Putin must be resisted. And then, of course, here's another one where you've got the Spectator. Putin's claiming he's not afraid of Cameron, and Putin's looking more bloated every day. I mean, he's looking more like Mao Zedong these days, and really disturbing. And aside from that, of course, some people are saying with the Politico is saying that David Cameron has a chance of redemption if he could take a lead in creating a unified front that would be sending Ukraine weapons, etc. We'll see what happens, but my point to appreciate about the irony of all of this is, of course, yes, in terms of the Russian victories, the Russian victory was in getting Britain to sever from the European Union. One of the propaganda tools that they used was the fact that the Russians are very good at psychoanalysis, mass psychoanalysis. And their mass psychoanalysis of the British was that the British are very stuck in World War II. That because the British way of life has been so stunted by the rationing of World War II, and they've never really gotten out of this scarcity, that the British are very much stuck in refighting World War II again and again, and they hated the European Union because everybody was propagandizing that it was Hitler's dream come true, that it was Hitler's dream came true with the European Union, a German-dominated continent, and this somehow made Britain feel small.
Yeah, I don't think Hitler would have put the headquarters in Brussels.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, and welcome back, Brooke. Of course, welcome back, Brooke. You're always welcome, of course, to interject, dear Brooke, and like Brendan just did. Yeah.
It's safe to say that there won't be another blitz because all the buildings in London are owned by Russian billionaires.
Yeah. So, oh yeah. Well, that's.
You can at least count that.
Yeah. Well, something's got to be done about that, and hopefully at some point Britain nationalizes those buildings, or forces all of those Russian billionaires to take a loyalty test, like a loyalty oath, or but in the end that will be they will become useful, because as I've said, basically the ultimate irony of this is, as I predicted, is that Russia will be the new British Raj. It's just basically many of these Russians will be the go-between with establishing British business links into Russia with the fall of Putin. And this will be the ultimate irony of the Russians having succeeded in Britain's severance from the European Union. The European Union will come under dominance of Germany, and the British will basically unite with other countries that are not part of the European Union, like Norway, and then through that to Russia. I've drawn up maps about this in BASIC, but I'll draw more detailed maps in the future, or present more detailed maps in the future of my vision of this that we will work towards the realization of. But right now, history is falling pretty much along the path that I have predicted, as George Knight can testify, that I drew maps of ever since the 1990s. So, that's right. And so, Brooke, now that you're here, Brooke, let me again say, look, George Knight speaks with professional acumen when he addresses these strange telephone poles across the street from my home. Tell her, George.
Yeah, no, because it was a metal hollow pole that was designed to look like a wooden pole, wasn't it, Douglas?
Yes.
But the fact that the guys that when they replaced the pole, they conducted their operation overnight, which was very, very that was obscure. That was very dubious. It's not a very conducive way of working safely in the midst of the night where it's pitch darkness and you're working on utility services such as power.
Thank you.
It's very detrimental.
You know what I think though, power, like, you know, it's more dangerous than power. Like people driving like 90 down the highway, right? And then there's suddenly just a one lane and like they slam into a brick fucking wall. Like I think that's probably more dangerous than just not having your power. But there's a reason that the fucking highways in America, that when they're doing major work, they will work them through the fucking midnight fucking hours, right? Because that is when less people travel, which is also when less people use their fucking internet, which I just am going with plain devil's advocate here, because I do agree that Douglas has been targeted. I agree with all of that. Just plain devil's advocate here. You can't be like, hey, you shut down. Well, why do they shut down? They shut down the highway in your Douglas's house at midnight. Well, okay. Well, maybe because that's what they do here, right? So I don't agree with what you're saying at all.
No, but Brooke, Brendan, help us out here. Tell Brooke about San Francisco and the particulars of San Francisco. How it was a federal holiday where everyone was home. This isn't like Christmas or Thanksgiving where everyone.
It was a federal fucking holiday.
Yeah.
My birthday. You're goddamn right. It was a fucking federal holiday.
Yeah, those blue collar, those PG&E guys would never work normally on those days. They were forced to by dint of contract.
Yeah.
They were contractually obligated.
Or you could say
Because
this.
unions-
You could say, here's your better argument. That's a bad
They
argument.
were
Here's
getting
your
paid
argument.
double
Now, I
time.
will
The
give
union
Brendan.
would never want
Brendan, you have a good argument, but here's the thing. The actual argument there would be not they were forced to, because I can tell you right now, it's a holiday. They're paid time and a half on a holiday anyway. And then you have to work at night. They're going to be paid even fucking more.
Yeah, double time and beyond.
So what you're arguing is that they would not do that. They would not do that because they would have to pay more to the people working. Is what your argument should be. Is that the company, because the people, as most of us are broke as shit, will be like, hey, we'll totally take time and a half plus time and a half again.
I'm saying the project manager would not have approved that unless they had no choice, because there was other times to do it.
So again, Douglas,
actually, just so you know, Brooke, it would have been safer for them to do that during the daytime over a period of 2 days, rather than doing everything they did, which fucked up the whole neighborhood.
What they do is they get sued. So they do get sued. They get in trouble. So what happens is people that literally do work from home or have kids. So it's the amount of complaints they're going to get, right? Yeah. That's all they're basing.
But George, help me out here. They got much more complaints at night because they turned night into daytime because they had to use the searchlights because they're working with chainsaws and jackhammers all through the night, keeping everyone awake.
Douglas, because you were up in the Hyatt, bathing 12 fucking times with bleach fucking vinegar bath. Okay, don't tell me you know.
Just before I go, Douglas,
yes.
I just have to say about the internet situation. Just to respond to Brooke about the internet. I'm hotspotting from my mobile phone to connect to this call right now. Yeah. I don't need an internet connection because there are other ways of connecting. So people will have service to the internet.
Yeah, that's me as well. Correct.
Yeah, so there are... This is why sometimes they can get away with disconnecting the internet during the daytime because...
But this was power. They weren't disconnecting they were not just disconnecting internet. They were disconnecting the entire, from what I understand, the entire power supply.
Yes. All of Douglas's neighbours, all their ice popsicles and their freezers all melted.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. But it's like I told Douglas, like I'm in the South, we got ice storms in the South, in the United States. So we will literally have, power outages. And I would just told Douglas, like, hey, and again, this is always playing devil's advocate. I'm not saying there. I'm just saying, I'd love a letter 3 weeks in advance that was going to be like, hey, we're going to take your power down maybe for 24 hours. If you want to go maybe check into a hotel, or fucking just plan better.
They didn't even give a week notice.
Yeah.
Because power is something we think we have, and then when it suddenly goes in an ice storm, you're stuck without it till it comes back. Until those people that work in those horrible conditions and climb those things and put it back together, we're just stuck, right?
Yeah.
But the city is different than the suburbs and the county.
Douglas has to deal with. That Douglas has to deal with as far as redoing that line, right? So my point is I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm not saying that what Douglas says, or that it was not targeted, but at the same time, I mean, there's a lot that goes on. Just like I said, the interstate here, I got on it the other night, and literally had to slam on brakes. There's just they put two, which is funny to be honest. They just put 2 cop cars on the interstate every 3 miles, every one. Stuff has to cheat, it's only with 3 miles. And they'll just be in the median of this huge interstate, and they're expanding it from 6 to 8 lanes or whatever they're doing. And they're just, and so they've got all the lanes but one closed, and there's just some blue lights flashing. That cop is asleep or jacking off. You know That's what I'm saying. It's just a blue light is what you see, which gets your attention at least to say, hey, I need to pay attention to not kill someone that's doing road construction in the middle of the goddamn night. But why are they doing it in the middle of the night? Well, they're doing it in the middle of the night because while a lot of people work their shift, or people like me are just I don't know, I feel like I'm going to Target at midnight. But otherwise, people are just most people, the heavier traffic is at 8 a.m.
Yeah, but not on my street. Not on my street.
But you're not on your street. Nobody lives by you, Douglas. That's what I'm saying. You're living by your own little fucking set of rules. It's they should all know it's Douglas Dietrich's address, and they should know when I work.
No, you're being pathologically contrarian. What I'm saying is what I'm saying is my street is a residential street. The traffic here is not.
Stream. Sorry, I apologize. I thought you said my stream.
That's one of his neighborhood's very densely populated. It's one of the most populous.
Yeah, and but the traffic is not that deep. It's not that heavy.
We're not talking about traffic. We're talking about when normal people work, dude.
And nobody was working. They were all at home that night. It was Martin Luther King night when everybody's home. Yeah. Nobody's visiting relatives. So
what I will say is here's the problem with it. Yeah. Here's the entire thing. They may have totally targeted you. What I told you from the very beginning, you fucked up, because what you should have done is called them like I finally said, and was like, hey, why don't you just call them and be like, hey, I have an oxygen machine.
We told you about that. Brendan and I told you about that. I called them and said just that one time while my parents were alive, saying exactly that. They told me, oh, well, just take them to a hospital overnight. That's all they said.
It's called nowadays. You have a cell phone that can record. Go ahead and get that on recording.
It would have done nothing.
They don't care. They don't care. In Sacramento, they would just tell you to go to a homeless shelter for the night.
That's what they do. You're talking about a company.
They call them warming shelters. They're just go plug it in this public warming shelter.
Yeah, quote unquote. It's a homeless shelter. And honey, this is a company that's gotten away with over 100 murders.
I told you. They don't give a shit anyway. We already know that. What I'm saying is you should have recorded them, because you have a phone now. Brandon needs to teach you how to record on it. And then when they say stupid shit like that, let's see.
You can't sue them. They're people.
Honey, hundreds of people have tried to sue them. Thousands.
People died in the wildfires. They tried to sue them, and nothing happened. They just they got a few bucks.
Yeah,
literally a few bucks after their houses blew up.
A few bucks is a lot to Douglas.
And they don't own the land.
You're talking about a few thousand. So they get
thousands. No, I'm not. Literally, they got almost no money. The insurance barely covered it.
Yeah.
And now their land is condemned by the state.
The company burned people alive, and yes, I do agree with you. The company.
But that's
a whole other subject. That's what I feel like we should be more focused on. Is what is protecting these companies versus if Douglas was targeted or not. Fuck them. It's just like the fucker that brings a possum into my house, or fucking brings a dead rabbit and forces it in. I don't give a shit to give you attention for that. What I do give you attention for is how the fuck am I going to not allow this anymore.
Right,
in my
right.
life.
You and I need to talk privately about that. I've forgotten about that. Obviously, I'm going to be really busy this month, February, but we'll...
Oh, I know, because it's one of your 12 months of holidays.
Yes, yes. And that's right. That's why I gave you the calendar, so you could keep track of these Asian holidays. I'll help you. And so George.
I'm Asian.
Yeah,
About
Brendan
that, I
left.
don't know. But my
Yeah.
dad was like a quarter fucking Asian.
Yes, by the way. So George is only going to be with us a few more minutes. George, do say
Hello,
goodbye to
Douglas.
everyone, okay?
You have to say
take
goodbye.
it.
Thank you so much for having me on. I look forward to joining you next time on the
Yeah.
show. Good night, everyone.
Okay,
Nice speaking to
no,
you,
I'm
Brendan
gonna
and Brooke.
go. I
and
want him.
Sid.
I want you to talk, George.
Not
And I'm
George.
so sorry. I love you, George.
No, love
I was
you too.
just giving you a hard
take
time.
care.
You know me. I love you.
Yeah. No, you take care of yourselves. Yeah, thank
You
you.
take care of
Been a
yourself.
pleasure.
Yes, we all love you, George. Stay
Thank
safe
you.
and be
Take
well.
care.
Yes.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Yes. And so Brendan came back, thank goodness, and because, of course, how much time do we have with you, Brendan? Because obviously you might be working tomorrow as well. Are you working tomorrow? I mean, he's working 2 jobs. It's horrible. Honestly, Brooke, if you knew what he was living with. And what happened to Brooke? Oh, Jesus. Now, Brooke.
Come back, Brooke.
You sounded a lot older then. I'll give you that. Yes, it's that's what happens when your lungs are full of vape. That's holy shit. It's
I'm still here.
Yeah, thank God. And you sound clear.
And yes, I'm working 12 hours a day,
Oh,
2
shit.
jobs, and it's horrible.
God. Oh my
Potentially
God.
3 jobs if you count my living situation.
Oh God, yeah, that's like a third job, all right. That's like a third job, like trying to care for the insane, the mentally incompetent and shit. Yeah. Oh, it's like I mean, for somebody who's so educated, and then they get online and just read all that conspiracy crap. You just make sure your head's not the next one cut off and put into a boiling pot of water. Yeah. Holy shit. You don't understand, Sid. This guy, Brendan, wakes up and, his hair's like mussed up and sticking up. And it's like, oh, this satanic hairstyle. Oh, it's like, is that how you get your jobs? Yeah.
Yeah, I got a haircut. And my hair, like when you wake up, your hair's sticking up.
Yeah.
And I guess it looked like devil horns or something. But the first thing that she said was, is this how you get your jobs?
Yeah.
By getting a satanic haircut?
Yeah.
Is that your mom?
And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, it's not his mom, thank God.
No, this is a person who I am transitionally living with, for reasons. I was actually helping her out, which is a mistake.
Yeah, yes, it's always a mistake. Yeah. No good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's the case.
Yeah. It's like bringing that Esther on, and just trying to let her talk, let her have her say, and before you know it, I'm this heartless dude whose condolences are totally insincere and shit. It's like, oh well.
Right, you should have done a whole eulogy. What the heck?
Yeah. If only I knew the people. Yeah, if only I knew who the people even were, then maybe I'd be able to write something about them. All I know is that
they're military people, so you probably wouldn't have much kind.
I don't think this person was military, right, Brendan? This person.
He said she had a military.
Yeah, she had a military background. But
it was debatable how if they were even functional.
Yeah.
It sounded like someone that was just maybe homebound or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it was odd. Yeah, it was definitely. Yeah, but it wasn't a military person. This person who died was not a military person. It was we'll just say that it was female, not a military person. Even though there's females in the military, this was not a military person. This was like Brendan said. This sounded like somebody who was just the side of like a child bride or something. It was just really strange. It's like we don't want to give away personal things about people, but it was like bizarre. And let me send a message to Brooke here asking if she's okay. Let's see. Last seen 4 minutes ago. Hey, honey. And so that being stated, in terms of you're working tomorrow and all that, it's like. So how do you get through this? How do you like? Is there anything you do to numb yourself while you're going through all this? Any particular drug you can take at work that nobody will notice, or what? Brandon. Okay, well, that answers...
Didn't you say Blue Lotus or something like that?
Well, he's probably on all kinds of teas, which are caffeinated, and...
Looked up Blue Lotus, it was like a hash that you could dab, so I was thinking to make it a little bit...
I don't think Blue Lotus is a hash for him. Brendan can answer that for us. Of course, he might have been apprehended by that Iron Curtain situation that he's in. But at any rate, let's take a look at Aristides if he's still awake, and I think he may or may not be. We've got a fair number of people, and like I said before, we'll see how long I go tonight. We haven't even reached half point yet, not 6 hours yet. But in terms of
okay, I'm still here. I was just busy dealing with this.
Understood. Was this something at the haunted school or something? There was
No. This is like every gas station after 10 o'clock in Sacramento.
Yeah.
It's like the pumps don't work. It's like a trick to get you robbed or something.
I hate that.
Holy shit. That is so frightening. I mean, you're in a dark gas station. You're trying to get the pump to work. Oh, did you get it to work? You took care of it?
I had to go to 3 different pumps, basically, in other words.
Oh my god. That's so fucking sucks.
It's like designed just to get you robbed or like jumped or something.
It's true.
That's the vibe it has, you know.
Oh, of course. And there's nobody at the gas station? It's unmanned?
Well, it turns out that it was open the whole time, but I don't think that would have helped. These people probably would have just swooped
they probably
my
just
cash.
Yeah, that's no shit. Holy shit! They would have split it with a mugger and shit. It's
right.
Oh god, that's so. You've got to be armed. I mean, are you armed yet? I mean, you've got to work on that.
Well, of course.
Yes, and
it goes without saying.
Yeah, Brooke finally purchased that handgun, so I guess it's a wonder she hasn't killed anybody yet by accident in the home or something like that. Well, let's not jinx her. Jesus Christ. And at least she got that, and so all that being said, what about with everything you're looking forward to, like in the daytime? How do you maintain yourself at work through those hours? Is there some kind of secret to keep yourself motivated at work to just make it through the day?
Just gong fu cha.
Yeah, the tea.
The tea, yeah. Cha is tea.
Yeah, cha is
tea. A lot of the Japanese tea's been working really well.
Okay.
Some really high quality matcha and different things like that. Sencha.
Yeah, and good.
Blue Lotus is not a hash, by the way.
Thank you. So describe.
You can get a tincture. You can get a tincture. Or you can get leaves.
Okay.
It does come in the form of hash, though.
It's like it's like a concentrate, but I mean, who knows?
Yeah, like a concentrate.
Who knows what? Who knows what?
What processing it underwent to bring it to that point? Yes.
Yeah.
So it's So with all that being said,
these gas stations are a total setup. It's like I tried to get the receipt and it said, "Oh, the clerk has your receipt." I've never even seen that before.
Fuck.
But joke's on them. I get an email receipt, so
there you go.
There's no need to corner me in a store with one exit.
Yes, thank you. And whoever thinks you're paranoid, they just don't fucking get it. This is
no, they've never been to San Francisco at night.
Thank you. Is this a San Francisco gas station?
No.
Yeah.
Natively, especially the area I live.
Yeah.
It's like.
Oh, it's worse.
Yeah.
Sacramento is much scarier than San Francisco at night.
Yes. Thank you. He knows.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I live in one of the most like dangerous areas of Sacramento, so it's like even worse.
Yeah, it's
I wonder what it's like. I wonder how it compares statistically.
Well, it's a nightmare. It's just I
would
don't.
say
Yeah.
It's nightmarish, but it's like pretty much all of Northern California and is similar in that kind of way.
Yeah, Santa
You
Rosa,
can get robbed at any time, basically.
Yeah.
Petaluma, all that. Well, yeah, it's kind of funky.
Oh yeah, it's just crazy people from.
It's like that scene from the first Star Wars.
Yeah.
Where they're like about to walk into Mos Eisley.
Yes.
And he's like, "Do you see that? It's the
den of villainy, a den of scum and villainy."
Yeah, it's like a den of
scum and villainy.
Like.
Yes.
Den of iniquity.
And then they're like, "We must be cautious."
Yeah.
Like that's my everyday going on in my house.
Absolutely.
A hive of scum and villainy.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And
it was great when I was in England. We were out at midnight. We were getting gas. There were like shady gangsters, and all they were doing were just talking to us.
Yeah.
Like I felt way safer in England where no one has guns.
Yes.
Out here, it's like everyone's strapped. I was like, it's so shady. Like you can't trust anyone.
Oh, it's so true. It's
like London. You know it's bad when London is safer than your fucking hometown.
Oh fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Bad sign.
It is. It is. Honestly, our man George is lucky to be there in so many ways, and they don't appreciate it over there in England. They just don't appreciate it. So what's this? Is Sid saying something?
Like they know America's dangerous. Like they talk about it, but it's like they don't know. You have to know.
Yeah.
Kind of like this German lady that I live with. She doesn't have cameras or anything, and she keeps telling me I'm paranoid. I was like, you can't leave your shovels and tools outside like when you're not home. And she's like, why are you so paranoid? I'm like, it's like
common sense.
Gonna steal it.
Yes.
Like this isn't fucking Germany or Japan, because she was married to a Japanese, so like their worldview is totally different. Like in Japan, you could just leave a computer on a desk all day in a coffee shop and no one touches it.
Yeah.
Like
it's true.
It's not how that works here.
Yes. No, it's here anybody just takes anything. Of course, I remember
like in Sacramento, especially.
Go on.
Well, literally, they'll take something that's worth nothing. Like you would think it's worth nothing.
Yeah, it's true.
Then they'll just take it.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. As a matter of fact, oh my God, that reminds me of just the shit I was dealing with the other night. Nothing is easy with my life. Everything is like we're dealing with some kind of bullshit. I'm not home that often, so when I'm home on garbage night, I have to take out a month's worth of garbage. And so I wind up running up and down the street, emptying my garbage into other people's cans. And I can see the humor in that. But because of the last time that I was up and basically someone attempted to kill me, that's another thing to present to Esther, who apparently is like, if she'd been listening for a long enough time, which she said she was listening to a little bit. She saw me somehow with some interview on YouTube with Jennifer Hawkins, I believe. Then she wanted to follow up and listen to a few more of my interviews. Maybe she just hasn't heard enough about me or the shit that goes on with me. When I talk about being cautious with people, you're talking about an individual who experiences assassination attempts and the like. And, so I don't want to do that in the morning, early morning. I'm trying to do it later at night instead, where it's actually safer. I'm still running across just the creepiest people. I mean, just some guy walking up the street that I thought might be the old Chinese woman collecting cans, because he moved with this kind of a weird ass gait, weird ass kind of motion to him that could have been like an elderly, but when I'm standing on my door with some more garbage to take out, I give him a nod as he walks by. And of course, they're always all dressed in black so that you can't see them as much as possible. And he's an ethnic. I didn't get the kind of threat feeling from him, but I did get the feeling of incredible danger that this individual is stark raving mad. And one of the things I had put out was, when you put out your batteries for recycling, you put them in a plastic bag and you put them on top of the trash can, on top of the toter, and they're supposed to collect it for recycling. And he stole those. Not that I give a shit. I mean, they're trash, but they're dead batteries. He stole a plastic bag of dead batteries. Like, what the fuck? Why would somebody do that? I mean, this is the insanity that we're dealing with. Is that even when I'm doing it late at night, rather than early in the morning when it's still safer, we get people walking around the neighborhood looking into the cans, not like I do to see which ones are empty so I can throw my trash in them. These are people who are looking for something to take out of trash cans, and it's like, what do you think you're going to find, you crazy fuckers? What do you think you're going to find?
And it's not like one man's trash is another man's treasure. This is like actual trash.
Yeah. I mean, and these aren't people looking for cans. These aren't the old Chinese lady who's collecting all the cans. They're looking for something like gold or something. Like, they're crazy.
Right. I had a bag of trash on the porch when I first moved in.
Yeah.
That was literally trash with like 2 bottles. Yeah. And I guess they saw the bottles, like they thought it was recycling, and they took the whole bag. And I was like thinking to myself, like, the joke's on them. It's all trash. Like,
Thank you. And yeah, this is how
they got maybe 10 cents in recycling.
Yeah, if and they would have wasted a gallon of gas to get there to the recycling plant. I mean, yeah, it's like this.
Yeah,
is,
America's a hellscape. I mean, this is just.
It's true. It's true. I mean, just crazy people doing crazy things for no goddamn good reason. It's like, but then again, dear Brooke, she's being contrarian for no good reason. Oh, devil's advocate, and she'll say, I know Douglas is targeted and all this stuff, but then still bring up this. There's no point for her arguing with us about this pole, the electric pole, and all the rest of that, and bringing up, she's just being silly and argumentative for no good reason, Yeah, aside from all of that, in terms of...
She's just bored and lonely. She needs attention.
Yeah, yes, that's right. She doesn't need attention from, of course, the meth head, of course. And hopefully, she's processing away from him, definitely. She definitely wants him out of her life and has been doing everything she can to get rid of him. That's for sure. I know that. So she's called the police on him, all that other shit. Actually, he did us all a great favor. He got her kind of semi-normalized. Got her, she needed some dick, and he provided that. So, it helped to normalize her to a degree. Now I'm going to ask her again, hey, honey, are you all right? And hopefully she'll see that at least in the morning. That was weird that she just dropped off like that all of a sudden, but then again, she does that sort of thing. She really does have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. That's the problem. Honestly, what she belongs on is SSDI. She really does belong on SSDI. She's just, in a sense, a non-functional adult.
The Adderall's not working, obviously.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes, and hopefully she uses less and less of that. It only makes the problem worse. That just makes her talk a mile a minute. And
Well, the thing is if you take those meds and it works as an upper, that means you're not hyperactive.
Got it.
They're contrarian medication.
Yes.
If you actually have that syndrome, like disorder,
yeah,
it'll actually calm
hardcore.
you down. What?
Yeah, the Adderall calms me down.
Paradoxical effect, it calms you down. Okay.
Yes.
So that indicates something's happening.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in high school, he was taking 120 milligrams prescribed Adderall per day.
Who was this?
To, kill someone. Some kid I met when we were partying back in the day.
Jesus fucking Christ!
And he was prescribed
Really?
that. Like, this was his daily. Every day he would take them.
Oh my God! Whatever happened to him?
He's probably dead. The normal dose was 10. 10 milligrams.
Jesus Christ.
So he was taking 120, 150.
Yeah.
And I just remember we were
like
packing
40
like,
milligrams of it.
we were packing like gravity bong hits of hash, like pure hash, and he was still like talking crap.
Oh my God. At any rate, so such being said, just sending her some messages, telling her right now, I'm telling the boys you should be on SSDI. And I'll do my best to help her get on it. We'll see.
Don't you think she needs to at least get out of the house sometime?
Well, I hear what you're saying, but you're allowed to, kind of make a degree of money on SSDI, so she might be motivated to do something, to supplement herself, that's important. I mean, we'll see what happens with myself with the stupid, new insurance that I'm on. Theoretically, I have access to some gyms. Like, supposedly the insurance should cover certain gym benefits. And since I've
that's great.
You can find like a steam room or something.
Yeah.
You have to deal with all those crazies.
It's true. I remember when it was not that long ago. Well, it was a long time ago now when I think about it, but it was like maybe 20 years ago by now. Maybe that there was some place out by State University, San Francisco. Way out by State University. What was it? Stonestown.
Yeah.
There was a gym that I got free tickets to, or some kind of like free coupon booklet to, you could try this gym out. And they had a steam room, even a shower. Oh my God. I can't believe now that I think back on it that I was ever naked in that place with all these strangers. That's I wouldn't dream of doing that these days. Oh my fucking God. It's just and that was like we had just come out of the AIDS. It was like after AIDS with that thing. So we're talking maybe about, what year was that? 90s? Maybe it was the 90s. It was but still a different world. So I tried the gym out for a while, a few times, and always was. It's not really my kind of environment. It's I don't know. I mean,
definitely.
It's go on.
I used to go for like the swimming, to like a pool.
Yeah.
Like they have lap pools and stuff.
Yeah.
And but it's just like, it's just awkward being in a locker room with all these randos.
No, it's true. It's too weird now. It's just too. I mean, for me, it would just be.
People would start fighting in there. I remember at some of the late night gyms, they'd only have like a teenager.
Oh yeah, all the juice heads. Yeah, the juice heads get crazy. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like they'd have to have a whole security team to make sure that people aren't in there like running an orgy shit.
Mm-hmm.
It got to be, and then they got rid of the saunas at the big place that we all know about.
Mm-hmm.
They had saunas since they first opened, and way back then, like 20-30 years ago, it was a really mellow scene in there. It was kind of like elderly Asian people, and they're doing the hot tub thing and the sauna, and
like other countries it's normal, like Europe, like Northern Europe, like what is it, Norway and stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's like a normal part of life. Japan, they have the onsen. They take like entire families go and bathe and stuff. It's totally normal.
Yeah.
But because America is so insane, it's like it becomes crazy. Like you can't even do normal stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. No.
Like in Germany, they have co-ed. Can you believe that steam room?
Holy shit!
Women and guys are in there. It's just normal.
Oh, now you're getting Nemo all excited. Now you're getting Nemo all excited.
Actually, sadly, that reminds me of the downfall of the gyms I was talking about. When there were women in there, I remember they would be like shaving their bikini line in the sauna.
Cool.
And flicking
that
the.
Sounds unsanitary.
Yeah, it became really gross.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, some things Americans should just do at home. Like that's why we all have big giant.
Yeah, and these nasty jock type guys would be hawking loogies on the hot rocks and shit.
Ooh, fuck.
What the fuck?
And that was
Yeah,
like
I would just
into place that I went to for a short time.
Okay, yeah. Well, we've got enough visuals now to last us throughout the night. Hopefully.
We lost the last couple of viewers.
Actually, the numbers went up for a while. And again, if anyone's waiting for me to go into monologue, I'll see whether or not I can muster up something. Obviously.
Before I have to go, can I just review what I have?
Dude, you go take your time. I wish you could stay with us all fucking night, and you know, that way I would you know, not go into monologue at all. I'm not anxious to do this. So, but you know, take your time and talk about whatever you want. As far as I'm concerned, it's yours. I'm just along for the ride. Yeah.
I appreciate that, but
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
You're stuck with me, Doug.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
And I'm not doing, you know, much here. What I sent you earlier seems to have gotten lost. The calls changed.
You mean that thing about the CalFresh and shit? Yes, send it again later if you can find it again later. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, that page will. No, that was something else. I was talking about.
Okay.
I was going to way back to the TRÄNCK blade and all this stuff. So I was going to describe to you the different, the actual like occult powers of these things.
Oh yes. Go on. Oh shit, that all got lost when they knocked us off the fucking Skype. Holy shit.
Well, here I have it. So.
Oh, thank God. Thank God you can send it all again in my private messages. Oh.
Oh, you want me to forward it? Okay.
Oh yeah, both. You can put it both here in the text box in this call and in the private messages. That way for both.
So I'll start with what I was just. It was during the conversation with you and Pete. So it was like when you were mentioning alcohol, it kind of was this egregore of sorts. I was
yes.
Alcohol is an Arabic word which derives alcohol meaning to seize or to be covered by a spirit or something.
Yeah.
It can also mean the body-eating spirit.
Yes.
Alcohol serves as the origin word for the English ghul, which according to Middle Eastern folklore is an evil desert demon believed to be the devourer of human bodies. And because they rule over the ghul, al-ghul, they rule over death, decay, they also rule over fermentation. So they're the ones who the Babylonians learned how to ferment beer, and the Egyptians learned how to ferment beer and alcohol originally from those beings.
From the ghoul,
From al-ghul, exactly.
Yeah. Cool.
So that's why in Islam it's forbidden to drink alcohol, because it's like an infernal thing. Like
yes.
The alcohol, the early barley and stuff was considered to be like a living being.
Yes.
It's something that stored like occult power and thing. And that's why it was used to steep herbs, because it was originally a medicine. So no one ever drank to get drunk. It was like it was a type of medicine they used in an alchemical sense. But when you take alcohol to next level, you know, it becomes al-ghul or al-kahul, which is a body-eating spirit. It removes it attacks your aura, basically.
Yes.
And according to Middle Eastern folklore, the alembic and the alcohol metaphors are synonymous with aqua vitae, or also the waters of life, which are commonly called spirit in English.
Yes.
Referring to a steamed liquid from Middle Eastern alchemy. So that aspect of it, the spirit, quote unquote, is actually, that's the healing alchemy. So those are like the potions and the fusions and these things.
Yes.
Which is the actual purpose of alcohol, is to be used as tinctures. That's why it's given to you. It's not to be used in excess. Anyways.
Thank you. No, important. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. So that's where that word alcohol comes from. And so here, then you were talking about Kusanagi no Tsurugi.
Yes.
The grass cutting sword.
Yes.
Which is one of the imperial regalias of Japan.
Yes.
Also the Sanchu no Jingi, Yata no Kagami, etc., etc. and they all have numbers associated. So you have, the Sanshu, Yata, meaning the 8-span mirror, the 8-sided mirror, as you said before.
Yes.
And the Yasakai no Magatama as well, which is the 8 shaku, curved jewels. So that means there's potentially 8 or even more. So it's similar to the Dragon Ball concept, where in the Dragon Ball manga there's 7.
Yes.
7 or 8 of them.
Yes.
So it is clearly based off that mythology, mythos.
Yes.
The Toyorama knew of this. And a lot of these concepts are secreted into the anime and manga, and that's how, like, when you speak of them, it's like I know them to the point of, how would I word it? It's like I almost know them academically because the stories of the manga and, like, it connects with you subconsciously, where I can feel that spirit of that Japanese mythology. It gets translated through the manga and the anime in such a proper way, in such a good way, in storytelling.
Yes.
Because the visuals are very striking and things just click.
Absolutely.
With the mythology. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Hey,
why it's such
Brendan,
a,
what was that? What was that word? So I can look it up. What was it? Manga? Something manga.
Manga?
Well,
Yeah, no, I mean,
you mean the name of the
word.
grass-cutting sword?
It sounded like Atavea manga.
Oh, Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball Z is basically what he was talking about as the
By
manga.
Akira Toriyama.
Yeah, Akira. Akira. Toriyama, yes?
Something like that.
Yes. And,
Thank you.
yeah. And, of course, don't confuse it with Akira, the manga and anime character, which is an actual, another comic strip, yes, that...
About the art.
Akira
Toriyama. Toriyama. Sorry.
And, no worries. I think you're getting...
And manga is just a graphic novel, but it's just their word for comic book.
Yeah. Yeah. And...
and anime is, they take the graphic novel and they animate it into a moving picture. That's all. That's what I was saying. Let me see, where... Seems like the recipe got lost, too. Movie...
Trying to get something.
Yeah, here it is. So the actual powers of these weapons, such as the sword of TRÄNCK, also known as the Sakagari longsword, Sakagari no Tachi, which is also called the snake cutter longsword, is a variant of the sword of Kusanagi. It is sheathed in a sake jar. The blade is unlike any other. Rather than a conventional form, the blade is actually liquid inside of a gourd that is released and shaped into a blade. Itachi's teaching sealing Orochimaru began sealing after being pierced by said sword. It is an ethereal weapon with an enchanted blade capable of sealing its target, any target that it pierces. Those who are stabbed by the sword are drawn to the jar and trapped in a genjutsu-like world of drunken dreams for all eternity. So that's the sword that came out of the serpent.
Thank you.
In the battle with Amaterasu.
Yes, with her brother. With her brother, right.
Susanoo.
Yes, Susanoo, yes. Incredible. Thank you. Go on.
Yep. And so, Kusanagi is a powerful divine construct. It's appearing out of the Yamato no Orochi after it was slain by Susanoo. It has the power to cut through the heavens and the aether, cutting it into all forms of physical matter and spiritualistic faith and logic.
Yes.
So it can, in its full form, it can rewrite reality itself. And in these manga and anime, some of these weapons, some of these attacks, such as Izanagi and Izanami, if they're named after the gods, they can actually rewrite physical reality by manipulating yin and yang release, which is like the manipulation of the actual cosmos itself, the yin energies and the yang. And so if beings like if the beings are high enough magicians, they can manipulate these chakras, these energies, and create matter or change reality even. And the word genjutsu means reality, so it's like that would be like a psychic manipulation. It's called genjutsu, like to where it feels like reality to the person being affected. That's what a genjutsu means.
Yes.
Like it's so real. It's an apparition that's so real it becomes like that.
Incredible. And
have you,
go on. No, please go on. Yeah. Have you? You're gonna ask a question. Yeah.
Have you heard of the anime Jujutsu Kaisen? Jujutsu Kaisen.
Doesn't ring a bell, so explain it to us. Oh God, did they get him?
Well, part of it.
I'm trying to count out some things here. I'm trying to send to Peter Moon. Did he just get cut off? Did his call drop?
He's on the screen still.
Okay, good. So hopefully he's able to speak to us soon. And
I got dropped off the call for saying something about JJK.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Oh my fucking God.
So Jujutsu Kaisen means sorcery battle.
Yeah.
And it's a shonen. It's a weekly shonen where these sorcerers are battling.
Uh-huh.
So the synopsis is, in JJK, all living beings emanate an energy called cursed energy, also called Jyoku, Jiroku, which arises from all negative emotions that flow through one's body. Ordinarily, people cannot control the flow in the body, and as a result, they continuously lose cursed energy, resulting in the birth of curses, or nori, a race of spiritual beings whose primary desire is to bring harm to humanity. These curses are shown as gruesome monsters, ghosts, and yokai. Jujutsu sorcerers, jujutsushi, are curse technique masters or shamans. These people control the flow of cursed energy in their bodies, allowing them to use it as they please and reduce it to release high-ranking sorcerers. Curses. These high-ranking sorcerers and curses can refine this energy and use it to perform curse techniques, jujutsu shiki, which tend to be unique to the users of their family, lineage, etc. And they have advanced curse techniques, also known as domain expansions. Ryokyu Tenkai. The users build pocket dimensions of variable sizes inside the domains, of which all the attacks are guaranteed to hit and grow in strength. The plot revolves around Yuji Itadori, an unnaturally strong high school student living in Sendai. And basically, he always helps others and dies. People die around him suddenly, etc., etc. But he's friends. He meets with friends at an occult club, quote unquote, which attracts curses and curse users to unseal. When they unseal a rotten finger talisman, he swallows the finger to protect the jujutsu sorcerer Megumi, who's I think one of the female protagonists. No one's really. They're all kind of like villainy, like anti-heroes.
Right.
Like none of them are really like 100% good. So it's somewhat dark, but yeah. So she becomes a host to a powerful curse called Ryomen Sukuna, and due to Sukuna's evil nature, all sorcerers are required to exorcise him, and by extension, Yuji. Immediately, however, seeing Yuji regain control over his body, the teacher Megumi, basically what happens, they end up having to, fight. The sorcerers find out about these other groups, and it creates a multi-layered attack on the world of jujutsu sorcery and cursed spirits, and et cetera, et cetera.
Wow.
And so it has to do with what you speak about, Douglas. That's why I brought it up. It's just,
thank you.
The Japanese knowledge of the occult and how to use these yokai and these different spirits.
Yes.
The sorcery is real. The Japanese sorcery is real, and that's what this mangaka is trying to bring out. They make it into like a mundane story with like high school students, but
Yes.
The point being is that there is an occult tradition
Yes.
of fighting sorcerers.
Yes. Yes. And of course, the Japanese are obsessed with putting everything in a high school setting to somehow, I don't know, universalize it. It's a very Japanese thing to do, and in fact, it's an exception to find a Japanese special that's not taking place in a high school. So it's always
It's like an anime trope. It's like a manga trope. I think it's just, you know.
Well, it's such a big part of Japanese life. It truly is. It's like to them, it's like, you know, those are the best years of one's life, and so very similar to Americans in many ways, really.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and such being what it is, I still am always rather nonplussed by whenever I see the high school thing. Of course, I always just kind of tune out. But I understand that some of these are, trying to show some important topics, and they're just putting it in a venue that everyone can relate to in Japan. So that's always an important thing to remember. And okay, so aside from all of that, what else comes to your mind to emphasize to us, or to bring up with the subjects at hand? Certainly one of the things that our man Sid brought up, which he said is off topic, but he couldn't help but think of it, was tunnels or child smuggling under Marin. I mean, was there any hints of that with anything that you've ever run across?
You asking me?
Yes.